Grace and peace, grace and peace. Good afternoon. Salute to everybody that's coming through. Salute to those that are going to be watching later on. This is Mindful Monday. This is season 2, episode 2. And today I would like to discuss, I was watching Cleopatra on Netflix the other day, and I wanted to just discuss that. First and foremost, I think they really did a good job on it. I know there was controversy when it came out, and this was back in May of 2023 sometime. And the controversy was pushback that Cleopatra wasn't a melanated or a darker skinned woman. Now, if we remove our feelings and take us out of Big dog Billy's in the building, salute. If we take away our feelings in regards to how Cleopatra looked, right, and just realize geographically the area that she was coming from or that she lived in was a place that had a lot of sun, right, in Africa. And so we have to look at it geographically and not be in our bag of feelings when it comes to racial issues of that nature, right? So I'm going to talk about that. I'm also going to discuss, how for centuries or, about 100 plus years since inception of Hollywood, which was like 1924. So about 100 years now. We're going to use Black people. We're going to say that word right now for all intents and purposes, that they have painted a picture of the so-called Black person as a villain, a demon, a woman assaulter, right? So we have to remove those negative incantations and look at how Hollywood or Hollywood weird has presented the melanated person, and how history, as we've come to know it, and reading the 100 Amazing Facts of the Negro by J.A. Rogers, that truth be told, there were actually Negro or Black slave holders, slave owners that were having white people as their slaves and treating them quite, barbaric, according to the book of 101 Amazing Facts. So let me just dive in really quickly. Also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. As you're checking in from the clouds of YouTube, just hit that like button. If you want to send a nice little donation so I can have a cup of tea in the morning, it's on there in the stream, going on the scroll right there. And also look out for any updates on my Instagram. It's FoxyMoon_spiritual alchemist. Again, FoxyMoon_, that's the little line, bottom, _spiritual alchemist. Also my website. I'm not doing personal readings just yet. I'm going to be leaning more towards the fall season, and in that I'm going to be having some things, some merch, if you will, that people can actually order and buy and use. So I'm not going to talk too much about that because that's still kind of like in its infancy. But a lot of things, are taking place for me, spiritually speaking, in regards to, death has a peculiar way of physical death of someone has a peculiar way of having you come out and live, right? Really find a purpose. Not that I didn't have a purpose, but things happen while I was sitting here crying for my daddy. Anyway, let's move on. So Netflix, actually, this it's a docu-series based on, and they have a disclaimer. Okay, and disclaimer, copyright 1976, fair use, fair use, fair use. I'm going to go into the fair use because I'm going to be reading some articles. This is all for entertainment purposes. Okay, this is not, you know, if it's legit, I would ask for us to do our research. Unfortunately, I don't have the StreamYard access where I can share the screen yet. I will. So copyright disclaimer, under section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by the copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, and personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Boom, now we got that out the way. So it's a docu-series, and they did put a disclaimer out that while some of the storyline is fictional, there are some things in there that are actual accounts that happened during Cleopatra's reign and rule, and how she got hooked up with Julius Caesar and then Mark Antony, and it was all political, guys. It wasn't really so much. Here's my take, and it's going to sound a little disrespectful, but that's why I had it here in the description. Like, she's a ruler, she's a pharaoh. Was she a bedwench? Was she a baby mama at the end of the day? Because, you know, how this particular docuseries depicted Cleopatra was basically on some, she's like a typical Black woman, baby mama, trying to get her men to recognize the children and give them status and give them, you know, money and what have you. And I'm like, wow. And for a very long time, Cleopatra was depicted as a Caucasian or a European woman, a pale skin complexion. She might have looked like she had a tan with that bust, right? And the bust is not even real. It's a model of another person. So when we look at that bust, that's the only thing that we have that can say, oh, this is what Cleopatra looks like, right? And then we had in the I have my note here. We had in the 1963, the Cleopatra movie with Elizabeth Taylor starring, and she's definitely, you know, for better sense of purpose words, we're using white and Black today, okay? But we really know what these words mean, and, you know, so we're just using that today. All right, so also this was produced by Jada Pinkett Smith, which I found interesting. I didn't know that. And so the article that I'm going to be reading is coming out of the who is this? Okay, I didn't write the was it the Daily News or the New York Times? Probably not. It was just was an article I got from somewhere online. And I didn't write, I wrote the articles, the person who wrote it, and they're coming from Cairo. So anyway, the person's name is Vivian Yee, and she wrote this May 10th, 2023. Okay, so I wrote my own little notes first. And this is in regards to Cleopatra. Does she really have a political stand to conquer all that had been taken away from her, her land and the people? Right, because she was trying to get Rome and conquer that, as well as have Egypt, right? Because she was a pharaoh or a queen during that time frame, and you know, so it's politically powerful of her to, you know, get wrapped up with you know, Julius Caesar, as he proclaimed himself emperor of Rome at the time. And this is roughly about 44 or 43 BC. Or was she the type of casting as a baby mama, not by one man, but by two, which one didn't even see his children or really talk to Cleopatra for 3 years, and that was Mark Antony. While he was out trying to solidify Rome and get it fortified and conquer other places. Mark Antony hadn't seen his children, where she had twins from him for 3 years. Okay, and Cleo wants to secure her eldest son, which was out of wedlock, and have him recognized as the heir to the throne after Julius Caesar's assassination. I call her Cleo. Only Cleo's lover, ally, and boo thing can be one to restore Egypt's land that were taken by the Roman Empire, and this be Mark Antony. All right, so this all roughly takes place around 323 BC to 30 BC. Where's my article? Okay. Anyway, got my notes. Continue. So Cleopatra was a descendant from the line of the Macedonian Greek kings. This is why there was such a uproar or an uptick or issues regarding this docuseries coming out, because clearly if you watch it or if you just look it up on Yahoo or Google search, you could see that this particular actress is of a melanated hue. Actually, she herself is mixed, and she's an English actress. So they're all speaking British, right? They're not even speaking like the native Arabic, Aramaic, Hebrew language, whatever language was spoken at that time frame. All right, so this is why they're like, oh no, she's a white woman. Basically, like I said, we're going to use the words white and black today, right? And so there's why there was this backlash in regards to, oh, you're blackwashing, putting this black woman's face to Cleopatra, and that's not what she looks like. I beg to differ. I think that's exactly how she looked. Okay, so she's coming from a line of Greek kings. And even there, back in that time frame, again, if you look at the area and the region of where Greece is, and Italy, and Ethiopia, and Africa, and Egypt, rather, not Africa. Brother Mayback's in the building. I'm going to have the panel come. I'm going to put the panel, the link to come up on the panel in just a second, or a couple of seconds, if anybody wants to come in and chime in. So this is why there's been some backlash. Love and loyalties in the building. Salute, salute, salute. So anyway, it would make sense that she would be that complexion, right? As opposed to a very fair skinned, my complexion type looking woman, right? All right, so she likely had, if any, non-Greek bloodline. I'm going to say this wrong. The Ptolemies, as all the dynasty kings were called, tended to marry their own sisters and others, leaving few opening for new blood. And that's the thing too. Like we can't look at it as, they're marrying within their families. It wasn't just the British bloodline that was doing that. These high-ranking kings and queens. If you look back to Pharoh, what's his name? Imhotep, a bunch of them did that. They married their sisters or their cousins, or basically somebody close enough in the bloodline to seal that lineage, and no foreign outside, very rare, could come in and basically taint the bloodline, right? So Cleopatra was set to be married to her, I don't know if it is her younger brother, but she had two brothers and one passed away, so she was like set to marry the second, he was like 14 years old, and the age range that Cleopatra was roughly in her teens. She was like in her late teens. So that's another thing. Like, with Hollywood, it's showing us that this is an older woman. They gave us Elizabeth Taylor, who's probably like in her late 20s, early 30s at the time. So in our head, in our mind's eye, we're thinking that, these people are a lot older than they really are. And they really aren't. They really start, as soon as a child practically almost is born is when they start giving titles. And, if the child is too young, they have a regent take over until the child is like 15, 16 years old or 18 years old, where they can actually then govern and rule their country. So a lot of these historical people, leaders, kings and queens of that nature, they were a lot younger than what we are perceived to think of them as. Okay, so she was roughly in her late teens as well. And then she was set to marry her brother. Again, keeping it in the bloodline, right? Rightfully so. So there are some evidence that she had a Persian ancestor, some scholars say. Now, this is this article that I was just telling you about that was written by Vivian Yee, Y-E-E. I don't have the exact article, the paper of where I'm citing this from, but it's coming from, this woman's coming from Cairo. So she knows exactly more or less the history and how these people are depicted, how they look, the complexion, and so forth and so on. Okay, modern battles over Cleopatra's heritage and skin color have erupted time after time, finding fresh fuel with each new Hollywood casting from Elizabeth Taylor, who played in the 1930s. I skipped a little bit in the article because it's very lengthy and I didn't want to write, the whole thing over. So I'm just taking key parts of the article that stood out for me. And for time's sake, just moving this faster. So the Netflix casting of Adele James, which is the biracial British actress that I was just telling you about, who plays Cleopatra, is a reflection of Western arguments over Black representation in Hollywood, and whether history is too dominated by white narratives that revolve around European primacy. So again, we're just using the words black and white for all intents and purposes in regards to these to this dialogue today, to this language. Okay, so Egypt in the 7th century was seen as a major player in the Mediterranean world, the gateway to Africa, rather than fully African, right? So if you think where Egypt is, and you think of where Egypt is, and you know where Eritrean is in Ethiopia, right? It's northern west of Africa. So that's closer to where these European countries are. So it's easy to just get on the boat and come over and do their conquering and things of that nature. But let's be very clear, before all of that, before Rome entered the stage, the Nubians were going against each other as well. They were trying to conquer most of that area there, most of Egypt. So you had north and south of South Egypt. I studied a little bit of Egyptology. I found it interesting. I found it fascinating. But they were, basically trying to rule each other, right? And they were melanated people as well. So again, we have to get out of our emotions when we hear about slavery, enslavement, and so forth and so on, because since the dawn of time, people have been capturing one another, dominating them, and having them work for them in regards to building their empires or just, tilling their land, whatever it may be. There's always been a form of enslavement going on. Doesn't matter the complexion of the skin. Wally's in the building. Salute, Wally. So let's continue. The ancestors of today's Egyptians include not only Arabs and native Egyptians, but also Nubians, Greeks, Romans, Turks, Caesarians, Albanians, Western Europeans, and other conquerors, traders, slaves, and immigrants who landed in Egypt at various points over the last two millenniums. So again, this just goes back to what I was just saying. Like, even if you look at an Ethiopian, right, they have a very distinct feature. You can kind of tell, at least for me, I'm kind of good with placing where certain ethnicities, because they have a distinct look to them. And, again, Saudi Arabia, that's all connected. So if you think about the trading we're doing the enslavement, right? The conquering of one another, you have a mixture of all types of ethnicities running in course with a person's bloodline. All right. Ancient Egypt and its wonders have long been a trophy to Western culture. Has been a trophy in Western culture wars, right? If you think about the British, and it was them that had went over to Egypt and they were doing their archaeological dig, right? In 1800s, I don't remember the exact time, but it wasn't that long ago that they discovered Pharoh, Ramsey, and Cleopatra's tombs and things of that nature. So that's even to be like, I don't even want to talk about that right now, because that's a whole another discussion, another topic. Because again, when we're listening and we're watching Hollywood play out and these type of recreations of stories of historical figures, it kind of makes you side eye and think about, is this all really real? Is that really true? But anyway, all right. So according to some Afrocentrists, ancient Egypt was the Black African civilization that birthed not only African history and culture, but also world civilization until Europeans plundered its technologies. Now, again, I don't want to get into, Africa being the ancient civilization or America being the ancient civilization, who came first, the chicken or the egg. I'm just writing and reporting what other people feel is the case. Okay. So hold on a second. Okay, so it wasn't until the Europeans plundered Africa for its technologies, ideas, and culture. All right. And then you see that play out, especially in modern time, like the 1920s. Like, that's what I'm saying. When these pyramid mounds or burial mounds were just discovered or pillaged, rather, a lot of British, because at that time, during Queen Victoria, I believe it was, she was deemed or crowned the Emperor of India, right? So that was like just in the 1800s. And so she had this kind of fetish, if you will, towards an East Indian, I think he was like a guard or something, or he worked, I don't know if he worked along the lines in the industry, like helping with the crown. But there's a movie on Netflix called The Qween and Her Munchie, because that's what she named, that's teacher in Hindu, Munchie. So she basically had like this kind of fetish for him, and she learned to speak Hindu, and she like dedicated a room in one of her palaces of Indian culture. So again, Europeans had this thing that they were taking out the pharaohs, Ramses, belongings that were buried with him, and then they were having it like put accessories in their own home. So they would do these kind of things. They would even take their skulls and do other stuff with it, take their skin and do things with it. I'm not going to get into all that. You can look that up. but they were doing some nefarious things. It wasn't all just, oh, this is a, we're admiring this culture, we're admiring this beauty. It was like they were doing some real dastardly things to these ancient ancestors. Okay. The pyramids and the pharaohs became source of pride for the Afrocentrists, and Cleopatra for all her Greek bloodline, a potential heroine in the movement. So, again, I don't know, we weren't around that time to say whether Cleopatra, if they fought like the Nubians or the Egyptians, if they had an issue with Cleopatra and her bloodline. If they did, they're not going to outright say it, because that's their queen. So we don't know if there really was this type of outrage the way it is now, right? For many Egyptians, the pharaohs whose skin color and ancestry are still a matter of scientific debate. And in Cleopatra's time in Alexandria, the capital of her kingdom, was a cosmopolitan port city bustling with Greeks, Jews, and ethnic Egyptians. People from all over. Cambridge University historian David Albufia says, largely saw themselves as part of the Hellenistic world. They identified by culture and religion, he said, not by skin color. So again, that's what I'm saying. I don't really think that the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Nubians, the ancient Cometians, if they really thought that there was an issue with Cleopatra having some Greek Mesopotamian bloodline DNA, because they really looked at culture and religion, not really the skin color. And that's where we get caught up, especially Western civilization, especially America. We get caught up in the skin color of things. And outside of, the United States, people are not really looking at the skin color and saying, oh, you're black. They're identifying you as where you come from, your culture. So I had a person, case in point, I was waiting online in the cable company. This was about a couple of months ago. And I was returning back my dad's cable box. And there was a elder Dominican man online behind me. So I had my earphones on, but I had one out so I can pay attention to the line, pay attention to, when they call. And he spoke to me in Spanish, and he's asking, where am I from? So I said to him in English, because even though I can understand Spanish, I couldn't articulate back to him in Spanish what he was saying. I can only speak a little bit, right? So I had explained to him, I said, I'm from here. He was like, no. He's like, but you look like you're Puerto Rican. So I said, well, actually, my mother is Jamaican. And he was like, what? No. And I said, yeah, she is. And I said, and my father, my biological father was Cuban, and my father who passed away that raised me was Puerto Rican. And he says, oh, because you're so light, and why don't you speak? So a lot of people outside of the United States, they don't look at if they do look at complexion, it's okay, well, you belong to this area, and I told him, I said, I've been living in America for 46 years. And my mother was born here. I'm more American than I am Jamaican, although I have Jamaican ancestry on my mother's side. I have Grenada on my mother's side as well, her father's mother. They're Scottish by ways of travel and immigrants. There's also Guyana and Ivory Coast. So there is some African ancestry, but I don't claim all that. I'm like here. I'm American. I was born here. So again, people that look at, when it becomes a complexion issue, some people have issues with that, and they're, this is that whole debate about, well, the Africans, they're our brother because they're, dark skinned, or they, they're melanated. And I'm like, they don't look at us like that. They look at us like you're American and that's it. And it's just now that they use black as a term, but they don't really say that. They have other slangs for, dark or black, right? But they're not really saying, what we say here in America. It's really us that are really hung up on this man-made word because of the institution that brought this upon us, right? And we've been indoctrinated with it for so long that a lot of us are really bamboozled and hoodwinked into this type of narrative, and we're holding on to it because that's all some really know. Some don't want to think outside the box. Some don't want to challenge the system. Some don't want to read, right? And really realize that, no, you're not black. All right. And guess what? There were also white slaves here. And guess what? There were more Negro slaveholders than there were white slaveholders. So the books that they wrote to tell their history is actually just that. It's their history, and they're fabricating it. They're not telling you the whole truth. They're not letting you know that there were thriving Negroes, because that's the term that they used during that time frame, here in the States. Now, some of us know that. Some of us know about Tulsa. Some of us know that Wall Street was thriving here in New York City, right before it became a slave trade hub. But prior to all that, you had indigenous people there. You had the Lenapes. They're still there. You have the Red Hook. And all these indigenous people that lived off of the waterways in before the 13 colonies, I'll say that, okay, which would be Jersey, Connecticut, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, all those hubs. But those hubs had already original people living there that, again, didn't identify themselves as saying they're black. They identified themselves by the tribe that they belonged to, right? Let's continue. So race is a modern construct to identify politics that's been imposed on our past, said Monica Hanna, an Egyptian Egyptologist. This use and abuse of the past for modern agendas will just hurt everyone because it gives a distorted image of the past, which is basically what I just said. Though Egyptian critics of the show have denied their society's internalized racism and inferiority complexes, turn up the volume of the Cleopatra outcry. Seizing the chance to whip up Egyptian pride, government-owned media dedicated airtime to 3 different evening talk shows recently to slamming African queens, which is an offshoot of the Cleopatra on Netflix, Queen Cleopatra. There's another, I don't want to say it's like a docu-series, but it's not really, it's just talking about the African queens, but it's not, all of it is not true, right? So, the Egyptian government is, like everybody, they're capitalizing off of, we're throwing Egypt back on the map. But it becomes, again, they're using the Western indoctrination. They're using the Western propaganda. So it's like, you're not telling the real history. Like you guys don't want to tell us the real history, but you will keep showing us this propaganda for money, right? For commercialism. So the same day, a government-owned media conglomerate announced that it would produce its own Cleopatra documentary. Its film, it's pointedly noted, will be based on the utmost levels of research and accuracy. So I stand corrected. Before I even said anything, here in the article, it's saying that there will be some people from Egypt that will give a lot of research and accuracy to getting the truth out there in regards to in regards to Cleopatra. We are the indigenous Africans. Bullet Scotty's in the building. Salute. All right, so this is coming out of Forbes magazine, dated 5/17/2023. Again, this is in regards to this docu-series on Netflix called Qween Cleopatra. All right. The Black actress Adele James to play the titular Queen. Critics claim that James' casting is historically inaccurate and have labeled it appropriation. Oh, goodness. Mm-hmm. Why? Because she's a melanated person, right? And so for so long, since 1963, so you have 40 years in the making of this movie called Cleopatra with Elizabeth Taylor, that in your mind, or in some people's minds, that's who Cleopatra is. Oh, and you have this bust that has a tan-skinned complexion woman that it doesn't even really look, I don't know, looks weird. It's got a missing eyeball. Again, that's all cultish, right? Because it's got the left eye missing. It's got this elongated neck. It's a very weird looking bust, and it doesn't even really depict. It's got her still looking very much Europeanized. And I believe that the model that they used, the person used for that Cleopatra bust was a European woman. So let's continue. So ironically, Cleopatra has often played a non-Egyptian actress in the past, most famously by Elizabeth Taylor. So that's just a little snippet out of the Forbes magazine. Moving on to the Washington Post, again, disclaimer, fair use or for these articles. Issa, the only expert of Egyptian descent featured in the docudrama, echoed that the sentiment in the opinion piece for Al Jazeera, with the exception of Jews' ethnicities, weren't really recorded in early Egyptian history. Again, that's what I'm saying. Like, did these people really have issues with that? I don't think so. Again, if you're talking about during those times in the 300 BC, and even when you're talking about going back to Yeshua's time frame, like, he's not Cesare Borgia looking. Like, he's definitely, tan complected, melanated man who probably had very coily hair. It wasn't long and stringy, and it wasn't blonde, and it wasn't brown. It was dark or dark brown, maybe even looking black, right? So again, we're getting caught up with the colors, and it's like, no, if you think just in the area that these people live, yeah, that sun was beaming. That sun is still beaming. And so, yeah, they're likely to, have this melanated hue to them, living where they're at. So for us to, start thinking that, that Jesus and them were, all white looking, pale skin, European looking, that's not completely accurate. All right, so so this woman has wrote, she's just explaining that, they weren't really recording, again, the ethnicities of how people looked. It would be where the person lived, or what family they're coming from, what culture they're coming from. In Alexandria especially, there was no normative race. Genetic makeup was varied as people from across the region, from Europeans to Nubians, lived and married on its lands. Again, when you're talking about these areas, Alexandria is a port city, right? So you're doing all this commerce, you're doing all this trade, ships coming back and forth. People are going to intertwine with each other. They're good, men are going to marry these women. They may find them attractive, and they find them like not looking like the women back home. So It's modern day, like when somebody's in the military and they go, they're stationed out in Germany, and they fall in love with a pale European white woman, but they're coming from Alabama, where it's mainly melanated black women, right? It's kind of how it is in a way. Just give me 1 second, guys. Darn cat wanted to get outside. All right, let's continue. And then I will drop the link so anybody wants to come up rather, can discuss this topic. Okay, so the director noted that portrayals of Cleopatra have floated through the historical record. In the HBO series Rome, Cleopatra is portrayed as one of the most intelligent, sophisticated, powerful women in the world, as a sleazy, dissipated drug addict. Yet Egypt didn't seem to mind. Jahari wrote, "Where was the outrage then? But portraying her as a black." So there was outrage for the fact that this Cleopatra, this docu-series on Netflix, has her as a black woman, but in the HBO series Rome, they said they had her looking, although she's intelligent, sophisticated, and powerful, she's sleazy, she's a drug addict. The way I was looking at this docu-series was like they basically have her like a baby's mama. Julius Caesar, was like pulling teeth. Again, Rome wasn't trying to have the fact that she's, for all intents purposes, a black woman, in Egypt. Like they weren't feeling that. And so when he got assassinated, because all she was trying to say was, listen, acknowledge your child, he's the heir to the throne, etc., etc. And he was kind of teetering back and forth with that. He didn't get a chance to. He was assassinated. He was supposed to meet with the Senate and was assassinated. Rumor has it, it could have been Mark Antony, but there were a lot of people that were getting tired of Julius Caesar's shit, and they were just like off with his head. But basically ended up just like, cutting him up and stuff. So I believe it was his nephew that was due to come to step up in line. But even that, or to be the successor, and even that was an issue, and that's where Cleopatra was like, "Oh, hell to the no! He has a son, he has an heir, like that. His son is next to be in line." And the nephew's name is Octavian, Julius Caesar's nephew. So that's blood related. Again, the Romans weren't feeling the fact that Cleopatra, is has an heir to the throne of Rome. All right. So this writer says in the Washington Post, hey, there was no outpour of, them making Cleopatra look like a drug addict, being sleazy, like she's, also in the Cleopatra movie with Elizabeth Taylor, they did kind of have her like be a little sleazy in a way. Like it made it look like she was just like throwing her punani around to, Mark Antony, and being this type of seducer, being some type of witch and stuff like that. And it was more political, and so that was her notion, to just gain access to Rome that way. But sometimes you got to do a little something unsavory. You know what I'm saying? All right. So again, in the Washington Post, this article came out May 12th, 2023. Netflix, of course, isn't new to controversy around ethnically ambiguous monarchs who are unapologetically portrayed as black. Queen Charlotte, the Bridgerton prequel that premiered on the streamer last week, opens with a pointed disclaimer This is a story about Queen Charlotte from Bridgerton. It is not a history lesson. It is fiction based on a fact. Though Cleopatra is billed as a documentary series, it features an uneasy to miss disclaimer at the bottom of each episode. Credits noting that while the series is based on true events, some characters and situations have been altered for dramatization purposes. In the Smithsonian magazine dated June 3rd, 2021, instances of Hollywood whitewashing real historical figures abound, from John Wayne as Genghis Khan in The Conqueror 1956 to Elizabeth Taylor as the title character in Cleopatra 1963. Decades before Anne Boleyn debuted, another British starlet made history as the first non-white actress to play a British royal on screen. Her name was Mermaid O'Brien, who hid her Asian heritage to protect her career at the time of rampant racism. Though the young actress appeared in the private life of Henry VIII, 1933, that's 1933, guys. She hid her race, her ethnic background. And she was, I believe she was of Asian descent, but I think it wasn't Japanese. But nonetheless, she's coming from there. I was watching a YouTube story about her. And she, did a lot of bleaching of her skin because her mother is Indian, and I think the father was Scottish or something like that. But again, he didn't stay around, and those are one of those situations where people in that type of relationship, they especially back in those days, 1933, there wasn't really like we're getting married and we're showing off our love and these are our children. Like it's still a lot of tension. So this particular actress, bleached her skin to become very light skinned to damn near white. Did her hair a different type of style. So she did that. Okay. So her performance was quietly riveted, writes Ed Power for The Telegraph. And then lastly, there was another movie or a docu-series that came out, and I believe it's on Showtime, where they did another Anne Boleyn story. And this article is coming from the New York Times, dated June 10th, 2021. They have in the article, the first time a Black actress has portrayed the Tudor Queen on screen. Now, here's the thing with Anne Boleyn, right? One of Henry VIII's wives. He had 6 wives. Anne Boleyn was his second wife, the first to be beheaded. In doing research and listening to some, I would call them scholars in there, right? There's documents that show that Anne Boleyn was actually a swarthy, or what we would call melanated woman. And that a lot of these Europeans were actually, they were dark-skinned people. Again, when we're looking at Cleopatra, this whole outrage for her being this Black woman, the truth is stranger than fiction, and that's why a lot of people are bumping heads. That's why a lot of people have a hard time swallowing this pill, because for so long they've been spoon-fed and force-fed the narrative of these people, Cleopatra, Anne Boleyn, Genghis Khan, right? Well, we know that Genghis Khan is Asian, but look, they had John Wayne play his role, right? And John is this white actor. So Anne Boleyn, and I watched just the first episode because you have to pay to watch the rest of it streaming, and I think I was able to watch it on Amazon. So anyway, the series employs a diverse casting playbook in similar veins to the Regency era Netflix drama Bridgerton. But whereas the show's characters are fictional, in Anne Boleyn, actors of color play several white historical figures. And so this is why they have a problem. Also in that show, like the Little Mermaid that recently just came out, and everybody's in an uproar, or there were some people in an uproar about that too. Oh, why you gotta make her black? Why are we black fishing? Why are we black washing? First of all, that's a non-fictional character. So for us to get so upset and insane with the fact that, you know, she's a black mermaid with orange hair that's, you know, locked is insane, because she's not even real. But Anne Boleyn was a real person. Cleopatra was a real person. So I can get why people are, you know, going back and forth with the black and white thing. But, you know, if we do our due diligence and we research, you'll see that they have depiction Anne Boleyn as a swarthy, medium height, dark-haired woman. And swarthy could be, you know, anywhere from like olive complected to dark skinned. Like, she wasn't my complexion, and she wasn't what they show us to be as this white woman. But notice every time they do show an Anne Boleyn, she's got dark hair. So in a description of how Anne Boleyn looked, they always talk about her hair being dark or raven, like black, because that's the closest thing that they can really say about her being black for all intents and purposes. But they do have her as being swarthy. And also King Henry, his mother was rather, now I don't want to be misquoted, but I think she was a Moor as well. So there's a lot of history that's you know, in the books that are closed and off away from the public eye. But these things are real. These people are really what's being shown to us, meaning the Anne Boleyn of being swarthy, meaning Queen Charlotte being, you know, I wouldn't say so much she might have been swarthy, but she might have been a lighter skinned more so. But that's how they have her portraits painted as this very, you can tell she has Negroid features, as they would say. Her nose is kind of broad. She has big, full lips, right? Her hair is rather coily. So you can tell that Queen Charlotte is, for all intents and purposes, a black woman. But she's also mixed with European as well, right? Pale European. And so, like, we have to break these boundaries. We have to break these borders. We have to break these bigotries of, well, that, you know, that person's racist because this, that, and the other, you know, and all this black and white thing. Because it's really like, if you do the history, half of these people it's the reverse. It's the opposite of what we've been told. Ron's in the building. Salute, salute. So yeah, man, it's really the opposite of what we've been told, and I think that's where the you know, the uproar is, because there's confusion, right? When we don't know something, it was like, oh no, because there's this belief system that, you know, we knew this to be true once upon a time, but now, you know, we're in the age of Aquarius, so the tables are turning, things are really being exposed, whether it be on TikTok or Instagram or YouTube. There's information that's being you know, let out now. So people are really like, okay, let's think outside the box. And that's pretty much it. That's all I wanted to discuss. I thought it was interesting because we are in a time where, again, it's this hotbed of, you know, racial tensions. Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and you got to think about it. People are coming from different ports, right? Just even coming to New York, New York City. It's a big hub. So you're doing all this traveling, and, you know, it's bound to happen. It's bound to happen where, you know, some person who's doing commerce hooks up with, you know, a native indigenous person, and boom, there goes the bloodline. There goes a kid being, you know, made out of that, right? So yeah, I'm just like, it's, you know, so it just mind blows me sometimes, because I'm like, people like, so the whole thing with the Montgomery, Alabama thing, right? Again, black folk were, you know, this is a win, right? And you know, those white folks got arrested, and they, you know, they got damage control. That was 3 weeks ago, and now in Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, you hear of a 21-year-old white guy executing, going into, now they say he wasn't targeting the school down there, but I kind of beg to differ. They got all this footage of him arming himself up at this college, and then happens to go into a Dollar General. I think he was blowing off steam by or wasting time. Like maybe he was deciding if he should do what he wanted to do at, you know, in the school, or I don't know. But what I'm saying is that people made memes, and especially black folks made all kinds of memes for the Alabama brawl. Some of it was really funny. I can't lie, I cracked up on a couple of them. However, it wasn't a funny situation. It really wasn't a funny situation. And now, so like I said to you during that live that I did in regards to the Alabama brawl, there was a comedian by the name of Tony Baker who said, and jokingly, but now I'm like, you know, there's some white folks that are going to their granddaddy's house and dusting off the old, you know, sheets. And, you know, truth be told, I didn't see not one white person making a meme. Like they had to sit with themselves for that Alabama brawl. But, you know, it's always shits and giggles. And then when something really happened, and thank goodness nobody was severely injured or unalived during that brawl. But I mean, come on, now you have 3 people who were taken away innocently because some white kid or white man, he's not even a kid, he's 21, he's got some issues going on, says, you know, he's tired of black people. He's got swastikas on his rifles. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, they'll try, but I don't think people know. No, Pac. They'll try to say Eminem was Tupac. That's what they'll say. So I'm gonna drop the link, guys. Anybody wants to come up and talk about this, or any experiences, I just remind us to be mindful about using certain words, right? Bananas in the building. I was thinking about you earlier. My brother from the UK is here. Miss you. So be mindful about the words. Use code lingo, almost pig Latin, right? So we can keep the stream going. And just give me 1 second. So anybody can jump on the live. And just 1 second. Now I gotta let my cat back in. Listen, man. Just sing Hotel California. Sit down. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, you know, I'm like, all right, so now these people have passed away, right, in Jacksonville, Florida. And for the most part, it is predominantly Black folks in that area. This guy went out of his way to drive to, it was a college at first, and he ended up at a Dollar General where he, did what he did there. It also puts me in the mind frame of Buffalo, New York, 2020, I believe it was, or 2021, where similar situation happened. Again, Buffalo, New York is one of those towns, upstate New York, that is like predominantly a Black community, because we're using those words today. That this person, this white guy, and I think he was like 18, 19, somewhere in that age group, drove out of his way, out of his own town, to come to this area where people, where the Black folks were at and was shopping, and let off some rounds in the store, where he deleted 5 people. So, okay. Yes, you guys come on through. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. You don't have to cam up. But yeah, so it's giving me that type of vibe again. And, here's conspiracy. The meaning of conspiracy theory is a theory that explains an event or set of circumstances as the result of a secret plot. In Britannia, conspiracy theory is an attempt to explain harmful or tragic events as the result of the actions of the small. I didn't finish reading that, but Webster's dictionary says the meaning of a conspiracy is a theory that explains an event. Is this a conspiracy theory? I don't know. Is this something that was set up intentional by a certain group of people? I don't know. But what I do know, an observation is, one, we are in the political arena where I believe it's next year, the electoral for the United States, the presidential election selection is going to happen, right? So there's a lot of stuff that is playing out on the big screen, if you will, the big Hollywood screen. And so a lot of things like this incident that happened, like an incident that happened in Buffalo, New York, or even in Alabama, like I don't know, conspiracy theory, I don't know. But what I do know is that the ABC organization has done a lot of nefarious things to certain groups of people, and be agitators to certain groups of people that I couldn't put past them to add insult to injury. What I mean is, look at Fred Hampton out in Chicago. He's 21 years old, he's a Black Panther, and got close with a person who he thought was, down for the cause. Turns out he's an informant. And that's why they have that movie Judas, was it Judas and the Priest or Judas and something? But it always will be the closest one to you. And so, some of these people are down with the ABC organization. And so you just never know. So I mean, are these things purposely put out so that the mass of people can be in an uproar? And again, the distractions, as they keep saying, possibly, but it could just be, you know, there's just people out here that are doing heinous acts to other people, all in the name of, oh, I'm keeping the bloodline pure, and I'm keeping clearly there's no bloodline that is pure. I'm sorry. Everybody's been mixed with something, and even if you are Nigerian and you have no pale European, there is some other ethnicity that's embedded in you, unless you are like the true indigenous people in Africa or even here in the Americas. So we all got a little something going on. But there are some people who really stand on, we need to have our blood pure, no mixing with anybody, no, you know, crossing over. And so these topics still continue. These topics, these issues still continue because for such a long time, you've been told one way. You've been told white is right. When in actuality, look at what they're doing. Look at what some of them are doing. That's not right. You don't go off and just because you're having issues now, you want to go attack and assault innocent people. You know what I'm saying? Give me a break. My brother Panir was here.
Hey, fuck.
What? Oh my goodness. That's so good to see you.
No, it's been so long. Can you hear me?
I know. You okay?
Can you hear me good?
Yeah.
Is it clear enough, or shall I take off the
I don't know. If anybody in the chat can hear Brother Panero, just put a 1 in there. If you can hear him clearly. Let me turn this down. Otherwise, I can hear you. Good.
Right. It's been a long time, folks.
Oh, for real?
Oh, no. Yeah.
I'm glad you're here. Yes.
Yeah. So
what go on? What go on?
Wagwan people in the chat.
Salute to the chat. So you hear this? You hear this madness? You hear this madness?
So what's the topic?
So I was watching Cleopatra on YouTube. Not YouTube. Netflix. About a couple of days ago, and I liked it. I liked the way the storyline was. The only thing I didn't like was that they made her like this baby mama. Like she was trying to get Caesar and Mark Antony to like really stake claim of her kids. Eventually Mark Antony did, but it went on for so many years. And like for 3 years, he didn't even contact her. He didn't talk to her. She had twins. He was out there fighting for 3 years. And then he came, the only reason why he came back to her was because he needed her political power, her army to fight against some other people. So I found that interesting. And when it came out, there was backlash because she is a Black woman. And, you know, Cleopatra, they have it as she's a white woman. And they're like, no, that's not true. But she's a British actress and she also is mixed as well. But she's your complexion. And so they had an issue with that. So I just wanted to, you know, just talk about it. I found it interesting, but I also find it like that's true. That's possible that her complexion, you know, was a darker complexion, specifically because they're out there in Africa where that heat is at. Like it just makes sense that these people were darker than Hollywood painting a picture. Brother Smitty's in the building. Salute.
Greetings, man. Salute. How you feel, sister? My brother, how you feel today? What's up? I don't know how to say that, bro. I'm gonna just call you Great Mind. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm just coming in, Foxy. But I will say this from what I'm hearing so far. I was looking at like, I like to look at like movie reviews, right? And man, I remember I was looking at. I finally figured it out. I was trying to think of it the last time I was here with you. What is that? Gods of Egypt.
Mm.
Man,
Mentioning that. Yep.
when I tell you, I was trying to figure out why is the Doobie Brothers and the whole cast from the '70s show playing Egyptian. I'm just trying to figure this out. Because just like how you were saying, right? Because this is the thing that was getting me. All bucks, there was no way. We know this right now, right? As we speak. When it's summertime, if you go to the beach and you got your mixture of people, when you see white folks, what do they always have? Suntan lotion.
Right.
Now, why do they have suntan lotion? Because their skin can't take that. Do people not know, like to this very day, what the average, like right now? Okay, I don't know where y'all at. I'm on the East Coast. Um, let's say high
Brother
summer, like high
Panero
days.
across the pond.
Okay, so almost 2:30 right now. It's probably about 110, 115. We ain't talking about no 90s. You talking about like 110, 109. You talking about like a good day is if it's 105, 95 degrees. And you're not gonna tell me that people with such frail skin, who we know can't even go to the beach and lay down without peeling and cracking. You're not going to tell me it's a whole civilization of stringy, thin, oily haired white folks that are playing the depiction of Egyptians.
Mm.
The whole everything that's involved with where they are scientifically proven. There is no way you can be that white and be in that environment. It's just not possible. You're gonna like, even if the first generation or two die off to land it, at some point y'all gonna start to brown. You're gonna
Right.
start to darken. Because it's part of evolution. It's gonna be things that's gonna happen where your skin's going to adjust and adapt. Even down to this last part. White people, as we know, their hair grows down. They're usually hairier along their chest and their backs, and their noses are thinner. Why? Because they come from higher, colder climates. The higher the colder the climate, even as we know now, if you go up high hiking on a mountain, you have to put on an oxygen mask. White people, they actually have their bodies designed for that. You know why black people afros grow up and out? To keep it off of us. Because of the environment we're in. Our nostrils are wide to take in more oxygen because it's hotter. It's harder to breathe. All of these things are just
Science.
it's just
Yeah,
yeah,
scientific.
it's a God-given engineering. So with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted, but definitely, Foxy, you are on point with that. They need to stop playing with the features of certain demographics because the fact is, we will never see a Denzel Washington reenact a Napoleon.
Right.
So let's just leave it alone, right? Respect.
Brother Maybach's in the
Big up
building.
Melbourne.
So now that you have a little review, Brother Panero, what you got to say?
Well, first what I'd
Or
like to say is I noticed that they're using a lot of the black sisters when it comes to these movies. You know what I mean? And some of the cartoons too. I will say that a lot of the sisters are being used in this. But also, we also got to remember that over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of light shone on the ancestors. You know what I'm trying to say? Um, a lot of crazy pictures coming out with the Pope worshipping a black Jesus and this, that, and that. So I just need to see where it goes, you know, to see where it goes. But obviously, you know, they do certain things for certain reasons, so we have to just see where it's taking. You know what I mean?
Wait, breaking out. What did you say? The last part?
That's what I'm saying. Is the earpiece? Hey, people in the chat, like, let me know if you can hear me. I'm using some different earpiece right now, so.
Like I can hear you, but try maybe take it off and let me see how that works.
I haven't got. No, when I usually go in there, I like to use the analog earpiece, but my one's not there. So.
Brother, nah, respectfully, because I be working on it. Maybe your accent is deep. I don't know if it's the where you're located. Sometimes we have on Bluetooth or whatever.
No, that's
It
why I
can
said let him
distort.
take off the
Yeah,
the earphones for a minute and let me hear the difference.
yeah. Because I want to hear what he's saying too.
Again, listen, that's why he's Panero's mind, man. It's whew, he's outside the box thinker, just like us.
I love it. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Brother Maybach, where is you? Maybach.
Salute to y'all. Peace, man. Peace and blessing. You shouldn't be shocked about the whitewashing with the Egyptians, because remember when we did a live and they tried to stop Kevin Hart from performing out there because he said Egyptians are Africans, and they got mad at that. Remember that? Right. And then Travis Scott wanted to perform by the pyramids of Giza, and they stopped him and said he's a Freemason puppet. Remember? They stopped that. They was like, nah, we don't want your rhetoric out here where we from. We don't want that. Remember that? Yeah, look that up. I don't know if you knew about that, but Travis Scott wanted to perform. Yeah, he wanted to perform. So he switched it up. Yeah, he ended up performing. Right. This was like weeks ago. He ended up performing and switched it up in Rome. But he wanted to perform by the pyramids of Giza.
Wow.
And and guess what? At that concert that he had Kanye as a special guest. There was some people in the crowd. Things happened to them because of the music as well, the frequency. So look into that. Yeah. Look into that. And as far as the Jacksonville thing, I'm not gonna put no label. Go ahead.
No, what's crazy is you may have a delay. What's crazy is that he did that performance. Now I didn't know he did the performance out in Rome. That's interesting.
Yeah, he switched it to Rome because they wouldn't let him perform in Egypt by the pyramids and stuff like that. Plus that's not like an area, it's not like there's a stadium there you can just perform. You know what I mean? You got to do stuff in advance, fill out paperwork and stuff like that.
No,
and they're not going to have, you know what I'm saying? I've never heard anybody performing by the pyramids. You know what I'm saying? Ever in my lifetime. Yeah, go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is that that's all coincidental, or is it? Because Cleopatra was, basically in bed with Rome, trying to get that together and work that out. And here, Travis Scott couldn't get into Egypt and perform, but went to Rome and got accepted. It's crazy.
I'm gonna check that.
Let me see if Brother Panero can come through. Let me see if your mic is working now.
Correct.
No.
Yeah, you sound better. Smitty, does Brother Panero sound better?
Yo, big up Maybach.
Oh, you sound awesome, my brother. You sound awesome. Yes. And whenever, I don't know who's talking, before we get too far, I did want to speak on what you were saying briefly.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Panero.
Well, what I was saying earlier, now they're talking about, it's kind of strange how they're using all this black stuff right now. You know what I mean? Especially in Hollywood and stuff like that. You had the Little Mermaid that turned into a black woman. You know what I mean? But it's like they're pushing a lot on us, but also at the same time, there's been a lot of black exposure when it comes to certain ancestors and them things there, you know what I mean? So that's just something to look at there, you know. So I just think it's you know, they're trying to show people certain things, but I think they got to show people certain things, you know. But at the same time, they're doing it subtly, you know what I mean? Like they got 2 feet in, 2 foot out, you know what I'm saying? As for the shooting thing, what happened with the shooting thing again?
So there, I think it was yesterday or Wednesday, like we're going to use the words white and black today. There was a white guy who went down, well, he went into an area which is predominantly black in Jacksonville, Florida. So he left his town. It's still unraveling like what prompted him to go over there and stuff, but video surveillance shows that he was at a college first and he was like arming himself up, and then he left and then went into this dollar store, or I don't know if he went into the dollar store. I think he was in the parking lot, and he let off some rounds, and 3 people are now not here anymore in the physical.
Okay, what was that, a black man?
He was a white man, and it was 3 black people that were taken out.
I didn't even hear about that.
Yeah, it's just recent, very recent.
Well, the question we have to ask ourselves, out of them 3 black people, were like, obviously they're all special people, but did they have anything they were working on? Did they have anything they was working on?
I don't know yet. But it definitely reminded me of the Buffalo, New York, where the one man that was taken out was patented making a car run on water or something like that. Yes,
we spoke about that on one of our previous shows.
Right,
yeah, and it's happened a good few times.
Panero, you're right. Salute, Panero. Salute.
No, salute.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, we always find that out afterwards. It takes a little while for us to find that out afterwards, because that's the one thing good about the internet. You'll find that certain people will do their own research, you know what I'm saying, on certain things. You know what I'm trying to say? So that's a good thing, you know. You know, they're doing the crime stories and all that stuff as well, but then you've got certain conspiracy people that will do research on certain things and link all the dots together, you know what I'm saying? So, but it's usually the case. You know, but I've got a whole different thing. You probably know the deal anyway when it comes to certain, how can I say it? I'm trying to be careful what I say, but you know, they do certain tests sometimes, you know what I'm saying?
right. And we're in the Jason months still. So those who don't know what that is, that's an acronym for the months during June, July, August, September, October, November. This is why they call it Jason. And during those times, they do certain things, you know, that for their purposes. And when I say they, I'm talking about the nefarious people that are behind the scenes that you don't really know about, or maybe you do know about them.
Yeah.
And yeah, so they start conducting these type of things around this time.
Yeah, you know more about that because you're in tune with
yeah.
That's more your thing, so you know what I mean? But I know, but like you said, we talked about this on my show a couple of times, how they do certain things on certain dates.
Right.
Basically.
The numbers.
Yeah, I remember I done the video on the battle MCs, the freestyle battle MCs. And how the guy even admitted it, went up on the platform and said, yeah, we do our stuff on certain dates and rah. You know, they know what they're tapping into, you know. But like I was saying earlier on, these people they're testing out their subjects right now. Just like in the past with certain things that got shot up and stuff like that, certain shootings. I thought, and where do these guys go after these things happen? Like, you never hear nothing about them. But if someone's like, you know, done like a serial killing something or something like that, or like a rapper, You know what I mean? They're following the whole case, but we never really know what happens with these guys. And,
Right.
and when they do so-called get convicted, that's it. It's like they disappear into thin air.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what about the Norway shoot? Remember that?
Wait, hold on a second. Oh, you got feedback.
Oh, is it? That's why I didn't want to not use an earpiece, because I knew it was gonna do that.
He just sounded good when he was just speaking towards the end.
Is your internet alright, folks? Yo, Maybach, you remember the Norway shooting with the guy with the blonde head and like a freaking Nazi?
Yeah.
What happened to that guy? Where are these guys?
For real.
What about the other one that shot up the supermarket and it actually made it out without even getting killed by the police? Yeah. What happened to him?
Yeah. I don't know.
You don't hear nothing about these guys disappear. They put out so
Correct.
much rubbish on social media that these guys just disappear, bro. Right.
Correct. That's why I was gonna say, as far as this Jacksonville issue, I'm not really paying too much attention, or I'm not gonna put my focus or my emotions and feelings into it, because a lot of it is psyop, a lot of it is distraction, a lot of it is to get our emotions and our feelings involved. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but
I need to read up. I'm gonna read up on that one quickly. I never even heard about that one until you got this mentioned.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and I got notifications about the Jacksonville thing. I didn't know when it happened either.
Wait, who's got feedback?
Is it me?
It might be Maybach.
No.
Maybach sounds clear to me.
Nothing open. Yeah, I don't have nothing open.
And Smitty's got Smith. What's his name? Smitty's got his mic off. So
I'm on mute.
I think we have to just start. I think we should try muting up when each one speak, innit? Maybe, and see what happens.
It might be me.
I heard an echo with you, Foxy.
I won't lie, Foxy. Earlier on, I did notice it was a bit dodgy on the reception.
Damn it.
You got them Puerto Rican phones, guy.
Obama phone.
Make sure you don't have other things open.
Damn, the host is gone. I'm taking over the host's show.
Salute to you, Pharoh, and salute to
seriously,
Smitty.
man. Hey, I gotta get the show going again. I missed the show still, mate, but I ain't gonna lie.
Listen, me too, brother. I still enjoy your uploads too.
Yeah, but I need to get back on it. I've been doing other stuff, bro. I've been setting up other stuff. Right now, man's looking to buy a piece of land still. Man's got big man.
Okay.
Man's doing a madness out here.
Oh, you're doing big things, brother.
Yeah. I'm looking to buy a little forest as well.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what I'm. It's funny,
yeah.
bro. We really vibrating on the same frequency from different parts of the world, because I'm in talks of doing the same thing, buying some land.
Yeah.
And not out here. Yeah, not in this corporation. I'm buying the land, because you know you got to keep paying taxes on it.
You just got to make sure when you go for buying land, you got to make sure you buy some land, and you have to make sure you're able to everyone in the chat, make sure when you buy land, you actually ask if you can build on it.
Right.
Correct.
Don't just think that everyone that you see selling land is gonna let you just go there and rip the floor out. And that's what I need done. That's what I'm going to be doing. So, and then you got to ask them about the neighbors and how close they are and stuff like that, because you got some people that are they're just fussy. You understand? So they might see you building a madness and then go and complain, and you have to get, you know what I mean? But as long as you get a piece of land where it's not really like the people around are not really on it like that. You know what I'm trying to say?
Correct.
Because what I've got planned is a madness. But yeah, let's get back on topic. But
Now I really got to get my passport.
Listen, Panero. I'm thinking of 2 places right now. PR and Belize.
Yeah, why'd you say Belize?
I have people over there.
Okay, makes sense, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
In both places, I got people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest with you right now, what I'm working on, it ain't even for like, it's just only for survival minds people, you know what I'm saying? It's not for...
Got you.
It's not, yeah. It's going to be kind of like undercover, this one. But yeah, you obviously, if you lot come over here, you lot are more than welcome, innit? But...
Well, send smoke signals to me. I'll have my passport by then.
Come on now.
I'm gonna come chill with you for a little bit.
Come on, man. You'd have a key.
I don't know how to make what you call it. I don't know how to start like a fire from scratch, but I have a go-to bag, so I'll just bring that. My first aid.
Yeah, man. You got to get past the dogs first, though. Everything's gonna be wired up. The way this facility is gonna be built, it's gonna be ridiculous. You understand what I'm saying? So, and it is a joint situation with me and a couple of my survival man's partners that I've never seen before. So, so there's a lot of us, but they just don't all come and they're just not all into the internet. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Yeah,
I can't believe I have an echo. Oh my goodness. How do I get out of that?
What, the echo?
Yeah.
You're not echoing though, Fox. It's you. Have you got something turned up too loud on your side or something?
You sure you don't have no apps open?
Because you sound clear to us. She sound clear to you, innit, Mac?
No, when I muted up, I heard an echo when she was talking, responding to you, and I hear myself echoing too.
Right, I'm gonna mute myself here. Let me hear. I'm gonna mute myself.
What about in the chat? Am I echoing in the chat, guys?
You're fine. You sound fine now too, Foxy. So the echo is coming from Panero.
Oh no!
Once he muted up, you sound good now. Smitty, Smitty, can you say something, Smitty? Say something, Smitty.
Read back.
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, yeah. So, well, Brother Panero, he came in here with all that stuff, and they was like, They did that.
What does he sound like
Panero,
now?
you sound good. You went next to a good tower. Whatever tower you next to.
No, I messed with something in the settings.
Okay, well, you sound perfect, bro. No echo.
It doesn't make no sense because I took the voice cancellation off. And now it sounds better, right? Madness.
Yeah. You sound good. Yo, Smitty, say something, Smitty.
That's what they did. Oh, I don't hear the echo anymore.
Correct. Yo, Smitty. What are you into, bro? Like, what's your thing?
Now, I was letting y'all talk. I was going to comment when you guys were done.
No, I just wanted to know what you're into, man. Like, I heard you talking some big stuff that earlier on, some good stuff.
What am I like into as far as like
subject content?
Oh.
What's your story, basically? What's your story?
What you do content? You do content as well?
Kinda.
Yes, he does.
He's being modest right now. He's being.
I mean, you know, I speak my mind, but I ain't nobody with numbers. So.
Oh yeah, no, listen. We don't care about all that over here. If you got numbers or not, we going for what's in the mind, and like we ain't. No, man, we don't even have to say that, brother. You know what I mean?
My head space is
the one. Listen. The ones that with the less numbers, we're the realest ones, man. That's what people have to understand. We're the that's why we've been put in that section to get less numbers because they know what they. You know what I mean? It's a battle out here. It's a spiritual fight. You understand?
Yeah. Smitty's headspace is this. Smitty is a person who definitely appreciates technology but I recognize how detrimental it has been to human spiritual development. All right. Smitty is more so a naturalist. Smitty is into anything that is mind intriguing. Smitty is not about hushing up, canceling anybody for speaking their mind, because Smitty just wants to learn where you coming from with how you speak. You know, whatever it is that you think, I just want to know where you coming from. I don't have to agree, you know, but I'm willing to listen, because the only way for me to really understand and recognize where you're coming from is for me to listen. And if I really genuinely want you to understand where I'm coming from, I have, you know, I would want the same in return. So if I'm going to get that, I have to reciprocate that. So I only give out what it is that I want, and that's respect. So I mean, other than that, I think you'd be surprised how wide range you can talk to Smitty on multiple subjects, topics, and levels, from music, culture, religion, politics, spirituality, you name it. All right. Because I don't seclude myself to, I'm into this, I'm into that. I'm not one of those, I only eat fried chicken and apple pie and I only listen to jazz. I will take you somewhere you never thought you would go with me. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. When I can respond to what y'all was saying, let me know.
Bro, that was, yo, you got to give man a round of applause for that, man.
Respect.
Hey, you got to give man a, that's how you represent yourself, people. Like, that's how you represent yourself, man. Yeah? But I can tell why you mess with Fight by Fox, you mess with you still. Big, loads of grounded people, you know what I mean?
Real recognize real.
Come on, man.
I attracted to Foxy and vice versa, because
same man, same thing.
It's an aura, it's an energy, it's a frequency, it's a spirit. So, you know, kin spirit is a very real thing. But I'll say this, like, real quick, to the white boy who did the shooting, right? So I'm gonna go into a conspiracy theorist, Smitty, all right? I really genuinely, so Foxy, you remember when we were talking about sounds and frequencies? You remember that?
Yeah.
It's not just for healing. It's not just to bring about disease. It's also to bring about mind control.
Of course.
All right, so follow me. I really do genuinely believe that there are facilities that are set up. I know I'm gonna sound crazy to some people. There are facilities.
No.
You're talking to the right ones.
Yeah, you're talking to the right ones, bro. We know.
I really believe that there are facilities set up, and you know, like back in the day, for example, we'd be like, "Have you seen me on the side of a milk carton or in a paper ad or something?" And I believe that there is a facility that is set up where there are actual people who are anonymously kidnapped, and each of them are placed in certain sectors. And then what they do is they implicate certain frequencies into their mind, right? And it's very subtle. It's not like, oh, you're getting sleepy, waving it. No. It's sounds that they repetitively put into their mind, their conscious, right?
Exactly.
So follow me, so I don't lose track of thought. So to nutshell it, I believe it's folks that's in a facility that have sounds put into their mind. They're then released back into society. They're not aware of this. They have no clue. And I believe that they make it so strategic. You could have that white boy that's all the way in Oklahoma, whatever. It will be a click, a bell. It will be a phone call that maybe comes to their phone. They pick up and a sound goes off and they just zap into mode. And they are in trajectory to solely carry out a mission. Now, watch this. How they do it is they will have something like that happen, then turn around and have the people on a surface level only look at it as, oh man, that was racist. That's it was. Yeah, it was, but it's a much deeper message. And it's not a coincidence that every time something like this happened, it's right around, think about it, Trump in situations, the elections, Biden this, all of that. So whenever we got, so one thing I do know is whenever something really, really big is getting ready to happen, they'll have something big enough to occur
Mm-hmm.
to take your mind off of what's really getting
Mm-hmm.
ready to take place. They know we are going to be emotionally driven. They know, oh man, white boy came there and did this, and I swear on life, I'm telling you right now, it's way deeper than just that white boy. It's a whole nother plot and plan that's being swept right under our noses, bruh. And they know we can't. Most of us won't look past our nose and really see what's going on and really smell what's cooking in the air. But with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. I do believe it's people out here that are in a what they call MK Ultra.
Correct.
That's the first
Yeah.
thing that I thought of when you said what you
MK
said.
Ultra, and then a frequency goes out. I don't know if it's space satellite, whatever. Something happens, and certain people click at a certain time, and we like, what the fuck? How did that just? And then what do they say? This person's never really had no criminal history, never really blah blah blah. Why is that?
Correct.
These ain't like convicted felons known for doing shit. I have not yet heard a mass shooter that went in there and was like a child graper, blah blah blah, a felonist, and all of this. No. When they go down the manifesto, it was the quiet person that nobody really paid attention to that was sitting in a cut.
Facts. That's a fact.
I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out. I love us.
See, that's why I said earlier, I'm not paying attention to it. I'm not going to get my emotions and my feelings. And Smitty basically said everything kind of, he said it basically better than I could have said it. He said it in a, in a good tone, good manner. I love it. I like the way he put everything in perspective, because that's how, because before, going back to what Smitty said, I'm going to just say this. That's what sports was doing to me at one point. Remember we talked about this, Foxy? The Red Sox would lose. I'd go to work. Nobody could talk to me for 2-3 days. That's when I wasn't angry no more. Patriots lose the Super Bowl. Nobody could talk to me for a whole week. It was affecting my life and affecting, I was bringing that anger home and all this other stuff. Once I realized what sports is really there for, now my heart, my feelings, my emotion is not in it. Now these teams that I cheer for can lose. It doesn't affect me. Life still goes on. Remember, this is what I feel. I'm going to end it like this, and I'm going to let everybody else go. There's 2 meetings that just happened. Very important meetings. We should know about it on the 22nd and on the 24th. So they put the Trump thing, and everybody should know, no president has ever been accused of anything. No president ever went to jail for anything, whether it was Nixon, Reagan, Bush, this one, that one, no one. This guy got immunity under the Nixon law. The Trump, I'm talking about Trump. Trump got immunity. That's a distraction. And just like Smitty said, that's a fact. I watched a documentary last night about that. They always make these massive events happen during these times of election. This is going on. This meeting's supposed to be going on, and it's to distract us away. Same thing. We had the, clone Tyrone, Jamie Foxx. We had this. We had that. Those were distractions while real things was going on. I'll just leave it at that, and I'll mute up.
Absolutely. And what Brother Smitty was saying, it's called Manchurian Candidate. There's a black and white one with Hudson. And then recently with Denzel Washington. And he was a vet. Same thing. They started messing with his mind. So that's basically what that is, a Manchurian Candidate. They set some stuff off. Somebody that they have that they can manipulate or whatever. That's what I'm saying. A lot of this has to do with the ABC organization, the Alphabet Boys. Because again, they can do nefarious stuff like this and get away with it. That's what the Jason seasons are about. They do these type of things on a grand scale because it's something else down the pipeline. So people are all invested and they're upset because Cleopatra is black. You're happy because the Alabama brawl happened and black people jumped white people. Now we're back to square one again, where you have this white guy that just went and deleted 3 people, innocent people. Oh, and I think it was I don't know if he's chief of police, but he was a black guy that was talking at the press conference. And he said, I'm going to say this once and once only. This is racially driven. Somebody in the office sent out another press. I think it was the state representative that said, this is not racially driven. Of course, she's white.
What, she come out and said that already straight? What?
She said it after this, the black, I think he's chief of police. He's a black guy. Yeah, she said it after he made that statement.
But see, to
But
me,
the guys
that's
have been convicted. So how can they say that?
to me, that's predictive programming by saying, oh, this is why he did it. You know what I mean? This is why he did it. Can I say this too, right? Real quick. I was going to show it on your live, but I was like, nah, I'll just say it.
I can't share on my live.
No. I was going to cam up and show it, but it's all good. Listen to this. I just got this through IG. Somebody sent it to me. The same police chief that's in Maui is the same police chief that was in Las Vegas when that event happened in Vegas.
Too good.
Actors. Yeah, actors.
Too
Listen,
good.
we all should fill out applications for these acting, jobs, man. Because I could shed a tear like there's no tomorrow. Put me in that crisis. Didn't Henry Kissinger? I'll mute up after this. Henry Kissinger said himself, never let a good crisis go to waste. I'll mute up after that one.
Yeah, but that also leads to what Smith was saying earlier, man. That certain people, individuals, being used for certain things. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Obviously, Smith is on a deeper level with it, on a thing of like they be used to. It's almost like mutant business, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? Like X-Men, you know what I mean? Like go underground, get taught certain things, and then come out, And but yeah, we can't. You know what it is? We can't really talk too much on that, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't really go too deep. Smitty kind of like covered it still. But yeah, man, people getting used to do certain things, man. And also, don't forget the other organizations, the Freemasons and whatnot, the Illumis and all that. They got people in their organization that are used to do certain things. You know what I mean? So.
Right.
And you're going to see more of it. You're going to see more of it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's only going to get worse.
And I don't think y'all know this too.
Go ahead.
Well, Brother Smitty, you have something.
No, I was just gonna say this before Smitty go. They already put mandates. I don't know if y'all know that. There's already mass mandates again.
Yeah, I saw that.
And schools shutting down. But go ahead, Smitty.
We have to recognize on how all these things are set up. Okay, so what they do is they say, all right, bet. We got to figure out a way because okay. Follow me. What they want to do is, the first implication was to start off with social media. That was the first step. We all looked at it as, man, this is so cool, which to a lot of ways it is. Social media is cool. I will say this. I'm very thankful for social media because there are a lot of friends from like elementary school and stuff I probably would have never got up with again if it wasn't for Facebook or Instagram. So thank you, right? But what I'm saying is this. They start off with social media. Social media is really the most anti-social media I've ever experienced in my life. So they start off with social media and they get people to divide themselves through likes, views, and numbers. Boom. That's the first step. Then the second step, they went on ahead and they implicated and exacerbated basically the flu slash common cold, and they made it something truly tremendous. Did people pass away? Yes. Did I get sick? Absolutely, I did. I did. I caught it. I caught it. Right. But the thing is that they went on ahead and implicated COVID. Now, what did COVID really stress? We started off with social media, which has people now not meeting up in person. Then we get COVID, and COVID now has people to the point where don't even hug or touch your own relatives. You not know how many sad stories I heard about elderly ones who passed away in a nursing home and their family refused to come see them on their last breathing days because of COVID. Okay. So now we got COVID put in place, and so now it's don't touch your family or relatives. We got people. We got.
I want to interject you really quickly. When we're talking about that stuff, we're going to need to use other words.
Oh shit, that's right. Damn.
And before we can
So
get
when we talk about the common cold, I forgot about that. I'm sorry. My bad. No, you're right. So when we talking about the common cold, we got to remember that it's a lot of folks that don't even realize that was all implicated to go ahead and separate folks. So how do they do it? Social media, then they bring about a disease, separate people. Then to top it all off, police, whatever brutality and racism, which I do believe is a real thing. It does exist, but it's not to the degree that has us all up in our shits about it. And it has us to the point where instead of focusing on what we really should be focusing on, and that is how can we cure this? If I have a gunshot wound if I have a bullet in my leg, I'm not going to keep running in circles talking about oh my God, it's a bullet in my leg, calling everybody, dog, you wouldn't believe it's a bullet in my leg. No, I'm going to take my black ass to the hospital and I'm going to figure out how do I get it removed? How do I get this fixed, right? If we have a broken leg, anything going on with us, if we get the common cold or anything, what do? We go get it fixed.
Right.
Whether you go get cough syrup, a cast, a doctor's appointment, a dental check, whatever. So when it comes to aspects in our lives, when it comes to socializing, because they know to break us up socially, knows that if we don't communicate, then we don't build. Period. Stop them from talking to each other. Stop them from gathering. We can't do it legally. We can't legally say, hey, you niggas can't get together, rally together, and have church or a meeting, whatever. So what we're going to do is we're going to implicate laws and regulations to stop you from doing it. It ain't got nothing to do with why we really said what we said. No, it's just we really don't want y'all to congregate. We don't want you to build and connect on minds and ideas and thoughts. We want y'all to be scared of each other. We want you to be scared of each other from thinking this nigga wants to rob me because I only look at my own as somebody who wants to get at me wrong. We want them to also look at each other as diseased. Oh, nah, nigga, get away. I don't want to get sick. They also want to separate us from class. Nah, nigga, you ain't got as much numbers as me. You don't drive this kind of car. You don't hang out here. So it's all these little intricate ways that they do to divide us, and nobody looks at the undertow. They just flow along the surface, and then they wonder why most of us keep on wound up getting sucked down and drowned. I digress. My mic is muted. I love us.
What's the matter? I thought your mouth was a bit full there.
What?
I said your mouth was a bit full there, innit? You couldn't speak. No, it's real. It's No, it's real what brothers are saying, man. Like, it's I've come to the point of where like there's so much that I want to say, yeah, but it's like man's talking about creating their own rules, and yeah, that's what you should be on. There's so much I want to say, Fox, to the people in it, but I feel that if I say the things that I want to say to the people right now, it would just shut down my channel because it's up to the people now, innit, to make certain decisions, innit. Like if we keep leaving it, I'm gonna try and say it the best way I can, Fox, innit. If we keep leaving certain things in their hands, innit, it's always gonna be the same way, man. Do you know what I mean?
Correct. Correct.
No, Maybach.
No, I was gonna say this, right? We all vibrating on the same frequency. There's a platform that I'm subscribed to. The guy doesn't care about what you say, when you say. He doesn't care about it. He said he's not afraid of mentioning names and scared. But anyways, this guy's channel is called The Realist McCoy. He did an 8-hour live yesterday, and he did a 5-hour live. Yeah, 5-hour live the day before. Yeah, I was on there. Yes, he let you talk. At first, I was abbreviating names, you know, and he was like, no. He was like, Maybach, we say names over here. We ain't cowards. We need to expose these cowards. And I was like, that's all I needed to hear.
It's not about, but Maybach, it's not about who's a coward. It's about you're on an engine that has rules. And if you don't say certain things, they'll shut down your page.
No, I get that. I get that. But he's the host. How long has he been doing that for? He basically be on the same type of frequency that we on. So he be on different platforms, and he got encouraged to start doing his own platform.
Pharoh? No, you ever heard of Brother Sanchez?
Who?
Brother Sanchez.
He's coming from that arena.
Yeah, he's coming from Brother Sanchez. Okay, Brother Sanchez.
Big Philly
correct. There's a few people that's in the chat that's from that channel. We all kind of like been on Brother Sanchez. Brother Sanchez, a flat earther. He exposed like other stuff. He's another one.
But Maybach, cool, that's cool. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you said that on his platform you can say what you want to say, right? How long has he been doing that on his platform?
Oh, I just caught him live for the first time Saturday. Yeah. Saturday and yesterday. Yeah, he went live. Okay. I caught it for the first time. I don't know.
Does he delete the live after the live?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he did. I'll check. Hold on. While you're speaking, go ahead.
So how long has he been on YouTube for?
For like a few years. He's been on there for a few years.
Yeah, I don't think he really knows what's going on if he's got people on there just saying anything. I don't really think he
No. I don't mean like he let you come up there and say, you know, whatever, you know, he just like basically stuff that we're talking about, like how Smitty was talking about certain things and he mentioned certain words and Foxy was like, hey, Smitty, use another word. He don't care if you use that word. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, he don't care if we're talking about BG. You know what I mean? He wants you to mention BG's name, not abbreviate it. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, he wants you to talk like we're talking on the phone or something. You get what I'm saying? I know what you mean about the rules and guidelines. I'm with you on that. But I'm just saying, like, he lets you say what you need to say without, you know, using codes or whatever. He don't want nobody to try to decipher what you're trying to say. He wants you to just talk normal on the platform. But I get what you're saying. How long has he been doing it? Go ahead.
That's not the point. You get flagged. Like I got flagged for mentioning stuff.
Yeah, you don't do that.
And I don't know if he cares about his channel like that. I do. I care about my little channel.
Right.
And so, and they did send an email because I'm a content person that there are words that you cannot use. Now, granted, that doesn't mean that there's people that feel like they don't give an F and they'll do that. Me myself, I mean, because you're putting out some information. I don't know, but that's good that he's letting people rock out. He's rocking out. Like, hey, everybody eat their own.
Hey, Foxy, it's a reason why. It's a reason why folks descriptively will say small hats.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
It's a reason why, descriptively, people would just say the letter community. Nobody uses the F word. A lot of us want to,
Correct.
but we're
Yeah.
not going to use that F word. You know.
No, not words
So
like
what it
that.
is
Yeah.
that it is about. The fact is that it's not even about, oh, I gotta do what they say necessarily. Actually, Foxy and anybody else who does, myself included, because I follow by the same guidelines as her as a content creator. What it is about obey the law of the land. The fact is, when she logs on to here, she is on the law of the land of YouTube. And she is to
that
obey.
I don't own. It's not
Exactly.
mine.
That she is to obey. Period. If you come
Mm.
to my home and I tell you, hey, bro, shoes off at the door, I don't want to hear your feet stink. Go home and wash up. Come back. Freshen up, come
For
back.
real.
You're not going to come in my house with your
Correct.
shoes on. You see? So that's all that is. So it's really more so. So before we look at it, oh my goodness, you can form into the white. No, bump all of that. Obey the law of the land. Wherever you are,
Correct.
if it's not your home, then respect it. And guess what?
Correct.
In return, you just might get that respect back. Matter of fact, 9 times out of 10, you will.
And also, speaking on the internet about controversial things shouldn't make you feel like you're beating anybody. You're just on the internet. Like you shouldn't be
know,
thinking
This
that you're
channel right
winning
here.
anything. It's just a
And he got the
conversation.
live up.
Yeah, nah, we all want to
Yep. He's got the live.
bruh. I promise you real quick, man, there's so much shit, bruh. I be wanting to say, y'all have no clue how cleaned up Smitty's
No.
mouth is, man. You have no idea.
You get to
When
train
I tell
yourself
you
over
I
the years.
goes in,
Yeah,
bruh.
that's how me and Panera.
Let you be in my home with me and we get to talking. Man.
Correct.
But
That's what
I
I
do
always tell people,
recognize,
Always
yeah, dog.
Smitty always tell people, what we talk on here and my videos I've done, that's nothing compared to what man know.
I'm trying to tell
That's
you, man.
that's a little
Respect.
piece.
Yo,
From where
Smitty,
you at to where
these-
I am, it's the same. Yes, sir. It's the
These-
same from where you
these
are
two-
to me. Yes, it is.
these two help me too, because it's one thing when you're talking with people face to face, but being on here, I seriously got to thank Panero and Foxy. Y'all both helped me to switch up words. Of course, if I was talking about the rainbow, I'm not saying the F word, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just not to mention certain things like, say, the alphabet boys, or the letter boys and stuff like that. Y'all helped me because I was just saying what I wanted, not necessarily wanted to say, but just mentioning the names. And people are
Do you like
like,
basketball, real quick, brother? Real quick. You like basketball
yes,
or
I'm
or
big on
football?
sports.
Okay,
Big on
bet.
sports.
I love it.
Yes.
Watch this. Watch
Yep.
this. All right. You're the tight end, running back, whatever, right?
Yep.
Are you now? The ball is hyped, as in we're now live. The ball is
Yep.
hyped. When you get
Yep.
the ball, what is your main objective once that ball is hyped and is handed to you? To not what?
Fumble.
To not get tackled. Fumble too.
Okay.
To
Yeah,
not
correct.
get tackled. Your main number one fumble, I would say, would be second. Your number one objective is to see how far can you get
Without being tackled.
Right.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yep.
So I want you to look at when we say certain things and when we address things. So look at like all those linebackers and the safeties coming at you and all of that. Look at that as everything you shouldn't say and do when you're on the field. And the fact is, if you run into the defense, you're going to get tackled. So what do? We avoid the defense, right? We juke.
Correct.
We spin. We do. We jump. We dive. We slide. We run out of bounds. We do everything we can to avoid the defense, right?
Exactly. Correct.
Avoid the defense here.
Correct.
Avoid the defense. Play the game and avoid the defense.
Bro, I'm learning because I had uploaded the Alabama brawl It wasn't even up there for like not even a minute, and they striked my channel. My first strike I've ever gotten ever on YouTube. And I'm like, yo, the video wasn't even on there. Y'all was processing it. And I still got striked while it was processed. You know, I could have appealed it and stuff like that, but because I hit up a content creator that showed me how you can appeal any strike that you get, and 9 out of 10 times you'll win that. But I didn't even want to bother going through all of that process. I just was like, hey, I put something up, and it's funny because I saw content creators literally do the same thing. They uploaded the video. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to be the one to be like, oh, Smitty got it on his platform. Foxy got it. You know what I mean? That's not me. I ain't going to point the fingers. I just was like, okay, I got the strike, whatever. You know what I mean? So, like you said, play their game.
You know what, Maybach, you just did. You said such and such. Let me say whatever on their channel.
Oh, no. I'm talking about his channel.
Look at this real part, though. Real quick,
go ahead.
I want us to all think about this, and this is real short and simple. All right. When you talking about what you yourself said and all of that, we don't even have to go that far. You know, one thing I wish and I pray that we could really start doing, honestly, is learning from each other's mistakes and or flaws.
Sure.
Right. So let's just take Kyrie. Let's take Kyrie. All he did was retweet something that was already put out there. That man couldn't play basketball for Lord knows how long before he got. How much slack did he get? Because all he did was repost something that was already publicized, put out there. The people who put it out were not demonized. He was. So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying do not be a revolutionary. You damn sure better be one. You better stand for something. That's right. Stand for something. And don't never bend, buckle, or fold on it. But know how to move on that chessboard. Know when to use your rook. Know when to use your pawns. Know when to use the king, queen, bishop, and knight.
Facts.
That's all.
Bro. No, that's fact. That's real. That's real, man. I can't get mad at that. I mean, you know, you're giving me good ratings.
The other thing is that we're politely using something that we, and I say we, I mean Black people, didn't make. So it's like I get that some people feel like, you know, first of all, freedom of speech is not really free. If you see the Second Amendment and you read the fine print of First Amendment, that's why I had to put a copyright. The first thing I opened up with is a copyright disclaimer, because you can't really just say what you want to say without some type of penalty behind it. So you got to dot your I's and cross your T's. Now, social media puts us in a weird spot because it makes us feel like we could say whatever we want to say because major conglomerate companies do that. But guaranteed, they're following some type of guideline, some type of regulation. They're doing copyrights so that nothing gets back to them. And so little people like myself that's on the content, that's on using their media, I don't know all the rules to the game, but I've seen big content people that I watch that had to dismantle, that had their platforms dismantled because they're saying things that needs to be said. But it's not you're not on your own content making that. Yeah, I have a channel, but that's not my channel.
Hey, Foxy.
This is YouTube's channel.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
You get what I mean?
Tell me if I'm wrong, Foxy. I want you to respond to this. I don't know if any of the other brothers you have a channel. Foxy, tell me if I'm wrong, because I think I see exactly where you're going, and it just hit me. What it is this, and I'm gonna make this real short. Social media allows anybody to just get out and spew and say anything. So peep game. We got a lot of people that's not content creators, and they'll just get on TikTok, whatever, and say whatever, right? But the thing is, what I believe the powers that be do is they allow everybody to say anything. But once you sign up and you become a content creator, you are now limited. We are allowed to react to everything everybody else says, but even then we have to be careful in how. That's why we always got to say fair use. Fair use, fair use. You always fair use. You see what I'm saying? So
especially if you're
everybody,
fighting forces.
so to land it, what you saying, brother, HNIC, what you saying basically is this, like, if you peep, I think that you're like, and this is okay, it's part of learning. You've been accustomed to social media and just looking at people get online and saying whatever. And you're also accustomed to seeing people say the most outrageous things and going viral. You now trying to step into the space that's more structured, that's of content creating, and you thinking you can do the same thing. And it's not. IG, Facebook, all that shit is not the same as YouTube. It's not. It's a whole different ball game, bro. And a lot of people don't be understanding that. When you hop to YouTube, it's different. It's, bro, if I go live on IG, it's songs I can play. I cannot play in the background here. They will shut me off.
Yep. I got a lot
real
of
deal play a whole radio list of music on social media live and jam out and go live, be like, I just did it. Name this song, blah, blah, blah. Let me get on here and try to do that. Bro, I won't probably last 10 minutes.
Nope.
They're going to cut the live. They're going to pull the plug, bro, because the platform is different.
Right.
Because this is a space primarily, for the most part, for content creating. That's why it trips me out when I see people get up here and they kind of do like social media videos on YouTube. It's like, nah, bro, that's some IG, that's some Facebook shit. It's different here. So you just got to know the stage and platform you on. But rock out. I digress. My mic is muted.
Each one of those social media platforms, like you just said, IG, I've gotten, when I first started this, I started my YouTube back in 2021, I think. But before that, I was doing all my readings on IG. But on IG, at one point, you couldn't play music on IG. They shut that down. But now you can. And so Facebook is similar, where you can't say certain things on Facebook, or they'll strike your page, or they'll strike the Facebook. So each one of these social media platforms has their own like little rules and regulations and whatnot. And it's not to scare anybody that's starting, if they're starting off on their content on YouTube. Just read the fine print. It doesn't hurt to read the research. It's like anything that you sign up for, right? You want to read the fine print. You just don't want to sign your name off on something and be like, okay, and then get slammed with all these penalties and not understanding what you just signed. So with the YouTube, I initially didn't sign up to be a content creator. I just wanted to watch videos of like old movies that I hadn't seen in years. But because my name now is logged in as this is my channel, and I started doing readings on Instagram, I just switched it to being a so-called content creator, which I don't even think so much of myself as that, because I don't really create too much content like that. I don't know. It's a weird thing. But nonetheless, just read the fine print. Go on, their disclaimer and see what the rules are. Because, yeah, it's great that you want to get out whatever is on your mind, or you've researched some things and you want to now educate people. But there's a list, even when you start making a video, that asks, is this for entertainment? Is this for teaching? Is this for spiritual? Is this religious? So even if you click, like, say, for instance, this whole live, this live is entertainment purposes only. Now, if I put it under educational and I say something that's not in the guidelines of educational, guess what? This video gets shut down. That's why I had to put a disclaimer, because I'm reading and quoting some things out of sources that if I don't say it and I'm making it like my own, there's going to be an issue. So I think there's a difference between somebody who just wants to get on and talk as opposed to being a content creator, where you need to, it's like being a writer. You have to research what you're doing, because you can't just come out and so you think, the First Amendment, it applies, but if you read that amendment, it doesn't really apply. That's why, again, you have to put out fair use, because what I was just reading I could make it my own, but now what I did was just copyright somebody. And I could, even though I'm little on my channel, somebody might want to search me out and be like, oh, she used my information and she misquoted me. So you got to be, I would say, if you are going to be a content creator, just do your due diligence, be careful of what you're saying. And if you are going to use information, make sure you copyright it, because, there's things out here, there's guidelines and regulations. Again, you just don't want to sign your name onto something and then you get penalties and you're like, I don't even know what I just did. I digress. You're on mute.
When you sorry, Fox. When you actually sign up to be a content creator as well, you actually get news bulletins from YouTube that you're supposed to read every week.
Yeah.
So if you're ever on a show and someone says, "Oh, don't take it to heart," you know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna know more than you on what to say and what not to say. You know what I'm saying? If you watch those bulletins that you should watch, if you care about your channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get an email. They send you an email too that tells you, certain things, or they're changing. You can't say certain. You know what I mean? And I was like, whoa! And
they send you a video. They send you a video, Fox. They actually got a video on the YouTube creator every week, and it gives you the upgrades of what you can do and what you can't. So.
Look. Is it a coincidence everybody simultaneously one day just started using the words grape and deleted as opposed to the others?
Right. Because before you could say that.
Right. Come on.
Correct. I was going to say that 3 years ago. That's when I found out that there was content creators, like Foxy said.
You could say the K and the R word. You used to be able to say the K and R word, right?
What about the P?
Grape and deleted.
Right.
Yeah, the P
I'm
word too.
Somebody's file got hacked. I didn't know at first. I thought it was a virus.
I'm like, what is that? Like,
it's not for real.
Yeah.
A lot of this stuff I had to catch on. I just had to keep hearing how people use it in a sentence. Like, hold on, wait a minute. Go back to school.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. People was getting very creative on how they was using certain words, how they would flip certain words. I thought it was super cool. That's us anyways. We can come up with a whole different language off of this English.
I mean, it's in my description. Like I did say in quotes, be mindful about the words that you use and flip it around.
Correct.
I have it in my description. So there's like, it's just to dot my I's and cross my T's.
But the beauty of it though, that I love though, Foxy, our community, we are so good at slang. We so good at flipping it. Niggas just catch on. It don't take long. It don't take about 3 or 4 of us. Words around town. Everybody got the memo. So that's pretty easy for us to do, because we do slang and we flip stuff around. I mean, long before you two. I mean, weed went from, weed, reefer, gas, you know what I'm saying? Good green. Treat, you know what I mean? Like, we would think of all kinds of slangs for anything. So I don't think that's too hard for us to pivot on, so I ain't mad at that too much.
No, and I catch on pretty quickly. I may not get it the first try, second time, I got you. Copy.
Just like I used to get upset, I had to learn now. I would post Lil Wayne performing and Lil Wayne saying, "Oh, he's the greatest rapper alive." I get 22 views on that upload, but then I upload that, some clear lady was in front of Congress talking about the children, and I get 8 views on that. but I understand the algorithm on YouTube, the negativity. Or if Foxy was going at me, or I'm going at Foxy right now, she would have over 1,200 in her live chat right now. But because we're talking about information, because we informing the masses or talking about things and how to really look at things, you know, I like it small anyways. I don't care for a big, large chat with 5,000 people and all of that. That don't really do nothing. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, when we putting out information to the masses, those videos, those uploads, they get suppressed. You know what I mean? But if we put up something entertainment-wise, that gets automatically pushed at the top of the algorithm. So I learned the game. So now I don't get discouraged no more. Whoever is meant to watch the videos, that's very informative, they will watch those videos. You get what I'm saying? So that's why my channel, I have 2 channels. I got a regular sports channel, and then I have a regular entertainment information.
Ronan was asking, what is your channel?
Maybach Mel 1804.
Okay.
I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat right now because I got my tablet on and stuff. Yeah, Ronan came on Philly OG's panel. He talked as well on there. Like Philly OG, he's another one. Yeah, he let you say what you want to say, but there is certain trigger words that we cannot use anymore. You know what I mean?
I've been on there. Yeah. I like to be in those places where they're you know, it's thought provoking and stuff like that.
Correct.
But, you know, to each their own. Again. Correct. And some people are like, oh, I don't care, and they don't care if their page gets knocked down. They'll rebuild another page. Listen, I don't have that type of energy to be doing all that. Like if this ever was to, God forbid, get shut down completely, I mean, I'm not going to try. It'll take me probably a couple of years before I start up again doing a channel, because that's just time consuming. There's a lot of energy behind building up your channel, or so-called your channel. And it's just like, now I don't know how people gotten so many like they've done lots of like rebuilding their channel because stuff has happened and they got shut down. I'm just like,
that's why everybody wound up doing the channel, and they come back like, I would get shut down. Smitty's Corner now. Smitty's Corner 2.0. Everybody's 2.0 when they come back. Where's the lie? Where's the lie?
I saw that.
Yo, you know who's number 1 for that? He didn't do the 2.0, but talking about recreating channels all over and over again. Tommy Sotomayor, him. He's the number 1 guy I know that probably did over 10 channels. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm waiting to see Fresh and Fit 2.0.
Oh no. Oh, nah, you may never. Yeah.
Fresh and Fit 2.0. Let's see what that work out to be.
Nah, Smitty, they went to Rumble. They said, this is what they said, and it goes back to Foxy saying this. Freedom of speech is no longer, but when they ended their last live and they said they going over to Rumble, that's what Myron said. Myron said, oh, we're going to Rumble because we can have freedom of speech. And this is what people don't understand, right? YouTube did not have the manosphere. The manosphere came out. You had Tomasi, you had this one, that one. It got blown up. Then people started calling YouTube, writing emails, sending letters. What happened? YouTube started censoring them, right? Like how you was just telling me, giving me the advice, how to go about it, move around, dodge, flip, jump, whatever. They wasn't trying to do that. They was trying to run through the wall. And that's why I said, when I saw Tommy get taken off, when I saw Hassan even get suppressed a little bit, that lets me know that. Go ahead.
No. I was going to say the wall is undefeated, 99-0. The wall is 99-0. 99-0.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Correct. So that's the first thing we got to get under way. Second thing, when it comes to Fresh and Fit, I'm sorry, sir. I thoroughly did my research on that. I will speak briefly on that. No. That had nothing to do with freedom of speech. That had everything to do with them trying to block everybody else's speech. So when they go to Rumble, listen, remember to decode. See, on surface, we're going to Rumble so we can speak freely. No, what it means is decoding. We're going to Rumble because we can break all rules. See, that's what that's about. See, they don't know how to follow and play the game and stay in guidelines when it comes to YouTube. and that's why they got fucked over. And that's all it is. Now, maybe they got some more freedom over there, but that's really what I see. No, it's not like they were unjustly done. They weren't unjustly done, is all I'm saying. So they didn't go to Rumble because of freedom of speech. No,
I'm not sticking up for them.
No,
I get you, but I'm not.
You good, brother. We on the same page.
Yeah.
I was just, you know what I'm saying, you know, like, I know what you're saying as far as like the freedom of speech thing, but nah, with them two in particular, that shit was, they went to Rumble because, nigga, where else you gonna go? You exiled yourself from the black community talking all that bullshit, so you can't come with us. You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
And then you fucked yourself over with the white folks. So, I mean, yeah, of course, nigga, you don't have no choice, nigga. You scrambling. You scrambling like eggs right now. You scrambling like eggs. No cheese, my nigga.
They're going to have the same, if not, they're going to have the same, if not worse problems when they get on Rumble because of what they spewing. That manosphere talk, that what they calling high valued man talk. There's people out there that don't want to hear that. And them dudes, they regurgitate in what someone else is saying. They add a little bit, you know, of their little spice, or Myron adds a little bit of spice, but really he's regurgitating what Kev Samuels done said. Thomas, whatever his last, that dude's last name. I'm just saying.
Tomasi.
Yeah, Tomasi.
But it's not about that, brother. It's not about that, brother. See, it's not about what you regurgitate as far as what you say. It's about what you regurgitate and how you walk and live. Can you regurgitate their lifestyle as far as whoever is successful? If you're talking about these successful married couples and people who live this happy lifestyle, do you regurgitate that when you walk out and when you're in life? And I'm not saying because you're not in a relationship, you can't. No. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is just your overall stance in life. So with these guys right here, like, bro, they real deal on some, like, it's a fact, bro. It's been pulled up, proven. These dudes like buy pussy, bro. That's why all them OnlyFans and shit, like, yeah, bro, like these are dudes that, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I can't really take truly like masculine man advice from a dude that tricks. I'm sorry, my nigga. Correct. I sent my hoes to you. I send my hoes to you, my nigga.
Wait.
She tricks you. She tricks you and comes back and be like, babe, look what I came up on. You have no idea. So I don't want to hear from you, my G. Okay. We're not on the same level.
What and who are we talking about? Because we just went left about Pinson.
My bad, Foxy. My bad. So anyway, the stars and the moon, and when I see the constellations come across, and I do believe that we are all divine creatures. Go ahead, phone. Got back on.
Chat in the box. We just went left with pimps and hoes from trying to be a teachable moment. Whatever the case is, I know Rumble does have, it's kind of like a freedom area at the moment, but you know, that's how all these social medias started off. There weren't any real guidelines. Everybody was Twitter. I mean, listen, if they could silence Donald Trump at the time he was president and put his behind on timeout, that just lets you know he was saying anything and everything that was coming to his mind.
Correct.
And
that is true. Wow. The very president. Wow. That's true.
They put his behind on timeout multiple times.
Correct.
Where he just now is able to get up there and you know, start his BS again. But
that was before Elon, right, Foxy?
Exactly.
Correct.
Exactly. Okay, go ahead, boo. Go ahead.
Right. So now that things have changed, he was able to get on, but I don't think he's even on it now like that. But
no, he's not. He ain't on it.
Yeah, the point is that homeboy was censored, and that was the president of the United States. Like, how do you do that? So that just goes to show you freedom of speech. He was exercising that, and they silenced that.
I think that was a message, really, like, now that you said it, I never thought of it all this time. That was a message to everybody. Like, look, if we can hush up the president,
absolutely,
none of you, I don't care, LeBron James or whoever, You can get it. You can get this smoke. Wow, Foxy, that's you just opened my mind on that. Thank you, love.
No,
That's what we're here for.
She's a fact, but my father always told me. He told me at 12 years old, man, only liars want to silence the truth. So you know what I mean? Yeah.
And that's a point too, because some people don't want to hear the truth. But with that situation with Trump, that was like, listen, anybody can get got.
Correct.
So
no one is exempt.
No one's untouchable. And if you think you're under the radar, like we could stay under the radar, as much as you like. I say like this. Me, I'm type of person that I'll go to the edge, but I won't jump. Like I'll look over and be like, oh shit, that's a pretty long drop. Mm-hmm. I guess it's called playing it safe. Sometimes playing it safe gets you one more day to live. Mm-hmm. So, is that always a good thing? No, because you should be daring at times. You should be, something should be able to get you, put that fire under your ass so you could, do some things. But for the most part, I mean, in my old age, I kind of followed the rules. When I was younger, I didn't. I got in trouble a lot. I got suspended. I got kicked out. I was on detention. I was in timeout. I was smacked, beat upside down, all that good stuff, because I was a little rebellious kid. And so learning all that, and now my old age is like, I'm gonna just cool out. If they say don't do this, there's a reason that the barbed wires are up there. So let me just chill. And to some people, they just really don't give a F, and they're gonna do it regardless. And kudos to them. But it's playing it smart. It's basically what it is. It's playing it smart, like Brother Smitty said.
And you better be careful how far you want to take it as well, because there's levels to this doing what you want and saying what you want. And we spoke a little bit about it earlier, certain people.
Maybach, Ronan wants the link. If you can put that in the chat. Go ahead, Brother Pinero, sorry.
Yeah.
I can't add a moderator. Hold on, my fault real quick, Pinero. You got to only be a moderator. Lotus ain't here. She's the only one who could put it in. I can't put the link in. He ain't going to be able to click it.
You're right. Hold on.
You can put it. My link. Yeah, you can put my link. Go ahead, Pinero. I'm muting up.
Yeah. What was he talking about again? Sorry, man. I'm having a little drink today, so.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Nah, we're talking about not coming on the platform and speaking like how you and I would speak on the phone blatantly. That's what we're talking about, basically. And how to respect and, move on these platforms. That's not ours.
Yeah. I forgot the point I was making, so.
No, and you was going somewhere too. I know you was going somewhere with it.
Yeah. You know what it is? I can't see the chat as well, so I big up the chat. Not saying no, man.
Yeah.
Not saying no. Yeah. I remember what I was saying, people, but yeah, when we go on these platforms, we've got to be careful what we do. Everyone's got rules in it at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Yeah, I remember what I was saying. So we've seen as well, we've got to be careful how far you take it sometimes as well. You know what I mean? And you've got to be careful what you say on YouTube, because they are listening to everything. You understand? And we spoke earlier on about situations like certain shootings and certain people getting taken out in certain convenient places. You know what I'm saying? Certain convenient places. So don't think that just because you're on YouTube saying certain things that people won't, you know what I mean? Like certain things can't happen. Like, don't think that, innit? It's obviously you're gonna go for people that have got blueprints for certain things and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But you're still saying some crazy stuff. and you gotta be accountable for it. And when you get on the internet as well, and you go against the man and say certain things, just know, innit, what you're actually lining yourself up for, innit? Don't just get into it like Smith said earlier. Like, you see these new TikTokers and all that, just doing it to get views. Yeah? Especially when you put your face to it as well. Yeah, like, know what you're signing up for, innit? At the same time. Like, because it's a spiritual world, isn't it? Like we always say. So, yeah.
Correct.
Don't think you just come on the internet and just start talking crazy and think nothing's going to happen in your life.
Yeah, because a lot of people ain't ready for it.
Do I need to go in my car? What do you mean?
No, you good. Yeah. She said she's on the phone.
No, sorry. I was just reading out a flipping message on that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you good. But yeah, you're right, man.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying though, bro? On some real stuff, people think it's easy. Like, I'm going to keep it real with people. When you come on the internet and you're talking this conscious stuff, you will be attacked spiritually. Know that.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm about to
when
say.
You start taking this turn as well. Like, I can't see the comments, you know what I'm saying? I don't know who's in there, but I'm sure, like, people that are woke, you know what I mean? They go through certain things, like whether it's family orientated or like anything in life, you understand it? And I'm not saying you're going to get attacked crazy. This might be these little things, you know what I mean? But you will get attacked. Not physically, but, you know, spiritually. Because you're putting, when you come and you make videos, like, I'm nearly up to 700 videos.
Yeah, you gotta
when you come on YouTube and you make videos, you're putting all this into the system, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? People don't know about that side.
Yeah, they paying attention. They watching.
People don't know about that. The viewers don't really know about that side of it. They're just watching the videos, you know? They're just watching the videos. But they don't really know about the spiritual attacking side of it.
Correct.
Mm.
Correct. Yeah, it's deep.
So Foxy said she's on the phone still.
That's the fact, brother.
So what's going on as well over there? Like, what's going on in America right now? What's some of the head titles over there, bro, where Foxy's on the phone?
Just that thing that happened in Jacksonville.
Yeah, the shooting,
main topic right now. Yeah, you know, Trump being indicted. That's still going on, and it's funny that how people pay attention. Yeah, I got people that pay attention to that, and they believe in that, and they be asking me my opinion. I just be laughing, and they get upset when I'm laughing because I'm like, yo, you watching a circus? It's a distraction with the Trump. Like, nothing's gonna happen to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yo, Mac, have you seen them videos, Mac, with the military videos, and they've got the Trump picture on the shoulder?
Yeah, I've seen some of that. I've seen some of that.
Yeah, that's a strange one.
Just like
that's a strange one.
Just like his mugshot, right? Somebody sent me a thing on IG and was like, "Hey, remember you sent me a video when Dick Gregory was breaking down Trump? Because there's two Trumps, Trump with the blue tie and red tie." So I forgot about that. So they sent that to me, and they showed me the mugshot of Trump, and Trump's not wearing no red tie or blue tie. But when you look at his face, you could tell it's a mask. You know what I mean?
Well, like, that's why it's funny because you just took that straight out of my head, my brother. Because as soon as you started mentioning that, the first thing I thought, because them masks are so good. Like,
correct.
They're really that good.
Correct.
They're really that good. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like anyone could be. We know Biden. We know Biden. We know Biden.
Hollywood. So Hollywood is notorious. Listen, Hollywood is 100 years, almost 100 years old. Next year they'll be, or they maybe a little earlier than that. But anyway, they've been in the business for 100 years, so they've perfected on how to make makeup, how to put masks on, how to make you look like a monster. Everything is.
Listen, they can put makeup on Foxy make Foxy look like you, right? Because of this new AI technology with sound. Listen, I was watching a video last night where they used this gentleman's voice through AI. They called his wife and fooled his wife in front of him. The wife thought it was actually her husband. So it was like an emergency call, right? They used the husband's voice. They was just showing the husband how AI is crazy. So they had him speak into a phone. They used his same phone.
They done that in Terminator 1. They done that in Terminator 1
Yeah.
when Arlie pretended to be John Connor and was calling up the phone.
There
Remember?
There you go. So they did that to the wife. The wife was scrambling and ready to run out the house thinking it's a real emergency. And then till he really got on it, was like, no. Yeah, and she was pissed. Before she got calm, she was pissed because she really believed that it was actually him and it wasn't even him, bro. So yeah, you just reminded me about Terminator, about that. That's in Terminator, because they always expose things like that to us. Correct. Mission Impossibles, the James Bond movie.
With the mask, innit? Mission Impossible with the mask.
Right.
Correct.
Face off. That was one of the first ones.
Yes. You go.
It's funny as well, because Face Off come out at the same time, Mission Impossible and all that, innit? Yeah, come out around the same time.
Yeah, around that time.
Correct.
Brother Ronnie wants to know, Panero, what is your channel? Are you still up on that channel, or?
Yeah. Why are you saying it like that, Fox?
Because you know, we be talking, and I'm like,
Foxy's like, am I still on the channel? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Panero's mind spelled exactly the same way as when Foxy takes off his thing off the screen. It's exactly the same way, Panero's mind. And yeah, my channel is still active. I've had battles with my channel all year, but it's all right. You see my channel disappear and it came back. Like,
see what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about. Like Brother Panero's been there. Like that's why I'm like, if you still on the channel, listen, I'll come on when I feel like it. Like, I'm not even stressing it.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, I've been building different stuff on behind the scenes. I've been doing a lot though. But Mac, you said you got a strike that other day, yeah? Brother, I've been striked for things people got up on their channel, bro. It's crazy. I've been striked for videos that people have got on their channels, and their channel's still there, bro.
For real.
That's how you got to know that. Don't think YouTube don't know who the truth is.
Yeah.
Oh, facts.
I don't think everyone's putting up woke videos, and not everyone's really doing it from the heart.
Correct. Right. A lot of it is for attention. That's the other thing I wanted to say, that, social this thing with social media has taken, it's a beast of its own, because there's a lot of people who never was seen in real life. Now they're seen, they're tough Tonys, they're hoochie mamas to the 10th power. Like, there's so much attention. Yeah, there's a voice. Now they have a voice. So they're gonna, and like with me and Brother Panero, it's just like, yo, if we come on, like, it's no big thing, because in real life, like, we doing things in real life. Like, it's not that, like, I don't like me, I tip my hat off to people that go on every day. There's readers that go on every day and put out, Virgo or Capricorn or the astrology, and I'm just like, I don't know how y'all do it. Like, I don't have the energy for that. Like, this for me takes a lot of energy. It takes energy from me. So I'm like, I don't even want to go on every day. These people go on every day, hardcore. Now they might be getting paid for it, granted, so that's their job, so they come on every day. But me myself, I'm like, nah, man, I can't do that every day. That's just, I feel you.
I gotta get to the chicken the real way. YouTube can't be the way that, you know what I mean, I make my money. It can't be the only way. You know what I'm saying? So there's other things, like basically what you're just saying.
I'm not going to sit up here and hate on them or nothing, but I'm just
I'm not hating either. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, like,
I'm saying it like I'm saying, correct. Not that you are. I'm just like, yo, like, they really doing some stuff out here. But me myself, I'm like, I don't have that energy.
Because me, I feel the same as Foxy, man. Like, I've been on YouTube for a hot minute now, and I've got a certain amount of videos, and I'll be honest with you. It's like I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, I feel like I've been I need to put myself more first. You know what I mean? Like it's all good, like being a teacher and everything, which I am. I have got the messages to prove it. Like, I've got messages,
You got
DMs telling me,
receipts.
well, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be woke. I won't even have a relationship with God. I've got these messages, and even my own personal friends told me that. But it takes a lot out of us. And like you said, yeah, pick up to the people who can put out videos every day. But me, I've decided that I'm not giving so much energy to the internet, because now I feel like I've put out a certain amount of videos made back in Foxy, yeah, that my groundwork's done.
Yeah.
To me, my groundwork's done, and my videos are there. So anything else now is just awareness videos, bro.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Correct.
That's why I'm not really going crazy on the internet anymore, because I've done nearly 700 videos, bro.
Yeah.
And I still haven't even made all my videos public.
Shit.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And I haven't even made all my videos.
Oh shit! What happened?
But yeah, man, I feel that the groundwork's done, man. And if for those that ain't woke now, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Is it all Maybach? Is your channel all one word? Is it all Maybach Mel together, or is it separate?
Yeah. Yes, together. Maybach Mel 1804.
I think that's how.
Yeah, even if they separate, he still should find it. Once he see the Haitian flag, once you see the Haitian flag on there, the blue and red flag, that's my channel. I know the luxury car will pop up. There'll be like a bunch of videos of that, but all he got to do is search. Yeah, correct. See, like that's another thing. If you upload every day, you don't got to necessarily go live. But if you upload every day, that keeps your name in the top of the algorithm. It doesn't matter what you upload. You know what I mean? Correct. Because when you was going live, like every week or every other week, whatever, I could just type your name in and you would be there. You know what I mean? Now it's like you send out the notifications because, they started playing around, suppressing and stuff like that. Like, let me just say this real quick, right? Yeah, I got great content that I can put up. But like y'all said, it's time consuming to edit the video. Because why I say that is because I do house renovations. We buy ugly homes and we renovate the homes. I could put that's content all day. Oh, this is how this house looked. This is how ugly the house looked when we bought it. This is the finished product. That's perfect content. That would gather a lot of people that's in real estate, all this type of stuff. They own, but like I said, me recording, you got to edit the video. If you got music in it, you got to mute the music. It's just too much. Like you said, I got 2 kids, man. My kids are toddlers. That requires a lot of energy right then and there. I don't have teenagers. I don't got grown kids. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing too. So yeah.
I'll be honest though. The editing doesn't bother me because I've actually mastered it to a thing of where I can edit any video within 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But what it is, what pisses me off, is when you go into YouTube Creator, Studio, you can click on every video map, and you can scroll down and it shows you the audience, and I realized that my videos are only notifying 22 people.
What?
I've got, but if you go onto your channel, go into the YouTube Studio, click on your video, scroll to all the options in it, and it will go to audience. When you click down, it will show you how much people got notified of your video. All my videos are only notifying 22 people. I have 4,068 people.
Wow.
How does that?
It's only notifying 22 subscribers only?
That's what pisses me off. So what pisses me off, you go to do the video, you put all that work into it, you put it up, and these people are only sending it to 22 people, bro. When you get a chance, when you come off of here, go into your YouTube Studio and have a look, bro.
I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely do that. That's crazy.
I didn't know this till like a month ago. I didn't even know that option was it. I didn't even know. My friend showed. DTV Fox. D-Double must have. He sent me the screenshot. He said, "Look in this thing here," and I looked into it, and it showed you how much people get notified of your videos. 22 people per video.
That's crazy. See, I love the way Foxy does it, right? Because I had told her, like, yo, I think she went live. She went live one time, and I didn't even know. So she hits me up like, oh, I was live, and I was looking for you. I was like, what? You was live? So I was like, yo, do what these other big channels do. Since we on IG, send it to me on IG. That way I get the link and I can click on. She still does it on YouTube. But I like it that, she sends it to a few of us that
but it's a
follow her.
lot though, fam. When you're starting a live,
Correct.
bro, it's a lot to be sending everyone the links, bro.
Correct.
It's mad.
It is.
You know what I'm saying?
No, it is. It is.
Yeah, well, the good thing is that
and bro, I wasn't even talking about the live shows, bro. I was talking about the videos that
just the videos, just the the videos in general. Correct.
The videos I do, people are getting 22 notifications between 20 and 23.
Correct.
I'm like,
well, I'm getting yours now. I'm getting yours now.
Then what is it? You get me?
Right.
Panero, before I wasn't getting notifications. When you went live, I didn't get those at first. Now I because this is what people do too. You got to reset everything on that person's platform. Just unsubscribe and resubscribe and hit the all notification bell. It kind of resets everything again. But now whenever you upload something, I get the notifications. Before I wasn't. So I get it now. Yeah. So what I just did is I unsubscribed to your channel and then I subscribed again. I don't know if it pops up, whatever, but then I hit the all notification. So those last 2 uploads you did, or 3 of them, I got all 3 and I watched them too. Yeah. So that's what you got to do sometimes on this platform.
Yeah. Well, that's great information because it'll look like you're not getting your information put out there, but it could be just some things are being
suppressing it. They suppressing it. They suppressing it. Just
my thing is this. My thing is this though, guys. Yeah. Like I'm cool with doing videos, but I'm not gonna be a dickhead. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I heard that there's this thing made back where if you don't make no videos for like 10 days, it resets your algorithm. I heard Star saying it.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that too. It's kind of like, it's kind of like no, go ahead, Foxy.
No, I was saying Star said that.
Yeah, Star said that.
He's up on all that stuff.
Yeah,
he's the one that even said you shouldn't put capital letters in your title and stuff.
Right. Yeah. Well, I kind of did this time, but whatever.
It is what it is.
I learned a few things from him though, because like he's been in the game for a long time.
Yeah,
correct.
I was gonna say to you guys, when I come back with the show, this is what I'm gonna do, innit? I'm gonna just put the title of whatever's popping that week and that day in the show.
Correct.
Just do that. Just put the title. Just put the title in it. You know what I'm saying? Of whatever's popping, and then just go from there. Yeah, that's what Star does, man. That's what Star does.
Yeah, he don't do all of the tagging and all this other stuff. He don't really do the hashtags and all of that other stuff.
The greats, man. Yeah, man. You gotta watch the greats, man. Still, you get me?
Correct.
Watch the greats,
Correct.
Yeah, the old man. He's been there for a hot minute. He's still popping, so he must be doing something, right?
Right.
So around what time you think you're gonna start doing that again, Panero?
I'm gonna start doing my shows this week. Still, you know what I mean? But yeah, so I'll probably do a show on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, first show back. You know what I mean? But this feels like my first show back now, though, to be honest.
All right.
It does, right?
You pop in a bottle of champagne, huh? For your big comeback, huh?
Yeah, no. I've got some rum right now. I don't really drink no more, bro. But because it's bank holiday over here, I said I done some rare nephew with some coconut water.
Is what holiday?
Yeah.
Oh, y'all got Ray and nephews out there? Y'all got Ray and nephews too?
Yeah, of course. Long time. Yeah, acting like we just got it. Like we. Well, what do you think we're drinking out here? We ain't got no Hennessy. We ain't got nothing.
Listen, man. I was in the UK only one time, and that was when I was little, man. So, you know what I mean?
Bro, hey, Mac, let me tell you about you when it comes to alcohol. These people in the UK, right, These people made sure that there's a flipping corner shop on every block, man. Like now, at first it was like 2 or 3. Yeah, now it's like 4 or 5 or 6, like on every block. You know what I'm saying? I've
What is
noticed
that?
that.
Liquor store?
Now call it shops. Shop. Shop. You know what I'm saying? Like a shop to buy liquor. You know what I'm saying? So you see, when you're talking about UK, you're talking about liquor. You're talking about pubs. You know what I mean? Pubs. That's a place where you know the man them used to own, where all the man them go to drink. You know what I'm saying? UK is known for liquor. You know what I mean? Getting drunk. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
having fights uptown in the streets. You know what I mean? That's UK, man. It's you have to understand, Mac. We ain't got no decent beaches and stuff like that, so there's not really much to do apart from drink, party, make money.
You have whatchamacallit over there, Brighton, but you got to go far to go all the way over there, right?
Yeah, but Brighton's BM Central, man.
Yo, listen, it's funny that you use the word pub. I could relate to that a lot because Massachusetts, you know, New England, they do a lot of UK stuff out here. We got street names, Manchester, like she said, Brighton. We got a city named Brighton. A lot of the Irish pubs or bars are called pubs. They're not called bars.
Oh,
you know
so
what I mean?
know what a pub is. Yeah.
So I said to Foxy, with that Alabama thing, I don't know why that was publicized because, bro, I'm in one of the worst states when it comes to black and whites. You know, we've been fighting them for a long time and beating ass, and they don't advertise it on the news. So, you know what I mean? At the high school that I went to, South Boston High, y'all can look this up. It made national news. We had a racial riot at our school in the early 90s. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, people getting tossed out of second-story windows, third-story windows out the school. So that wasn't. It made the news. Yeah, Massachusetts. Look up Massachusetts busing. Look that up. When we was integrating, yeah, look that up. They was throwing rocks. You know, signs saying we don't want y'all N-words in our schools. Yeah, so that's why I tell people Massachusetts match up to Alabama and Mississippi's racism.
Like people, some people get it twisted, like that the North isn't racially divided and stirred up. Like hell yeah, the East Coast, upper North, like where we're at, Connecticut, Massachusetts,
Correct.
New York,
Correct.
Philly. What? You got to remember that's where the 13 colonies started, and where did they come from? They came from England.
Correct.
So yeah, like it's crazy up here too.
Yeah.
But it's just not really like highlighted the way it is down south. But again, remember I said earlier in this live that we're talking about Cleopatra and just bringing it pretty much back home is that they write their history to tell their narrative. But
correct.
But the thing is that if they really told it all, history would be so much different that a lot of us would be sitting here like, you know what, I'm not going to even trip.
Correct.
Because I already knew.
So this the Cleopatra one you watched, this wasn't the Elizabeth Taylor one, right? You said it was on
Netflix. It's called Qween Cleopatra, and it's like 3 episodes.
When this come out? Oh, so when this come out?
This
you don't
came
know?
out
You don't remember?
May. No, I
May?
do. It came out in May.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's actually pretty good. I watched it the other day because I needed something like to clear my mind. Because sometimes I get oversaturated with too much knowledge that I just need to like
information
come down a notch. Yeah, and I mean I like documentaries, so it says it's documentary, it's a docu-series, but they have a disclaimer that some of the stuff is fictional, and they have to fluff it. I
was about to say that. Story. Correct. Because now when you watch to piggyback off of what you're just saying, now when you watch BMF, the 50 Cent documentary thing, he adds that now. He puts the disclaimer. He said the story is very loosely. So at first they never put that. They was just like true story, true events, and that's all they used to put. Now he puts it like a little disclaimer saying it's loosely away from the truth. But yeah, that's what I learned. It's the same thing when I went to go watch the movie that I sent you. They was giving free tickets to the kids. Yeah, that they that's the truth, but they dramatized it. Once it gets to the movie theater, once it goes to Netflix, Tubi, now it's away from the truth. If it's just a real documentary that's on YouTube that you could watch, it's in black and white, you know that's all.
Well, they were giving a lot of pushback on that too, because it was supposed to come out like a while ago, and they kept stalling it out of the theaters and deterring people from going to see it. So that itself had an issue.
Yeah, but, they was turning off the AC while you was watching it. They was pulling firebombs. Yeah. And it's funny because I don't get how no one in Hollywood wanted to pick it up. What is it called?
You know.
Yeah, Silence of Freedom. No, but listen, the craziest entity picked it up, and that's what got it to push it. Disney picked it up. So I thought that was a little funny that Disney picked it up, because there's a thing about Disney right now.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yes.
No, I wasn't going to get into the story. I was just
rabbit hole. Ant Dog's in the building. Salute, brother Ant Dog.
What's happening? What's up?
Salute.
Hey, that Cleopatra thing, I watched that. That was very interesting.
It was. I'm glad you got to see it.
Yeah, I mean, she caused her own death though. She should have killed dude. She should have went on and took him out.
Who, Mark Anthony?
She hesitated.
Which one? Mark Anthony?
Yeah. But she was too in love with him.
She sure was. That's why I'm like, they got her out here looking like baby mama, that she's slinging her punani around.
No, but she was very smart with that.
Right, that's what I'm like.
She was very smart. She was very smart with that. She knew what she had to do, and she knew what she needed to do.
Right.
And she just went about it. She went about it the right way, but she let her heart overthink her head.
Yeah, and then the kids, I think part of it was because of her kids too. Like, and any parent is going to feel a certain kind of way because, they're the heirs. So she was pushing for that, and maybe her heart, I don't know if it was her heart for the love of him, or if it could have been both, for the children and for him. But
they captured the children. They end up having the children anyway.
No, what I'm saying is like her heart got in the way, but it's like, is it because of the man, or was it because her children were next in line, and she had to keep that longevity? Like, I think it was a little bit of both. But
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with it?
No, because she sent the kids off. Remember, she sent the kids away because she knew that they were coming, and that she didn't want them to get her and the kids.
Right.
So, but she had a chance to take him out, and she didn't take it. She decided to tell him.
Yeah, so
that was her downfall.
And dog, I just saw the chat, right, Ant Dog? I do know the I don't know Sean Ellis personally, but I know the story.
Yeah, I watched that too, man. That was crazy, man.
Listen, that guy, that guy deleted his wife and said it was a black person who did it. And Boston was upside down. Anybody that was black that was walking in the streets, cops was just pulling you over, arresting you, taking you down, fingerprinting you to see if you had anything to do with that crime. No, facts, bro. That's why I said, if people do their history on Boston, listen, man, there's a lot of things that happen to us colored folks out here, and they try to mask that. They try to mask that. Yeah, they try to mask it. Yes,
and then when that black lady took over as the DA, she told what she tell that dude, you clean this up before I even get in there.
Correct. Oh, there's much deeper. Oh, so listen, if you really want to watch some of it, just like how me and Foxy was just talking about, it's some truth in it, but of course they have to dramatize it because it was on I think it was Showtime. It's called The
Netflix.
Hill.
Netflix.
No, the Hill. This is with Kevin Bacon's in it. Kevin Bacon plays a detective, and stuff like that. That was all part of the story, part of the whole story. That So the story's called Charles Stewart. Charles Stewart is a clear man who deleted his wife and told the police that it was a black man who did it, and that's because he wanted the insurance money and because also she was preggo and he didn't want the baby. So, look into that. And he threw her off the Charles River Bridge into the Charles River. It's crazy. Like I said, I lived in that era. When I stepped out the house, both of my parents, not just me, but friends that I have and other people were saying the same thing. Their parents were saying, hey, you may not make it home. So let me hug you and kiss you. I love you. Be careful when you out there. Police come in contact with you. Listen to them. Don't talk back. Yeah, listen, it was crazy out here. When I say it was crazy, I believe. I was in the streets at that time. So yeah, look up that story. It's a good watch, y'all. The Charles Stewart story. Or y'all can like I said, if you really want to watch a documentary, just watch the documentary. That's much factual and better. But
his attorney found the real killers.
Huh?
His attorney found the real killer. I know. Correct. And they didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing.
I mean, listen, man, it's their people. Like, of course they're not going to do anything. It's their kind. You know how this world is, man. You know how it goes.
You know whose case got me like that? Like, wow. Michael Jordan's father. So
I've been on that. Wait, go ahead.
So, because I watched that like 2 months ago because it came out. Where was it, on Prime? I think. And so
do you believe those two? Just a question. Do you believe those two?
The
two that they saying that did it. The two that they saying did it.
I know. I believe one of them did.
All right. But you know the bigger story, right? You know Michael owed money. I know you watched it.
This is all alleged. But what I'm saying is that the Indian guy is out.
Mm-hmm.
They let him go.
Yep.
He served, I don't know, almost a decade and plus. But he's out now. He came out in January. And of course, the black guy's still locked up, fighting to get out.
Correct.
And says he's innocent and still standing on that. And when I was watching their story, that's why I'm like, I believe one of them is innocent and one of them is guilty. And of course, he said it out of his mouth. They're going to let him go. Why? Because he's not black. And they're going to pin me to a black on black crime. When he was the one that was upset because he was trying to get an alleged deal and it went wrong.
Correct.
And all that else happened. Now, where's my book? Conspiracy theory. I'm going to read the definition out of Webster's dictionary. The meaning of conspiracy theory is the theory that explains an event or set of circumstances as the result of a secret plot. Like I said, we're in those Jason months. Now, I don't remember when his father was taken out, but Kanye West said it about 6 months ago. What does Hollywood do? Yeah. And his hands are clean, but that they got his mama.
Yeah.
So I don't know about all, they're going to make other stories behind the Michael Jordan's father being this, that, and the third. But remember, we can't fall asleep to when you get into a certain status, what happens? What comes with that? There's a price to be in that position.
Yes, indeed.
That's all I got.
Did y'all follow the story? I just want to ask this because I thought it was weird. I didn't even know this. So, so-called Trump's indictment, right? They locked up some of the people from his office. I heard everyone got out except for one person who is a melanated guy. This guy that works for Trump is also connected to Kanye, and he's the only one that is still behind bars that didn't get a bail. But everyone else who's clear got bailed out. Did y'all hear about this story?
A woman that was connected with Kanye.
Either a woman, woman or guy. I heard it was a guy. It was Kanye's publicist who also went and worked for Trump.
Oh,
right? Who went and
I thought that
Trump.
was the female.
So, and I don't know. I heard it was a guy.
Oh, the female was. That's who Trump was talking about. Was the female out in Georgia that she was sleeping with one of the YSL.
The DA.
The DA. I was like, yo, Trump. He was like, and then I'm like, you know what? I don't put it past nobody at this point.
Trump knows, man. He knows because he exposed the deep state. I mean, that's why they doing what they doing. This is, I mean, I ain't gonna say it's facts. Allegedly, this is why they doing what they doing to him, because he exposed a lot of them. I call them the do dirties. Yeah, that's my label for them. The do dirties is what I call them.
He exposed their mess, and now they're trying to pay him back.
Correct. But they said this is what they said. Under the Nixon law, ain't nothing gonna happen to him.
Yeah, and Nixon was what? He was impeached. That's as far as it went with him.
You said they what? With Nixon? What?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear you. You keep going out. Say that one more time.
I said he was impeached.
Oh yeah, correct.
They didn't do anything to him.
Correct. Clinton blatantly did something that he's not supposed to do as a president. Did anything happen to him? Like, come on.
Quite a few of them did things that they wasn't supposed to do, and did nothing happen.
What with the Monica? Because what? So that's not hurting us.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to say what they did. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. That's petty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What they was doing behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah.
The Foxy sister.
Yes, my brother.
I've got to run, yeah?
You about to be out? Okay. Well,
Yeah, I got to run.
It's so
No,
good
it was nice, man. No, because you know what it is? I needed this one air to get me back on it, innit?
Yep.
You understand? Yeah? This is the first live I've been on in ages, so I needed that. So I'll see you lot in the week.
Okay.
In a couple days, yeah? Big up yourself, Ant, still.
All right. You be safe.
Look out for my show. Let Ant know, Fox, innit? Hey, Fox, remember I told you last time that they got the new option now, so when I do a show, I can pull it on your show, on your one as well.
Oh, yeah.
I told you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do, before I set up the thing, I'm going to holler at you, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
Oh, Panero, if I subscribe to your channel.
Yeah, no, defo, man. Big up, man. Yeah, man. Big up, Maybach.
Yeah, I forgot that you could do that now. That you could stream it on the platform.
Yeah, we were supposed to do.
Let's try it out, Fox, innit? We'll try it out, innit, for the next show.
Yeah, it's trial and error. But yeah, you could go ahead and stream it before you leave.
Hey, Panero.
Yeah.
You sound like Lennox Lewis.
Yeah, I know, but the only thing is that Lennox Lewis is LG, man.
Oh, yeah. You the man. No, you the man.
No. Big up, man, still. No, big up, man.
Yeah. Bless up, man.
You know who I sound like, though? I sound like Panero's man, bro. You know what I'm saying? we ain't following no celebrities out here, brother. Yeah? All right, but you got salute, though. Rolling salute, man. Big up, yeah?
100.
Yo, General, remember what I always say. General, stay vigilant and move militant, General. You already know.
Come on, my brother. You done know, man. Likewise, my bro. Yeah?
Yep. Bless up.
All right, sister. Love you, sis.
Love you too. Peace.
Oh, salute Ant Dog, by the way.
What's happening?
I already see you in the
building. Salute.
I already see you in Intelligent Conversations.
That's right.
Listen, Ant Dog's the elder, man. He's got to be over here.
I'll be dipping a little bit everywhere.
Oh yeah, I'm an old head myself. I don't come to.
I was gonna say, Ronan's a little old head too.
I'm an old head
no,
too,
I know. Ronan's old. Listen, man, I was on a sports
not old,
channel.
We're seasoned.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we was on Lady Fresh's perspective, Roland. Remember? And I was like, why? Yeah. I was like, why is this dude's name and his voice sound familiar? And then I was like, Foxy. And then when I said it, I was like, oh man, yeah, you good with me. Even though we rooting for the different teams, but still good in my. Then I saw him on Philly OG's. Then he got on Philly OG's platform after I got off, and I still was listening. You know what I'm saying? I had to get off because I was picking my kids up, and I was like, yo, Roland is making his rounds now.
Oh yeah, I do my thing, man. But I'm usually on King Troll channel. I'm in the roasting sector like that because when I first got on YouTube, that's where I met Foxy, all of them over on King Troll and that circle. But because Foxy and Pink Sugar, yeah. But I originally came on some knowledge stuff. I was from the Hotep sector.
Okay.
But I didn't fit in with them because I'm a veteran. I still drink and smoke. I'm not all, I pay attention to, health stuff, but I'm not
You with the dumb shit.
Yeah, I couldn't. I mean, a lot of them, I'll pick up a gun. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, but I didn't fit in with them, and I didn't really come to that. But I just got sucked into the trouble. So but I like y'all, man. Y'all thick skin, and you guys are poke, man. I'm comfortable here.
I'll be back, guys. Continue talking. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, bro. That's what it's about, man. You know what I mean? I mean, at the end of the day, it was like how you just said. When I first came on here and I got on the first panel, there's a dude that's very known in this sector, and he kind of got me out of my element. And I'm like, yo, this dude would not dare talk to me face to face like that. Why did I fall for the trap? But then I had to learn, like Foxy said earlier, there's a lot of people on here that didn't have a voice in real life. Now, because they sit behind a computer, a tablet, or a phone, they feel like they could say anything and everything. So, with that, I seen the beef sector. I know about the beef sector. No disrespect to the beef sector. That's not my thing. I want to leave a room getting some information that I can add to my life, pass on. It's just me. But don't get me wrong, I like the entertainment, but when it comes to like you and I being content creators and it's 6 months later and we still doing lives about each other, it's just like, yo, what are we doing here? Is that really content? Because there's a lot of things for people to talk about in this current event. So I find that funny that I'm being nice with the 6 months. I seen content creators go at it for a whole year. You get what I'm saying? So it is what it is. That's not my cup of tea. Yeah, that's not my cup of tea. You know what I mean?
Salute Bullets Gotti. I mean, that's not my cup of tea. His channel, I respect him as a,
Yeah.
But I can't do that.
Yeah, I can't either.
Yeah, Boots was up in earlier.
Yeah. Salute Bullets Gotti. But, I had nothing against him, but it's just not my cup of tea.
Correct. Correct.
I got a couple of veterans channels, and they're cool, but they're mostly, rock and roll guys and stuff like that. But I was pumping MWA out there. You know what I'm saying? So it's
because I remember when you went on Philly OG's platform, you actually told him that you're a veteran too. Because remember, you found out he was a veteran, so y'all was sharing information that was cool.
I like Philly OG, man. I like him.
Yeah.
He was up in here earlier.
Listen, so when I mentioned that Real McCoy's platform, because Real McCoy was telling other people how he met this one and that one. So Real McCoy is
Philly OG's platform.
There you go. So he talked about a content creator that, jokingly was going at Philly OG like, yo, is he Antichrist? And I had to say something. I said, yo, no lie. When I saw some message he put in Bro Sanchez chat, I was like, yo, is Philly OG Antichrist? Is he a Satanist? But you got to get to know him. Once you get to know him, but that's just with everything. You know what I mean? Going back to what Smitty was saying, they don't want us to really socialize no more. But once you socialize with somebody the old school way, you will realize
the person ain't what you thought they were, or the perspective that you passed on them ain't really that. You know what I mean? So once I got to know Philly OG, good dude. He's not antichrist. He just don't believe in the sky daddy that we've been programmed. And once he broke it down, I overstood him. You know what I mean? And I overstood at every point that he was making. So perfect, man. That dude, respect him, man. Like he's uncle of mine. You know what I mean? And I love how he promotes for free. He don't ask for no money behind the scenes. Oh, $20 will get you this promotion, that promotion. He's doing for free. What's his thing? 2023 free promotion and beyond. Something like that is his line. And I like that because that's what we all should be doing. Is building with one another. Now, of course, I'm gonna check out. Go ahead.
You go ahead. I agree with what you were saying because
bro. Go ahead, bro.
It don't matter what you went through in life, but it don't matter what you went through in life to get where he's at. But you got there, and it probably took some tears and some learning.
Correct. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I like that though, and that's what it's about. You know what I mean? Is building with one another and uplifting one another. But of course, like I always say, we all ain't gonna be kumbaya, unfortunately. But the ones that we can vibrate with and be on the same frequency is who you need to connect with, and that's what I do now. You know what I mean?
A lot of kids online don't remember the 90s. They don't know that. They don't know the 90s.
They don't.
We fucked it up for
them. You know.
So did you get to see that Cleopatra?
No, I'm gonna take it out. No, I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. But I mean, the premises is basically they're upset. Some people are upset because she's casted, you know, and she's a black woman as opposed to the Cleopatra who we saw with Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah, she ain't Cleopatra. No, that chick. No way in the world.
That dog, you remind me of Paul.
And you see how Foxy's talking about Cleopatra. What stained my brain is the Elizabeth Taylor Cleopatra. But if we do our history, and it's kind of like what Smitty was saying, out there in Europe, right? The real pharaohs are melanated. The real gods, empresses are all melanated, colored people. But over here, right? And there's a video that's on IG. I'm trying to find it right now so I can send it to Foxy, where the clear folks in Europe is carrying the black.
You and dog.
Huh? Oh yeah. Yes. So it shows in Europe how the clear folks are carrying the melanated pharaoh, but over here the roles are reversed. They got the melanated folks carrying pharaoh.
Sorry,
stuff like so.
It's Monday. It's my drinking day.
What you said is your gym day?
It's drinking day.
I don't think he's talking to us.
It's Monday.
He's talking to us.
Back in the ass later.
Well, you know, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Most definitely.
Yeah, but you guys are on the level, man, and it doesn't matter how you got there, but y'all 360 with it.
I'm gonna take out chicken.
He's in the goo.
Oh yeah.
As they were sitting in, what's that place? I had to get out of Clubhouse. Clubhouse was toxic. I was like,
you got to get in the right one though.
I was in the right. I thought I was in the right one, but it's like, I don't know, like the women. Some of the women are on there are just, I don't know. I just feel it's toxic. But you're right.
I'm in a religious one.
Okay.
Where they break down the Bible.
Okay.
Certain scriptures and you know, certain words like wisdom. Where does wisdom come from, and what is wisdom?
I heard that wisdom is applied knowledge.
Never heard of it.
Do you know I'm a Taoist?
No.
It's spelled Taoist. That's where the yin yang symbol comes from. But that's what civilized me.
That's what it means?
Taoist
Taoism. Gotcha.
yeah, I'm a Taoist. I don't know any other Taoists out here. There's no churches, no nothing. But that's what civilized me. So I consider myself a Taoist. Plus, there's no devil.
Gotcha.
You are the coach.
Yeah, it's like there's a path, the way, and once you're on that path, you just stay on the path. If you're off the path, you're just simply off the path.
Right. But you can always come back home.
Yeah, that in a roundabout way came from Bruce Lee.
That dude was something.
He was.
That 1-inch punch ain't no joke.
Yeah.
No joke.
He was something so that again, I don't want to do the conspiracy theory thing, but that man was powerful too, and he was doing some stuff and bridging people, and just he was on that light path that
we live in a different world because of him.
Notice something, that people that enlightens people, they get took out.
Back then we didn't know that. That has always been the case. Now, Bruce Lee was taken out.
And these people do all this talking about black and white and all that. But anytime that we uplift ourselves, they always got to knock us down.
Right.
They always got to tear it down so that we won't do that again.
Right.
And that's wrong. But then they're telling you to pull your own self up by your own bootstraps. Why am I do that?
Got to repeat that with buffering.
Why am I going to do that if you're going to tear it down and destroy it?
Right.
It's crazy.
And for each person that they knock down, there's 5 others that are growing right out of the weed.
That's right.
More people that are being.
I thought that would be the case with Tupac, but that's being totally controlled by, the media mob. But it should be.
Because he even said he was gonna start a revolution. That's why they had to get him out. Because he was ready. He was already ready. He was ready. And they knew the masses would have flocked right towards him.
Right. And how, if you guys have been here long enough, y'all all know how I feel about Tupac. In my head, I'm Mrs.
Right.
I don't care about now, and then seeing a lot. It's funny how social media, a lot of people, not a lot, but there's some people out there, and I don't know if they're haters. I don't know if it's for content. Most likely it's a little of both, but they're talking reckless about Tupac. And I'm like, if he was alive, nobody would be saying anything. Even his closest friend has a story and he's always twisting it up. How do you say that your friend was bipolar?
It doesn't matter.
But nobody was saying all that stuff when he was here. He was. Never mind. Y'all know how I feel about it.
The Illuminati is a household word worldwide because of Pac.
Illuminati.
Hail Mary. We say Hail Mary. You say Hail Mary. That's a pass in football. It's like you throwing up a prayer, right?
The Hail Mary.
Yeah. Well, now it worked because now it's a household word. It's a household word. Hey, G. How are you?
He's still recognized throughout the world.
Bobby hates me. Yeah.
Who is he over there, Mac?
No, my friend is here. But it's a household word. It's a household word now because of him.
Right.
And I think that's, out of anything he wanted to convey, I think that was the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Because whether the name is Illuminati or not, we know that something's out there manipulating everything.
Everything. You name it, they got a hand in it.
Yeah, there's there's 5 different media companies that control all media.
Right.
Yeah.
I learned that by Professor Griff.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because he this was like a couple of years back.
Yeah. Also from yeah, in the Pale Horse book.
I haven't read that yet.
Oh, you don't need to read it. You don't need it.
Okay. I get the consensus of it though, but
oh yeah,
like he breaks it down, you know, about the media and who's controlled. This is when he was doing his lectures. Now Griff, he's just chill because you know he also was getting he calls them the alphabet boys. The alphabet, that's where I got it from. You know, they were trying to take him out. And so he chilled. He's not doing that kind of circuit anymore. He's doing training with the guns and stuff like that. And you know, just more on the back end. And then he has his YouTube channel and stuff. But I learned quite a bit from him. And I always like, you know, Public Enemy. That was our, you know, growing up. That was our conscious era with Public Enemy. And again, that type of that media, that entertainment industry caught wind of how that was starting to change young black boys and girls, and they were like, "Oh no,
they had to shut it down." They
a lot of hip hop
and brought in the disgracing women stuff in.
Yeah,
right.
a lot of hip hop trends have come back around, but the African medallions has not come around. The X Clan, the this and that, because if it comes back around with what we knew now, like not back then, but what we know now, it's going to be something.
Right. Because they're
not going to allow that.
So kids weren't wearing gold. They were making their own jewelry. They was making their own clothes.
Yeah.
Right. I definitely had me a couple of medallions. I had the Nefertiti earrings.
Oh, I know.
You know what I can't find? I've been looking for in the jewelry store.
What's that?
I went to the jewelry store and asked the lady. She said, "What is that?" I looked at her. I said, "Oh, that's right. You wouldn't know." Even if I was to tell you, I told her, even if I was to tell you, you still wouldn't know.
Well,
so I just show you. I said, "I'll just show you a picture."
If you told her, she's gonna charge you extra 30%.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, there's places that make them, like the copper, the guys who make jewelry. One of the guys on IG, but
and dog. I found out what an ankh was, right? Back in the day, and I had never seen Superfly, right? Then I was watching Superfly. Like I just found out what an ankh was. I was watching Superfly. And you see Superfly, you see when it first started, he got the white turtleneck on, and he's taking coke. He's dipping coke right out of an ankh. My mind cracked open. It took me years to process that. That is blaxploitation.
Right.
Exactly. They always done that.
It messed my head.
That's confusing, yeah, because that's black exploitation, and it's like pimps and hoes, but he had an ankh on. He had like a ankh, and he took the little thing off. He was putting coke up his nose to the ankh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, busting my head open because I just found out what an ankh was. Fertility.
Wow, that's mad disrespectful.
That's mad disrespectful.
They always do it.
I was in the VA in Los Angeles. I met Max Julian.
Who's that?
You know who that is? Max Julian. I met him. I got his autograph. Shook his hand. But he is he's the main character from the Mac.
Okay.
Oh, he's a cool daddy.
Nice guy. I shook his hand, and I was like, happy to meet him and all that. But man, I was like, man, knowing what we know, if we knew then what we knew now, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Very further ahead.
The kids is up on it.
I know a couple of young cats with some good channels up on it. They would actually enjoy being here. Where when I was that age, I was brainwashed.
Of course we were. They didn't want you to know but so much.
Yeah. But
you know what's funny, man? When I was in school, I told the teacher, Columbus ain't do nothing. He ain't discover nothing. How you gonna discover something people already here? If people was already here when he got here, he ain't discover it. She's no, you wrong. You wrong.
Yeah. Everybody's saying we was already here, but I'm gonna say I was from there because I want my reparations. I'm not. I'm gonna give it that.
Here's the thing on that, G. These laws here is not subjected to a national. The only laws you're subjected to is Moroccan laws. Not the laws here. Huh?
Moroccan law.
Yeah, this is Morocco. We in Africa. This is Africa. Where we is Africa.
Well, you remember Public Enemy, Fear of a Black Planet? The song Fear of a Black Planet? The whole planet was black.
Exactly. That's what I said. We was already here. Nobody could discover? We was already here.
So it's going to be tricky about getting reparations because, like, my whole take is,
it shouldn't be tricky. How's it tricky when you're already in Africa?
Only because I say that because then you're going to have to do this DNA and genealogy because guess what? The people that were already here
from Africa. It's still going to come up from Africa.
I feel it all through my body.
It's still going to come up you from Africa, dear. You still got African blood in you.
What I'm saying is though, but like, so when we're hearing the words reparation, so who really gets it though? You see what I'm saying? Because not everybody's entitled to it.
Okay.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
This is how they should do reparations. They should have a reparations like a lottery, though. People that do qualify for that because they didn't ask you. They didn't ask you, did you want to get on the boat?
They did.
Yep, you were deceived. But I think they can't pay all this money out at once. That's a complete disaster. They have a lottery that people that are eligible can apply for and get their 400 years lifetime work with compounded interest.
No, they're putting out a lot. They're gonna be putting out a lot of money.
Man, how much money they got? They print money.
I know they got it. I didn't say they didn't have it to do, but they're gonna be putting out a lot.
A lot of money.
Well, you know, just
a lot of money for other people.
Or like Patrice O'Neal said. Patrice O'Neal, the comedian. Have you heard him? He said that black people should be exempt from paying federal tax. Woo! They didn't like that. Some people in the crowd stopped laughing.
Of course.
But he's right.
He is right. He is right. And now they don't like that, but that should be that. I mean, if they need to correct this because you see where everything's going because they won't correct the wrong.
Exactly.
Boy, if they try to correct it and they don't use their common sense, it's gonna be too late already.
It's already too late.
It is already too late, but they're gonna try something. It's gonna be too weak. But I'm saying there's ways they can do it. You know,
and they don't need to be pacifying like they usually do. They need to stop this.
Yeah, common sense is under attack. I mean, it's always been under attack. I mean, there could be a police killing tomorrow, and the media will all back and start telling you what you just saw you didn't see.
Yeah. How you gonna tell somebody that? We're not retarded.
Yeah, and
mind, body, and soul. That's what the agenda is for.
Yeah. Another power move is like you talking earlier when Maybach was going in.
They talk about the Corolla car, right? The main topic in the whole world is Toyota cars, and you cannot even say the word Corolla.
Thank you. Somebody's catching on.
Some about that Yoda.
That Yoda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I think that really is in real life? What I think it really is? As a conspiracy theorist, I think it's from China went from 5G to 6G, right? As far as the network, right? So the other countries in the world had to raise up their level of transfer, right? So the radiation poisoning from that is very light. The radiation poisoning, and that's actually what it is. And they came up with all this stuff, blah 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 blah.
Right.
Blah. But what it really is, they won't tell you. But the smart people got totally punked. The doctors, the medical industry, the pharmacists, they got punked.
Big time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, people that have everything in life have nothing to have everything to lose. Where people don't have nothing to lose, if they get a penny, they have everything to lose.
Mm-hmm. Enzo, you got your hair braided up. You looking all sharp over there.
Oh yeah, I got to keep myself up, man.
I cannot cam up right now. I got trolls ready to strike me. They're ready to get me.
What?
Yeah, I'm nappy headed, braggy, and scraggly. yeah. They go. Yeah. I can't do it today.
Oh, it's all good.
I don't talk too much trash online if I come up fresh.
Nobody is. It's not mandatory to cam up. It's really not.
I'll cam up for you.
Huh?
I'll cam up for you. I'll be transparent with you, but I'm not transparent with most places.
Yeah, when you speaking truth, and you know people who's after you. You know somebody after you, not. Or try to find out where you are, or who you are.
Oh yeah,
you got to do what's best.
Oh yeah, I was coming up every day in the Philippines. You can't get me.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you got to travel many waters to get there.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I was in the back rainforest. I came up.
Right.
How do you get service?
Yeah, if you come for me out there, I'll hear about it before you get to me.
Yeah, there's some people. It was one sister that I was watching, and she was saying, find your place and start heading out there, because here is gonna get crazy.
Any country that has an English speaking population will do.
Yeah.
A lot of people. I mean, they teach English in school out there. They speak. They got maybe 300 different dialects out there actually, but.
I was on a panel a couple of days ago where these two young ladies were saying that there's places that there's countries that will pay you to live out there, but you're like teaching English or to be out there for at least like 6 months or 6 years, something like that.
Well, there's like 4 or 5 places that do that. They pay you to come there because one of them is because their population is full of older people.
Yeah, that's what she said. She said it's China, I think it was, or Japan. One of the two countries where there's a lot of elderly and there's not that many young.
Japan.
Yeah, they should outsource.
They live longer.
America should outsource jobs to other countries, like other countries outsource here. That'd be a path for young people can go and see the world, besides the military.
Mm-hmm.
Go see the world and get their mind busted open, because we are trapped by our own ignorance.
Yeah,
ignorance meaning the dark, meaning what we need to know. We don't know. Like people come over here, they know that we need food to eat and water to drink. They know that a chicken's head is cut off, and that's where you get your chicken nuggets. Kids don't know that here.
Right.
No.
They think it comes from Santa Claus or something.
They know how to cut a chicken. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna say this too, right, Foxy? When you asked about reparations earlier, I believe it was California and a couple of other states. Their idea that they came up
California and New York.
You got to take a test. You got to take a test, and they got to see if your bloodline traces back to that tribe or to those people. And if it does, you'll get it. Now, to me, I'm gonna just say this, and it's not being ignorant. To me, forget about the reparations. What they owe us, and is, I guess, is on documents, and the documents got ripped up, of course, or whatever, is the 40 acres and a mule, right?
It's already signed and passed.
Right?
It's already owed.
Supposed to be a project or some form of thing in place for the 40 acres and a mule, but someone came on the because I had made a comment, and it was off of a post that I made on my page. Somebody read my post and said, yo, I like the post that you put up. The post basically says, the world is not overly populated, the government is. Now,
yeah, that's a fact.
The person came and said, they can give each melanated person 1 acre, right? And then they even said that we all can actually fit in the state of Texas. So how is the world overly populated? You get what I'm saying? So a bunch of stuff that's crazy. But another thing, I don't know if y'all know, that Ancestry company got bought out, or they sold the company for like 4 point something billion. And I heard the company that bought that out get to keep all the DNAs, correct, that was already previously done.
That's
you gotta
dangerous.
ask yourself, you gotta ask yourself why they keep it. It's the same thing. Why do they keep the woman's placenta? Why do they keep our tooth when our tooth fall out, or they taking them out and remove them? Our wisdom, why do they keep it?
They give me my teeth. I never heard of them keeping your teeth. I've always had my teeth given back to me when they take it out.
You get a choice. You get a choice.
Oh, really? I always had.
There you go. Yeah, some people don't get it.
My kids' teeth.
They keep the women's placenta.
What you said?
Correct.
They keep the woman's placenta after birth.
Correct.
Yeah, that.
They're supposed to give us everything. Everything they remove from us is supposed to give us. Remember, our parents took our tooth? Our parents took our tooth and they put it in a sandwich bag. I did that for my kids just recently. You know what I'm saying? But when you go to the dentist, when they remove your wisdom, they don't give it to you. They keep it. I guess
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've had my wisdom teeth removed and they've given it to me.
Yeah, but see that you must have went to a good doctor, or you asked for it, or your parents did, or whatever.
I didn't ask for it. I was an adult.
Oh.
They put it in an envelope.
I had to remove it with a thing too.
I got my teeth, and I'll be 47. I got all my wisdom, every single teeth. I think what we supposed to have 32. I got every single one in my mouth. I don't have. I think I got like one little filling, and they didn't use mercury. And that's when I was told, like, oh, they're not supposed to use mercury, or wasn't supposed to use mercury when they do fill-ins and stuff like that. But yeah, I got all my teeth in my mouth. The last dentist I went, he said, listen, you don't have any problems with the overbite and all this other stuff. You're not biting down on your gums. You're not feeling pain. Then keep them in. He was the only one to say that. The other ones, they all was trying to get it removed.
Take them out. Yeah.
And you know what?
Yeah.
You know what the last one told me, which I appreciate? They bring you the back of everybody's mouth that when they do the x-ray and show you, oh, it's curved, so you got to remove it. They said it's always curved when we're young. As we get older, it's supposed to straighten out. Thank you. So that's the BS that they sell us to remove it, because they get that insurance money from the insurance by removing your wisdom too, your teeth and all that.
I have to say this though, Maybach. I have to push back because it's not everybody. So I just recently went to the dentist. I have to get one of my teeth that's been giving me problems. I have to do a root canal. Now, when I went back to get some kind of relief, the dentist said, what do you want me to do with this? And I'm like, what do you mean, what do I want you to do with this? Fix it. And she's like, well, you either take it out, we could take it out, or you get a root canal. So I was given options. I'm still trying to get this tooth get root canal, but I might be leaning towards just taking the damn thing out because I can't really eat properly without having some kind of discomfort. So I don't know if that's every dentist, but I was, as long as I've had issues with my teeth, I've always had an option of this or that. So I don't know. I don't want to. We don't want to put out there that everybody, all of them are doing that, because I have gotten options.
Hey, Raz Girl, salute. Can you pull up?
My beauty queen's in the building. I don't know if she can, but I'll drop the link down.
Yeah, that's the homie. I got her in a long time.
Hey, I'm gonna have to break up out of here. My battery's about to go on.
Okay.
Hey, Dog, good to meet you, man. This old head.
You too, dog. You too.
Salute, and listen, that's what happened to me with my other phone. StreamYard drains your phone battery when you get on StreamYard. I don't know if that's intentional, but yeah, my phone was gonna die. That's why I had to grab my other phone.
Yeah, it uses a certain amount of gigabytes.
My phone got hot. Yeah, when I charged it, it got super hot. It says it gave me the yellow caution, and I've never seen that with my phone. But it's an old phone. It's an old phone, so that's what a friend of mine told me. Like what you basically just said. The newer phones has the most gigabytes, so they can handle all of that. So
is it an Apple?
Huh? No, I got it's an Android. I'm on Android, brother. Yeah, I'm not rich. I can't afford no iPhone.
So beauty queen. So Rasgirl says she can't come up right now. She can't come up on the panel because she's working.
Yeah, it's the same story, but she'll come up here. Oh, Maybach's not on. Ant Dog ain't on. I'll come on because I watched that live. I watched that live when it was all three of y'all, and I enjoyed it. It was you, her, and Lotus.
You get Raz, get her. You get Rasgirl, get her.
What are you talking? No. You don't get Rasgirl nothing. What are you talking about? I never heard her say way back at. I never heard her like that.
No,
this woman clapping her hands like a professor. You are a teacher. She's like, y'all better stop that.
Rasgirl is underrated. That is a
Rasgirl. No, I'm messing with her. I'm only messing with her. I'm messing with her because you talk trash. You had me really feeling for your trash. Yo, they was live, right? Ronan, she went live. She was like, Maybach, why you in the chat? Won't you pull up? I'm like, yo, I'm out and about. It's noisy where I'm at. Yeah, right. You're making excuses. I was like, yo, what's got it?
Oh, I think you were doing the hat.
That is Rasgirl.
Yes, exactly. There you go. I was making. Yeah, I told you I was making
t-shirts. Yeah, you was like, I can't. I'm busy. I'm like, he's lying.
Yo, Ronan, I got an order for 60 damn t-shirts for a family reunion. They up there chucking and driving. Okay, I'm engaging in the chat. Okay, this is like my one time that I didn't jump on the bed, and she was throwing missiles. You kept throwing shots, bombs, grenades.
You can't get Lotus and Rasgirl and Foxy together. That's pandemonium.
Yeah, listen, she had the best co-hosts, and not only that, Rasgirl was up there. She cammed up. She was cammed up the whole time. Yes.
Yes.
So I was
beautiful.
Happy. Yes, I was like, yo.
Beauty queen. That's why I call her beauty queen. That's why I call her beauty queen. I saw her. I think it was on main.
Something happened.
She's a beautiful woman right here.
Something happened and she disappeared, but I never got to tell her, man. You're a dope chick, man. You need to don't give up. Cuss these kids out. Help me cuss these kids out.
Yeah, she comes through and she can, but yeah, man, that's a beautiful soul. Her, my Lotus.
Yo, Lotus, I got the message too, man. Prayers up for her moms, man. Prayers up for her mother, man.
Yo,
prayers
okay.
Up for Lotus moms, man. You know, prayers up, man.
It's rough out here with these.
Yeah, man, it is, man. When she told me that, she's like, "Yeah, I sent Foxy the message. Foxy knows." You know what I mean? I was just like, damn, like, I didn't expect to hear that. You get what I'm saying? Like, when you get a message, sometimes it freezes you and makes you start thinking about everything, even yourself. So the first thing I started thinking about, of course, is my mom's who sent me the message. And then I start thinking about everybody, like anybody that I care about is well-being and health. Because that's our wealth, man. Yeah, I know they taught us cash is king and cash is this and that. No, man. if you ain't well to get up, you ain't at full strength to get up, you can't help even, never mind, like me, I need to be in good health for my kids. Not wake up every day. You know what I'm saying? Let alone myself. But I'm just saying, like, I need to be in good spirits, good energy, good health because of my kids. They little, they can't fend for themselves.
Yeah,
You know
keep your strength, keep your strength up. Because I was in the hotep sector and they're like, oh, we vegetarians, this and that. I was like, man, I can't. My wife told me, hey, man, you can't do that.
Is there really such a thing as a hotep? Is that for real?
In the hotep is the
hotepers.
Hotep comes from the medical. If you've seen the medical symbol, it comes from hotep. Hotep.
Yes. I always heard it as like cracking jokes on these guys. Never like it, but it really is a thing.
It's slang.
So you were saying they're vegetarians?
They're vegetarians. I mean, I know some real hotepers. I mean, the circle I was with, but they was like, not that they rejected me, but it was like, if you beat it, I wouldn't mind. Because it was like I was obviously drinking, smoking weed, and smoking cigarettes and all. I was like, look, I'm a combat vet. I just started reading this stuff on the battlefield. You know what I'm saying? I came back. I'm like, I could get. Back then I was rowdy. I'm less rowdy now than I was. That's why old head had to die, and I'm 22 rolling.
Gotcha.
Because I wanted to be more potent, more like, but it's like, I don't change my name. I'll come to this sector and, talk like we talking now, but if you see me, like Lotus is going to see me an hour from now going off cussing kids out, because that's my hobby. You see, y'all won't hold it against me, but they will. Hotepers don't do that. Yeah, excuse my ignorance.
There's this young lady that I follow on Instagram that yesterday she came out. She usually doesn't do any stories. Like, she doesn't come out and she'll talk about her family. But anyway, she was really upset because somebody came at her and was like, oh, how could your husband get you tickets to go to the Beyonce concert, but you call yourself a Christian? So the young lady was very upset, and she was like, this woman came at her, and she was an older woman, and she felt threatened by her demeanor and stuff. And I was like, well, I mean, to be fair, people look at Beyonce as like demonic and things of that nature, and they're like, if you're Christian, see, and that's the problem. Like, we'll cast judgment on somebody, and it's like, you don't know what this person, just because they smoke and eat doesn't mean that they don't have the right wherewithal, or they're not smart.
Do you know Beyonce showed up at a George Floyd rally? She didn't have to do that. But Beyonce, you understand, she's a performer, right? The lights are flashing in her face, and they took the pictures of her with the lights flashing in her face and all that, and said this and that. But my take on Beyonce has not changed. I've heard other cats, militant cats, say this about Beyonce, this and that, but I don't have. That's the top entertainer in the world right now. They don't have no Michael Jackson. They don't have no Prince. Mess that off and see what you got.
Yeah. I just, some people, I think, what happens with Christianity, or any religion, but some people will hold on to that as its word.
Well, you're woke. You're extremely awake.
I would be conscious. I wouldn't say woke.
But you said when the BET, you said when the BET Awards came out, you saw some certain things you couldn't handle, so you cut it off. And I completely understand that, because I'm woke. I'm woke from that Superfly thing I told you about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like, there's something going on. I mean, if you want to hold that against Beyonce, you should cut it all off. But that's not your enemy, Beyonce.
Yeah, and some people, and I mean, like, I understood where this older woman was coming from, because she's looking at this content creator and it's like, oh, but you Christian. But I'm like, if you listen to the music that she plays, the girl is like, like, so because the Bible, like, oh, it's immoral, and Beyonce's got some immoral songs and she's gyrating, so it's like,
come on,
huh?
Come on, man, she's not too short, and plus I got the tickets in my hand, and plus you're a stranger,
right? That's really what it is. Like, don't get this twisted just because I'm up here, like, you think you know me.
Man, pass me some Beyonce tickets. I'll be out in the 57th row. I'll do anything to get her to see me. I'll be doing cartwheels. You know, Jamaicans had the cans with the fire. I'll be doing anything.
I'm not big on her. I liked her album when she did come out with the Sasha Fierce.
Her women's empowerment is remarkable. Women need a to the left song. I mean, I have nothing against her. And she is one of the prettiest women I have ever seen.
Now, one was in the entertainment industry, and he changed his life and gave his life up to God, basically. And the other one's now become a priest. And they were saying that the ankh is demonic. They were saying that the crystals are demonic. That you shouldn't be wearing this, and you shouldn't be wearing. They don't wear any jewelry anywhere. By the way, they don't wear. I think one is started to wear the cross. So I'm like, okay, these
That's
are all
gaslighting.
Yeah, because I'm like, well, like, we all had a path, you know what I'm saying? And just because you become enlightened and you're on this journey, now everything becomes demonized, and it's like, well, who's to say that is demonic?
It's easy for you to talk because you ain't, it's easy for her to talk about Beyonce like that because she not on that realm. Beyonce, you could put Beyonce in a room of 50 pristine women, and she still gonna stand out. She is special.
I was gonna ask you about that. See, like how what you just said, they took the ankh and they saying the ankh means it has like negative meanings to it now. Same thing with the third eye, the pineal gland. That's supposed to be you are enlightened, you're the intelligent one, but now they saying, oh, that's this and it belongs to them. They took it over. You get what I'm saying? Like everything.
They just gaslighting.
Symbolism that we grew up on that, was the thing to wear in the 80s. Like how you said, I knew a bunch of guys. I even had like almost every chain that I had to have the Nefertiti piece to it. You know what I mean? But they trying to say that all of these symbolisms now is all evil.
Well, especially if it's commit, because they're like, that's Masonic, and that's demonic and all that stuff. And I'm just like,
what do you feel about that? How you feel about it?
Me or Fox?
Go ahead, Ronan.
Yeah.
I think it's gaslighting, which is a very important word that I did not know till recently what it meant. But it's just gaslighting. It's keeping the sheep in the flock. Knowledge rules.
Because I was told, right? I was told what's good for us, they're gonna say the opposite. You know what I mean? Like what we're supposed to do, they're not gonna tell us to do that. They're gonna tell us to do the opposite, such as don't walk barefooted when we're supposed to walk barefooted and be. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're always gonna tell us the opposite of that.
Listen, I'm wearing.
They call that out, but they don't call out what needs to be called out.
What'd you say?
That's petty. They call that out, but they don't call out what needs to be called out, and that's petty.
Exactly.
Correct.
To say you listen to Beyonce or this and that, I have no problem being Beyonce. One of my favorite songs is 7-Eleven, which is the greatest honey video I ever seen.
See, going back to what Foxy said, right? I don't care who you subscribe to. As long as me and Ronan, we come in contact, he gives me the respect, I'm gonna give him respect. I don't care what he subscribes to. You understand what I'm saying? Just like I don't care what Foxy subscribes to. She definitely doesn't care what I subscribe to. As long as when we come together, G is on the same. You know what I'm saying?
I don't feel like we can never get into it over nothing. Because
no, but what I'm just trying to say is her platform will never get out of hand. This ain't the platform where we're gonna be screaming over each other. Like, my opinion is my opinion. What's Foxy's? You get what I'm saying? Like, you go to other platforms, you say something, you're being attacked by everybody. Oh, you sound stupid. You sound crazy. Like, this ain't the platform. Yes, people might come on here and say something outlandish or crazy, but we're not the ones to say that. Like, we're like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, speak your mind, think what you think, whatever. Just, use the word. Like, that's what Foxy cares about.
Keep it respectful.
Well, it's a difference. Y'all on the level.
I've always been on that since starting, because I observe how these platforms are, and I'm like, that's not where I'm at. I'm not on that trolling level, though I love to have a joke here and there. But here is just, on a little serious note, and just to get some education out there, whether it be material or spiritual education. And, because I feel like I have a sort of responsibility. And if I'm always clowning or joking, I don't think somebody will necessarily, if that's my platform, then that's my platform. But if I'm coming out here and I'm giving some spiritual messages and talking about stuff like this, J.A. Rogers, I can't be too foolish. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not a hypocrite, but you're talking to the real me. But when you get like O'Hare Deuce is a character,
everybody has their moment though.
Well, O'Hare Deuce is a character like Mudbone. It's not the real me. You're talking to the real me. I mean,
even with a whole head, I still could pick up the vibe, and I knew it, even if you were clowning and joking around, there's still, like Maybach said, there's this level of respect. And even if you were like me and Jay Savage would come in here and clown me and stuff, but I knew there was levels to it, and so that's what I'm saying. Like, otherwise, just keep it respectful, and that's it. Like, we could clown around here and there, but there's people that take certain things to the extreme, and it can get a little disrespectful. And I've been on those type of platforms. That's why I was saying Clubhouse and some of those platforms. I was like, yo, I'm here to learn, and dudes was getting reckless with each other, like just talking and being real disrespectful. I'm like, okay.
No,
yeah, but when I met you, right? I was old head. I mean, you might see me later on tonight. I don't know what's gonna happen when you troll and I gotta be on top of the pile. But understand that I'm talking knowledge here. I'm not gonna give them. They're gonna get probably 5% of me. Well, here
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, because that's the type of platform. So you don't go on there being the serious guy that you are right now, the informational guy right now.
Yeah, exactly. I came to YouTube to be who I am now, but they didn't like that.
No, but see, that's what I'm saying. I've heard you on here. I've heard you on Lady Fresh's perspective, and then I heard you on Philly OG. You get what I'm saying? So when you say, oh, you be trolling or you be joking, I know none of those platforms, so I wouldn't see. I don't know you for that. You get what I'm saying? Until you just expose that to me. So that's what I'm saying. I know you for being on those 3 platforms.
Hey, Maybach. So subscribe to King Troll, and you will see.
No, I've seen. I
gotta know my place. You gotta know your place.
Correct.
No, I know that. Where you guys are.
See, this is what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong, right, Ronan? I'm not an alien to certain sectors. Put it that way. You just won't see me engaging or coming up on the platform because that's not my thing. You get what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that I'm looking for entertainment and I'm not hiding in the bushes listening. Yeah, I'll watch it. I'm just saying, when it comes to like, okay, I'm a content creator, Foxy's a content creator, we going at each other. Now she's mentioning my wife, I'm mentioning her husband, we doxing. That type of stuff to me is a waste of time with a monetization.
We're actually light skinned though, Maybach, so don't get it twisted. We're actually light skinned.
Yeah, but I've met Foxy on King Troll.
No, I get it. I that's what I'm saying. She said it. She's not gonna bring that to her platform. But that's not to say that she's not looking for some entertainment from time to time. So this is what I'm saying. We all look for the entertainment. We can't be serious 24/7, 365. Then our blood pressure will be super freaking high. That's why they said laughing keeps us young, keeps us, the child in us, whatever. So I know about certain sectors and certain content creators. I'm just saying, I can't see myself coming up on here, and that's what I'm doing. And then, because remember, whatever we upload is there forever. So when we DIE and we not around, 20, 30 years from now, someone's going to be seeing these lives. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be, I don't know. Maybe I'm just speaking for myself.
No. I understand.
Yeah. I don't know.
You have your reputation is great, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I told you already because you mentioned the person's name and Foxy mentioned the person's name. We was on a live, we were building. The dude comes on, yo, Maybach, you a sucker. I know real dudes from Boston. And it's just like, yo, dude, we talking about nothing but informational stuff. He let you on the panel because he's a new content creator. He don't know who you are. Like, I was hearing about the dude. Again, y'all mention his name. I'm not going to mention his name. And please don't mention his name. But
let's not mention his name anyway, period.
So anyways, the dude went at me and got me out of character. You know what I'm saying? And I was ready to place phone calls in the state and city that he's at, where I know people can get close to him. That's how I was in real life, bro. So I let him take me out of my element, and I said never again. So I had to look at YouTube as, like Foxy said, there's a lot of people that had no voice when they was in middle school. They were timid, they were shy, whatever the case may be. Now behind a PC, behind a tablet, they feel like they can say whatever and there's no repercussion. You get what I'm saying? And I done seen the first time I bumped into content creators, it was two women. One woman left her state, flew to Atlanta to confront another woman, and people are egging it on in the chat. And the one who lives in Atlanta has the right to carry and all that, and it was gonna get ugly. So that's what I first got, like, seeing that in that sector. And I was like, wow, this is what people are doing on here. Like Foxy said, no lie. I'm not using her, but it's the truth. I was using YouTube to watch old TV shows that we grew up on in the 80s, like 227, Sanford and Son, stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I was using it on, and for documentaries.
Before streaming.
But
so that's what I'm saying.
You're so much bigger than that.
Bro, I didn't even know but the minute that you create a Google account, you automatically have a YouTube account. I didn't even know all of this stuff. So this is what I'm saying. I learned all of that 3 years ago, bro. I've been on YouTube since
I came in as a conspiracy theorist, and I know that all of this is intelligence gathering software. It's just market research, and they're gonna spit it back in our face one day. But
correct.
I don't care. I like cussing out kids. I like all that. They talk about bring up the past. But I'm very, very smart and very, very surgical with what they have online. If you try to dox me, all you're gonna get is lies, because when I signed up as a conspiracy theorist, I lied about my name, my birthday, everything. You really gotta put in some work to find me.
No, I feel you, because I do the same thing. I see people using their straight government names on their Facebook, their IG. Totally. I don't have my government connected to that, so I'm with you on that, brother. On no platform did I use my government, like, facts. So you know what I mean. So if they try to send me a check, go ahead.
Cats would love to catch me online and this and that. They love to put up on me this and that. But when I was in the Philippines, I talk more shit. What they gonna do?
Again, like I said, I don't
listen. I've said this before. I'm gonna say it again. I'm not the most emotional, strongest in the group. So something might pluck my nerve, and I'll be like, "Damn, I can't get back. Can't say that." So you have to know your place. That's all.
Not fact.
We're not gonna allow that to happen, Foxy. We're not gonna allow that to happen, because I only if you know how to roast, I'm gonna roast with. I'm gonna
I know how to roast, but it's not that great. And if somebody really has a good roast, I'm gonna be a little salty. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, well,
see, roasting,
we protect people like you.
Let her engage in that. If there's the disrespect,
right. There's a difference.
Her platform or not, I'm taking the mic. I'm gonna tell her to mute up and let me eat this dude like a damn Pac-Man. You know what I'm saying?
Precisely.
Fact.
And I will throw some comment away because Foxy has too much knowledge, too much talent, real talent to be messed with. I wouldn't want to see her on a troll channel, but no one's going to come in here and troll her.
Correct.
And if they know my reputation, they ain't going to, not that my reputation is all that, but I'll give them all the protection.
Well, we got you. You're the security, Roland. So anyone comes trolling in here, we gonna Roland, get him.
Man.
And you know what? Like when I first started, there was this person, it was this random person that came in and it was like, respectfully, this is not like basically they were like, respectfully, this is not my cup of tea. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like at least they was like, respectfully, I'm not feeling you. And I'm like, all right. And that's just it. Like
keep it moving.
And everybody's not for everybody.
Correct. There's hundreds of people on here, man. That's another thing. I didn't know. Yo, YouTube is its own world. It's really a world. They say streets. It's a world.
It really is a street. Virtual street.
Yes, there's mad content creators on here that you wouldn't even think is like, not to say you knew them personally, but it's just like you didn't know that they had that type of content on here until you either searched it or it was suggested to you. You know what I'm saying? Because of the things that you watch. Yeah. So, because no lie, when I look at them clear folks, I don't see them doing the beef in that,
right. That part.
None of that.
They have a drama sector. They just, and they get way too real, way too quick on each other. Start doxing each other.
What do you mean, Rick? What, they want to pull up? That what you mean?
Some do. Some do. But I'm saying is, this is intelligence gathering software. You're being spied on. I don't want to be accomplice to somebody's murder for egging somebody on too far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Facts. And that's why I said when I argue with homie, that's where I wanted to take it. Not to delete nobody, but to let him know, like, you ain't talking to a regular degular, like, brother.
Yeah, you was going through your. Yeah, he was going through your YouTube.
Yeah. Like I said, that was the only person. That was the only person. Yeah, that was the only person that I ever like argued with, and I really was really when I hung up, I really was placing phone calls, like I said, to people in his city that I knew where he lives at. You get what I'm saying? So
Cat's doing that right now. Cat's putting up, But the definition of trolling is saying something to piss somebody off. I'm a roaster. I roast. My shit is all just like comedy. Like, it's not to hurt you. It's not to get you,
Yeah.
That's what you call snapping. You snap on somebody.
Yeah, snapping is different. Roland, I think you keep mixing it up. I get that.
No, what he's saying, roasting and snapping is the same thing.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can take that. That's not what homie did. Homie was like, coming on some ignorant, loud. It's like we're vibing, and then somebody comes out of nowhere and just smacks a bottle out of your hand and thinks that's funny. You get what I'm saying? Like, ha. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. We on serious time. Yeah, bro. We was talking about serious issues. Like, it's like how Foxy got the title and we're talking about serious issues, and this clown comes on the panel and attacks you and just throws the whole show off, bro. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Not roasting. I could roast. I love roasting. Love snapping. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, I could take that. It's to throw the whole show.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, you gave me you reminded me of the subject. Foxy, remember we was talking about the dance hall reggae, and they had people out there doing a dance hall.
Yes.
And I said, remember the blues?
Mm-hmm.
Go to a college radio blues station, and you're not going to hear Muddy Waters and this and that. You're going to hear many imitators.
Mm-hmm.
You said Muddy Waters?
Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf. These dudes been through hard times. Like some rappers like that. They could try to steal the blues, but you can't if you ain't never had the blues.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can't do it. But
that's a whole artist right there.
Yeah, people love the blues, right?
Yeah.
People love dancehall, but you know, how can they bite that and don't even know what they're saying? Because I was in the 90s and was lucky enough to be on the East Coast when dancehall came out. Oh my God. The Shabba Ranks.
I was in a Shabba Ranks concert, like 5 months pregnant. Like,
Voodoo Bantan, Cableton.
You had your fine ass out there.
Barris Hammond, all of them. Barris Hammond.
I know the 90s. Hey, Foxy. You
I have no business being in there 5 months pregnant, shaking to some Shabba Ranks.
Oh, yeah. And you was a fox in the 90s, Foxy's. Knock it off.
Nah, not really. I shine better now. I wasn't like that before. I shine better now. I still am a skinny little thing. I seasoned well in my later years, is what I'm saying.
Hey, but your red bone ass up there to that Shabba Ranks concert, boy. Shabba said, "Who was that?" Shabba said, "Who was that?" In the 90s, remember Gangstar?
I was in the front too, right there at the stage. Like, what?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that dancehall.
Reggae was the joint, man. That's a misconception with Boston. They think it's a clear folk city, but when they get up here, they see all these communities.
New Edition told us differently. We knew from New Edition that it was some chocolate.
You know some of this. I be on platforms to this day. People are asking me, so how is it out there in Boston? I'm like, yo, I'm like Trini got a big community. Haitians, super big community out here. Jamaicans, super big. Brazilian, Ecuador, El Salvador. We got all nationalities in Boston. If it's not in Boston, a little bit outside of Boston, like north of Boston is very big. Like Chelsea, there's a place called Chelsea. That's you call them dudes? El Salvadorian, MS-13, right? That gang, they from El Salvador. So that's their area. You go to Somerville, which is next to Chelsea. It's like 10 minutes. That's Brazilian and Portuguese. Like, this culture. Yeah.
Hey, Maybach, I'm in LA.
The Bay.
Oh, yeah.
Where you at? You said LA, so you're not in
the Bay.
You got
all the cultures over there too.
Yeah, it's West Side.
Yeah.
I'm in LA. Yeah. In the 13s, get into it in 18th streets. Because 18th streets is the first gang to say, hey, we'll let everybody.
Oh.
Correct.
Sorry, my bad, guys.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, I know about MS-13s and 18th streets and all that. I know all that. Yeah, they don't do about competition in other places, but they get that work out here.
Correct. Like, you know what I mean? So we're very cultural out here, man. But people don't. It's a misconception with Boston. So until you come out here and you see it, like we had our Caribbean festival. We had our Caribbean festival this weekend. You know what I'm saying?
Been to Boston. Boston wasn't that cultural when I was out there.
When you what? What?
I've been to Boston in the 90s, and it wasn't that cultural when I was out there.
It's cold. You wasn't in the cultural areas, brother. You wasn't in the cultural areas. I'm telling you, brother. Let me tell you, for 47, going on 47 years, pray to God that I make it to October, still, alive or whatever. Blessings, but it'll be 47 years. I'm telling you, I'm born and raised.
Sure, you'll make it to October.
Listen, you never know what could happen. God forbid I go to sleep.
You got too much knowledge. You look both ways before you cross the street. You got good knowledge. You grateful and appreciative. Sure, you'll make it, nigga.
Yo, so I'm just saying you wasn't in the cultural area. Next time you come out here, tap in with me, brother. I'm gonna bring you to a street called a Haitian block. It's all Haitians. No other nationalities. Yes, just all Haitian folks, Zoes everywhere. Blue and white. You'll see blue and red flags everywhere.
I've never met a Haitian outside of a work or I would love that. I'm not that guy that turns down other cultures, man. I'd love to come on in.
I know you're not ignorant. I know you're not ignorant, Roland. You might play ignorant. I know you ain't ignorant.
There's a lot of them down in Florida.
I'm so ignorant.
Where Foxy's at? 18. Haitians is big out there. Brooklyn. You go to Brooklyn. That's Caribbean. That's like you. It's like you being in the islands when you're in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn is
So
like
that's what I'm
little
trying to say.
Jamaica. We got a little Jamaica up in the Bronx too.
Yeah.
But
Yo, so
yeah.
y'all definitely got a Chinatown. So my question is, there's a Chinatown in every state, right? Every city, there's a Chinatown, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, got you.
Pretty much.
And Maybach,
Yeah.
I'm an expat to the Philippines. I'm gonna die there. I'm packing up my shit and I'm going over there. I don't care what
You
the
going
world
back?
does.
You going back?
Yeah.
You got land. Don't you got a house there too, right?
Aaron's in the building.
I
Salute.
got a house and a couple properties out there. I give all
Yeah,
my
bro,
money to my
listen.
wife. Take the rest and drink.
Let me just tell you,
Hey,
before you
what's
came
up?
on here, let me say it again. Before you came on here, me and a group of my friends, we all looking to buy property and land in either PR, Belize, where else? Like just
Don't give too
Caribbean
much
islands.
information back.
Hey, do that because when shit get too bad, because shit is not
I
getting
know.
better.
You have a place to sit. Correct.
gotta-
You got to go. Correct.
Got a passport?
Huh? Yeah, of course.
And then you win it. Because I went to the Philippines the first time, 3 months, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh my goodness, the food was so good, the people so nice, like that. It's okay to be broke. Here's not okay to be broke.
I know, and no, it's
Hey,
not even
Tehran,
that.
what up? Hey, Tehran, this
It's not
old
even-
head. You remember me, nigga?
It's not even that. It's when you in these third world countries, these islands, whatever, the person has not even half of what you have, and they're happy with their lives.
Right.
We over here, you got all of this stuff, and we're still asking for more. And they don't even, like I said, they don't even have 1/3, let alone half. They don't even have 1/3 of what we have, and they walking around smiling from ear to ear. We over here still complaining. Instead of being thankful for what we got, we crying for what we don't have.
Because
you get what I'm
they're
saying? And
comparing.
they appreciate it.
Yeah, but, because most Americans are comparing themselves to the Joneses, white, black, whatever.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
And the Joneses
You're
gonna
right.
always win here.
Correct. Especially if you're trying
By
to keep up
design.
with them. Yeah, of course. Especially if you're trying to keep up with them. Of course. They always going to be ahead. They always going to be ahead. And that's what people don't understand. But see, this is why me and my friends, a few of us are trying to not just change, because they always said, we try to change people, but a lot of people don't even try to change themselves before they try to fix somebody else. It's like, no, how about you fix yourself? Yeah. So there's this YouTuber that ends his show, right? By always saying, I think it's Philly OG, before we build with one another, let's build ourselves up first. So the point I'm trying to make is we're trying to change people's perspective. So let me give you an example of what a friend of mine did. And that's why my daddy, now it's like a lot of things that I'm going through, I can hear, like, say Foxy might have told me something in 95, it's being said to my conscious right now, and I can hear it like she's whispering in my ear. So the point I'm trying to make is, my dad always said we grow up age-wise, but a lot of us don't grow up mentally. So the point I'm trying to make is, this dude got some good money, and instead of him taking that, hold on, real quick, I'm gonna land. Instead of him taking that $300,000 and maybe investing in something, maybe opening a trust fund for his children or whatever, he goes and buy a $300,000 car, a Mercedes AMG, and it's like your homeboy. Yeah, so we're like your homie. We're over here putting a group together so we could go buy land and property and somewhere else, because once you buy the property, you don't got to pay taxes and stuff like that, like out here. Like how Panera was saying, if you want to build on the land out in these corporations or countries, you got to get special permits and this, you got to get that. And he even said something like, yeah, like, okay, we just bought a house in this town that's 20 minutes away from me, and we building it. The next door neighbor, of course, it's a clear person. They came outside being nosy. Do y'all have your permits up?
That's what Panero said. Yeah, if you got some nosy people,
I got two things.
Correct.
I got two things to say, Maybach.
Go ahead, bro.
I don't even know where to start. Okay. Black people are too insulted to think. You go to Ghana and get a free citizenship if you black.
Correct.
But black people are too insulted to think. I would have jumped on that if I already hadn't decided the Philippines, because the Philippines is so plush. But I'm gonna tell you where my mind cracked open at. I was in the army. I go to my basic training. I go to my AIT, which is your job training, and then I went to airborne school. I come out of airborne school. I do 2 weeks of Fort Bragg. I got to my post on a Friday. Saturday, Sunday, partied all night. Monday, they didn't even tell me. I was on a plane headed for the Honduras. I'm out of the country. No one in my family even knows. Cracked my mind open. It was great. The people I'm out there with a kid speaking in Spanish, and I'm talking my English, my Spanish from high school, my little broken Spanish. But my mind was busted open because I just seen real poverty, real rich. Wherever we went in the jungle, the rainforest, wherever we went, they was coming where we was at, digging in our trash. I said, this shit is poorly tactical. I thought nobody's supposed to know who's out here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We trained with the Honduran troops. My mind was busted open. There's a whole world out here.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And it really opened my eyes to just give me
a. I knew that was gonna happen. His sound.
Because he went back in time.
He's in another dimension.
He's in another dimension. As soon as he started talking about Honduras, like, boop, he got transported back in time.
I'm sitting here rolling a blunt. You almost made me spit out my.
See, I could roast a little bit. I could roast a little. I got
unexpected. Nah, listen, I know you could snap. I know you got to be in the mood, but that one was a good one because I didn't expect you to say that shit at all. She's like, you know why he lost service? He went to another dimension.
It's the wrong button.
Nah, she said you ended up in the metaverse.
Nah, you got transported back to Honduras real quick.
Oh, if you listen to the replay, the Ronan, when you watch the replay, listen to that part when you got off, because she roasted your ass. I said, yo, he ended up in another dimension. She's like, yeah, he's in another dimension.
You're transported back to Honduras.
Hey, no conspiracy. I fucked up. You gotta watch the timing, of course.
No, you time traveled from the States to Philippines real quick. You was in the time warp. That's why we lost.
Yeah, but I would not be able to go to the Philippines if I had not been to the Honduras.
Oh,
I heard that Ghana is giving the citizenship, dual citizenship to Black Americans.
Yeah.
If I was Black, I would jump on that. But they talk about we not indigenous and all that shit. I would take the dual citizenship for the dual citizenship.
Yo, let me ask y'all a question. Did y'all know Alaska? I didn't know this. So I don't know when they started this, but I learned this like 10 years ago because I have a friend that went down there. Alaska pays people to come live there. After a year, they pay you. You get paid after a year or 2 years of living down there. You get paid. Yeah. They pay you to live down there. So you can come from wherever you at, New York, Mass, wherever you at, you can go down there and live. After a year, they pay you. I think it's a monthly check, I believe. If I remember that they pay you to live there because there's not enough people down there.
Excuse me, hit the weed.
Hit the weed. Yeah, slow down, elder. It ain't the weed you were smoking back in the 70s, sir. What they calling that? I don't even like that name, man. That Zaza Gabor. I hate that. Yeah, I'm smoking Zaza. It sounds like zesty to me.
That's a slang.
Yeah, I just say I'm smoking on that gas. That's what we grew up on. That Bob Marley. We say that Bob Marley. I'm smoking that Jimi Hendrix.
We never said gas growing up either. We never said. We was just like married.
We didn't say that. We just said the chronic. The chronic. Yeah, I'm smoking on the chronic. That sticky icky, you know what I mean? Yeah, that sticky icky, you know what I'm saying?
The weed that get buying out of dispensaries is not the same shit. But I got house weed. I got people in family that grow, so you know.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, I do too. I got
That's the only way, because with all the stuff that they throwing in it now, it's like, I don't know about that.
Well, it's a great method. They can name the weed. They can name the weed sad, and you smoke it, and then you fucking sad.
Facts. I'm just saying, like with the whole growing indoor, like there's some indoor bud that we've heard of that's good, but the dispensary, as far as the dispensary, like my dad always told me a lot of stuff. It's like when the government got their hands in it, just know it's not what it's supposed to be. They're gonna like Foxy said, they're gonna add things to it. Yeah, they're gonna put things.
Yeah, I happen to know about Rastafari and where it comes from, the Bob Marley. So we know from,
yeah,
but kids don't know.
Yeah,
Right.
Sensi's good, bud. Sensi right there, that's grown. They're using all the top-notch quality soil, fertilizers, all that stuff, plus whatever's bad, they're gonna drain that out. But they don't, basically, when it comes to Sensi weed, they don't use nothing that's bad anyways. But I'm talking about as far as
I know someone who went to he had a job. He had to do his job at the Budweiser. Budweiser's out here. They got a plant, right? He said he went there. He didn't see no beer. He said it was all weed.
At the plant?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Listen, they already knew it was medicinal. It was supposed to be for medicinal use anyways. There's medical benefits from it. You know what I'm saying? They just put a band on it and used us. You know what I'm saying? So the band could be, not second guessed.
Weed and
I watched
hemp.
the documentary on that. Like there was crimes happening, and the guy went in front of Congress and was like, "Oh, like let's just say me and you did something, right?" And they would say, "Oh yeah, Roland did this because he smoked a joint." And remember, they came up with the movie, The Reefer Madness, that really did it for them. Oh yeah, when melanated people drink it, they're gonna smoke it. They're gonna come after the clear woman. They're gonna come after your wives, your daughters, all of that crazy stuff. So when they heard that,
What movie before that was it? It was Birth of a Nation, right?
I was just about to say that.
Facts. Same propaganda they use. Exactly. There you go.
But they bought out speed and all that shit.
Correct.
Right.
Hey, listen, you know how my father always put it to me? Tyrone from the hood can't even go to the next city that's 30 minutes away. How can he get on a plane and fly all the way to Colombia? You get what I'm saying? And get the good purest of the purest. You know what I'm saying? So that's how my father always put it to me. You know what I mean? So
generally he's right, but you always have a Nicky Barnes.
I was just about to say that too.
Yeah, but those were
you a cancer.
Okay, hold on, but okay. Now I like when people
paying
like
attention and whatnot.
I'm a cancer
like when people
too.
like you bring that up, right? When you do that, right? Now you got to ask yourself, out of the whole United States, how many Nicky Barnes did we have? How many Frank Lucases did we have? How many Freeway Ricky Rosses that we had? You understand what I'm saying?
Free Rick is exempt from that conversation because he didn't do it on his own. He was coerced.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is he didn't go out there to go get that, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It was brought to him. Is what I'm trying to say. That's how my father. Yeah, that's how my father said it. Yeah, only Frank Lucas.
Now,
and that's because. Go ahead.
Who was the one that was working in the military? That was Frank Lucas, right?
No, Frank Lucas had a brother-in-law that
was in Vietnam,
or a cousin.
Vietnam,
yeah, that was a cousin. Yeah, he had a family member that was in the middle. That's how he got that best connection. Correct. But if he didn't have that, this is what I'm saying. Because Nicky Barnes never flew over there. You get what I'm saying? Nicky Barnes started off by driving for Frank Lucas. That's how he got put on. You know what I mean? That's how he got put on. But I'm saying, like, how many of these guys took trips out there? The Colombians had to come over here and meet up with these people. Even down to the people that had the private planes that was flying for them clear folks. They got linked on to the Colombians. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
yeah, who is what's his name? I forgot his name, but Tom Cruise played him, and he had taken the plane, but he like turned.
Yeah, Blow. You talking about Blow? You talking about Blow? No, Johnny Depp. Okay, no.
The same guy did the same movie with Dennis Hopper. It's called Double Crossed.
Okay. Yeah, because he was like an agent. He like turned stateside and was telling everybody where the stuff was at, but he was initially going himself and getting the supply.
Yeah. Also, he's a Freeway Rick.
Yeah. Okay, like just like
Free Rick is a class act. If he was able to not, get educated and do things, he would be a great guy. He'd probably be a doctor or something. But these were the options presented to him. And then look, when they found out that all this shit was on the government watch, black people should have really changed their be smart about this shit and change their, I thought that Alabama boat brawl, it should be major change. But when things happen, people kind of slide back to the old shit.
Right.
Okay.
And this is where that, and I'm not saying that what happened in Jacksonville could have been prevented, but everybody was making memes about Alabama, bro. Now you got bloodshed again, and it's like, well,
listen.
I used to get right after the LA riots.
Listen, that's where I was gonna go to. I was gonna touch up on that. Whether it was the Watts riot, I think that was in the 70s. Later on came, because I was living at that time, the Rodney King thing. There's multiple things that happen in time where we should have united and we didn't. So again, I'm just a person that's a logic thinker. Not to say that I'm, ignorant to a lot of stuff. I just don't have a lot of hope and faith in certain things because again, there's been events that took place where we should have banded together, right?
Well, we were young. We didn't know what a psyop was.
Yeah.
No, Roland, I'm not talking about as far as when we was young. I know that there's things that happened when we were young. There's nothing we could do about it. Our parents was made.
Explain to a young cat that George Floyd was a psyop.
No, I mean, yes. I'm seeing all of these videos, like with him with the pant. It's something about the pant leg up. You know what I'm saying? LL Cool J used to do that sign. That sign belongs to the FMs when they wear one pant leg up and one down.
Not even that, Maybach. But
what's the FM?
You don't know what FMs? Go ahead, Foxy. FMs.
If you study,
they got temples. You know who I'm talking about, Ronan.
I was just about to say that if you study them,
you like them strange people.
No, excuse me. They got lodges.
Okay.
That's
what
I
okay.
So if you saw how he was kneeling and he had his hand in his pocket,
that's a symbolism.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know you did, but that's
he
a symbol.
was young.
Okay.
No, I told you
Ronan, hold on, Ronan. Let me give you another one. Foxy hit it on the nail. She hit the nail with the hammer. Let me give you another example. The clear young boy that his mother drove across state lines to bring him down to that place with his his weapon.
Yeah, that's the worst mom.
When he was hold on. I'm gonna give you the symbolism. When he was in court in front of the judge, he had one hand inside his jacket, his suit jacket. That's another symbolism. You know about that?
Hey, I get it.
Yes, I know.
100%.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm only showed up here because y'all was on the level.
Yeah.
They do this. They do this in our face in plain sight, and it's like it's almost like a mockery.
Correct.
Well,
correct.
Okay, I'm an end game conspiracist. I'm gonna tell you this: racism is Satanism.
But is there even such a thing as racism?
Correct.
Racism
that word is new. Remember we talked about that, Foxy? Hold on, Ronan. You being older, right? You grew up on the word prejudice, bro. There's a lot of words we using in our vocabs that's new to us, and we still just like run with it. I grew up. I know Foxy. We around the same age. Roland, like I said, you grew up on the word prejudice. That's what we was using out here. Oh, I just went to the store. I went to the store, Mom. That guy was being prejudiced. I wasn't I wasn't using the word racist. That's what I said. That word is new.
So you see the progression is going to actually switch around to the straight up. That's where everybody steps forward and this bullshit. What everybody feels like this. They're moving forward for this. You be a revolutionary. You have to go against it. You got to go against the grain. But all you have to do is go against it mentally. You don't need a gun theoretically. You're protected by the universe.
Because that's why I like Foxy too. Because Foxy she'll bring the dictionary and tell you the meaning of the word. And I remember when she was like, "Oh, the word racist means to be like it's a race, like race or something." Okay. It was something pertaining to that. Like it had to do with race.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give you an example of racism or The land developers in Hawaii want that land. So when the wind kicked up, they just waited, put a electrical line too loose, and there you have it. The ends justify the means. Just watch.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I mean, you talking about the what just happened in Maui?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you how I know this. I'm gonna tell you how I know this kind of thing. Have you heard about the book called The Creature from Jekyll Island?
Yeah, I heard about that book. Yep.
Read it. Now, Fox, you need to read it because he makes it crystal clear that certain historic events are not is not just happenstance.
Is that where they had a meeting at though? Like there was a few.
There's an island called Jekyll Island off the coast of Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah.
Bankers had a meeting there.
Bankers had a meeting. Yes. I didn't read the book, but I know about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know about it and heard about it, but I didn't read the book either because I think there's even. I mean, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ronan, but I think there's even like a little documentary, or they might have did like a movie because they always got to do something about it. You know what I mean? Like, when I say do something about it, meaning like they got to make a movie, a little documentary about that. No,
do you remember when it's when corporations make a massive move to move the masses? It's gonna come through a conspiracy. It's gonna come through a conspiracy and laws.
Yeah, we know all of that. We know
Patriot before 9/11.
Yeah, we already know over here, right? Who's doing what? Who's controlling? Who's pressing what button? We know all of that. That's why I said, like, see, when we like the way Foxy does it, like I finally caught on. She's not doing it for us, the ones who know. This is for the ones who don't know. You know what I mean? Like we already know. That's why when I came on there, I said I gave my opinion on the Jacksonville thing. Now when I see these type of things, I look it's like, okay, how can I put it? You giving me a picture with a frame where somebody's just getting it. You give them that same gift. They're like, oh, thank you, Roland. And then they just hang it up on their wall. See me, I'm going to take the picture out the frame. I'm going to study the frame. I'm going to see what type of wood is it. If it's metal, that's me. I break things down like that. I dissect it. Somebody else might just grab it. You get what I'm saying? So
hey man, wait till I get to your channel. I can cuss. I can cuss here. When I get to your channel, man, tell you something. Go to fuck off.
You can't say a few things, and the F-bomb just uses.
You can't just say Pharoh. I don't hear you. Use a.
Nah, we ain't letting you slide with that on my platform, brother.
If you say that, I was the issue. But you can say F all y'all want, and they won't bother.
F all, yeah, exactly. You
can say F-bombs. I dropped so many F-bombs since I met Foxy, but I'm surprised I'm here. Foxy, remember the old days? Remember the summer when we had nothing else to do? And we was on here talking mad, talking shit I said with her.
She's from a city where I said this. When they born with trash talking, they born with a hustle. And not all of them, but I'm just saying it's like 9 or 8 out of 10 that's born in that state. There's two things that they know. They learn trash talking, snapping, and what else? What I said again? Hustle.
Yeah, but those things. Hey, you guys are young. Y'all don't know, man. West Coast used to be on the East Coast nuts before NWA. We dressed like this. We did like this. We talked like this.
You lucky there's no West Coasters on here hearing you say that.
Man, ain't nobody had a problem with what I said. It's true. We used to listen to y'all music. There was nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
Rocksteady Crew, New York Breakers, Rocksteady, all that, Beat Street. It was. No one had an identity. This is black culture.
I know, but once gangster rap came out, the roles reversed. Now we was intrigued with the red and blue.
We had something to say. That's all I got. As far as I go, we just had something to say.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. But I'm just saying though, at that time when Dre, Snoop, or NWA kicked out, I should say NWA, but we know. See, it goes back to what you were saying earlier. It's a bigger agenda. Now, when we look at the pictures as grown-ups, we know that why the gangster rap took over, and all the backpacking, no more conscious music, no more conscious rapper.
And do you guys know about Navy Fuller?
Who?
Neely Fuller.
Neely Fuller.
I've heard of his name.
Never heard of her. Never heard of her.
No, it's a guy. It's a man.
It's a man.
I've heard of him.
Okay, I need you to get your pen real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You write this down. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm looking up the person now. Neely, spell it.
Neely Fuller. He has a book. He's better than Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
You said he's better?
Better.
Mm-hmm.
But
he's alive? He's alive?
Yeah, he's alive. He's alive, but we haven't heard from him recently because he's in his 90s.
Okay.
But he did a show up to a month or two ago. Last month he's been doing shows. If you go to Victor of RWS.
Neely Fuller's been doing shows?
Victor of RWS. Yeah, he did a show a month ago.
Oh, so you know who this person is, Foxy?
Yeah, okay. He's along the lines like a J.A. Rogers, Dick Gregory, like that type of.
Yeah. He's on.
I never heard of him. Dick Gregory, definitely, but I never heard of this dude.
I don't know if you know this made back, but Dick Gregory said before he died, rest in peace, that he said that Trump is going to be the last American president.
No, listen. I know that. I watched Dick Gregory faithfully, and at first I thought it was just some dude, who's been around a few people, been in those meetings, that just was talking. But the more and more that I watched, it's just like anybody else. You got to pay attention. You got to, you can't just it's like me subscribing to your channel. Before I start engaging, I'm gonna watch a couple of videos or lives, and you know what I'm saying, before I start engaging. So once I started,
I don't know if you're presidential, if you run for president, are you protected by Secret Service?
You said, are you protected
by Secret Service? I don't know, but he ran for president.
No, you got to become. You got to become the president to be protected.
Okay, but the fact that he ran, he was the first black person to run for president, and he
won. And he won.
He won in Philadelphia because of a computer glitch back in the goddamn 60s. This shit is none of this shit is new.
No, I know. He said it. He said he won, and it was put in the newspaper that he won. That's what I'm saying. Like when I watched all his videos, I was like, wow.
Hey, he's pretty much Tupac to people before Tupac.
Mm-hmm.
But in fact, he also bought, you know about the Boleyn, mate. Can I say that here? Sigma Pi, he's going to drop the last, but yeah, the Boleyn, it's out there. It's real.
Yeah, we know about them. Yeah.
Well, you know, they're the ones that thwarted, they're the ones that sabotaged Marcus Garvey.
I saw that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cancer, of course
I saw somebody's YouTube, and that spun my head around. I was like, what?
Oh, yeah.
That he was not only that they sabotaged, but he was a part of it.
No, but Foxy, you always say this, and you said this. You said this earlier. You said this earlier before Ronan got on.
It's illegal to have exodus.
Fred Hampton.
Foxy. Damn, Foxy, you did it again. Think about that. I gotta get back to you on that. I'm gonna call my homeboy and see what he say.
Listen.
Foxy,
this could all be alleged, but somebody's bringing the receipts.
You know how hard it is to do that? You know how hard it is to
let me just tell you this, man. Let me say this, man, right? This is a fact, and there's no allegedly. A melanated woman who is intelligent, smart, is a walking weapon. You understand? And I don't mean that in no negative way.
Yeah.
Like the one, the free thinkers know automatically.
Well, think about Fannie Willis in Georgia. And
that's why I gravitated to this woman. And I'm glad Smitty said the same thing. I didn't know this high-pitched yellow red bone woman from Adam. She was on a platform that I was always on, and she called up, she gave a story. I called up maybe a few callers after her. And next thing you know, I'm on this woman's channel, and we've been rocking like she's a personal friend of mine that I've known for over 20 some odd years.
Have you?
You know what I'm saying?
You know that long?
No, that's just the energy.
No, it's like the energy that me, her, Lotus, and Raz Girl. Like it's like I know these women. I mean, I engage with these two more than I do with Raz Girl. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just giving an example, like how. Go ahead.
I met Fox is the word we cannot say because everybody was locked in the house. They had to get on the net.
Yeah.
And my homeboy, hey, y'all should subscribe to my homeboy. What's his name? He used to be Street Knowledge. He changed his name. Look up Street Knowledge. My boy, I used to be on his show, and we always debate. We always get into it, right? But we was, we was, thick skinned. He from Baltimore. King Street Knowledge. I gotta look it up. Please subscribe to him, man. He's a good guy.
That sounds familiar.
But he won't. If I get too ratchet, he won't do it. I'm like, man, that's messed up, Street.
I love my peoples from Be More. Be More. Every time I go down there, it reminds me of.
Hey,
it reminds me of Boston.
He talked that annoying talk. You don't know
the way they say the R's. Yo, I love their accent. I love their accent. Dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
The club right over there. I'm like, the fuck is you
22 rolling. 22 rolling. You know what I'm saying? The way they say
I couldn't even describe how they would pronounce my name. But I'm gonna bring him here, Foxy. That's what I'm gonna do. Instead of bringing y'all there, I'm gonna bring him here.
He might know who I am because I'm in unassuming places and be like, oh shit. Like
don't say it nicely. Oh, I hate when y'all women be coming up with y'all nice dressed up titles. You be in the YouTube streets. Just say it.
Streets, but I'm in places that you wouldn't expect. Shut up, Maybach.
No, it was the word that you use. You always got to come up with these new. It's like watching
unassuming is not a make.
I'll tell you what. I can tell you where you know Street. You know Street
I'm just saying, Foxy. It's like watching Sesame Street when they give you the new word of the day or Pee Wee Herman show.
That's the thing with me.
Foxy calling you a nigga the next day. That's her. That's her.
Listen.
You mofo.
She can mute up right now and scream at somebody out the window. Stop blowing your horn, you mother effer.
Hey. If Foxy get mad, I'm bouncing. I'm ducking. I'm not all that.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
She ain't even gonna have a biscuit.
Facts. If I ever see her get mad, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Hey. When Tupac said this is telekinesis, he's talking about Foxy.
And we know she got a Tupac in her. She loves
about
this man.
In your breath. You know, Foxy the Gemini Cancer. Knock it off.
Mm-hmm.
He sure was. Listen, I looked up his chart and looked up my chart and see how compatible we are. It's 76%.
No one said nothing about compatible. How alike are you?
And it's more cerebral than sexual. I could dig it.
But you ain't no Jada Pinkett. I don't get it. I'm confused. I'm just saying, me, you, Pac, all born on that cusp. Damn it. You all born on that cusp.
Leo, though. I'm more cusp Leo. And Pac is more cusp Cancer.
I'm a cusp Cancer.
Right. And I'm
Pac got the same gene. Hey, I'm going to tell you the truth. I met Tupac.
When? Where?
I met Tupac during the LA riots before all this death row shit. I met Pac on the corner of Crenshaw and Slauson. So Crenshaw and Florence at the mobile gas station during the LA riots.
Wow.
And the only reason he noticed me because I threw up the black fist. When I threw up the black fist, he hey, what you do? And he pointed at me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, nigga.
Wow.
Let me ask y'all a question.
The real Pop.
Did y'all see that gathering? Because we was talking about Be More. We was talking about Be More. Did y'all see the gathering of the, I think they call NFAC or something like that, a militia?
They're not fucking around.
Yeah, listen.
What was this?
Listen.
Is that a real thing?
They did it in Be More. It was just sent to me on IG, and it's like the real news. There was like the mainstream news is not showing this of melanated men uniting and walking through the worst areas of B-more, and they
That's
all
not
singing. They was all yelling
I think the
we're not going to
Panthers
be
did that
selling
before then.
poison. We're not selling poison to the community. We're not going to be murdering each other, or excuse me, deleting each other. Yeah, it's like, check for that. Look up. Look that up.
Maybach, you know where Not Fucking Around crew comes from?
Where?
The movie.
Mm.
Ben Affleck, when they dropped the bank, and then he was in love with that's when this is a Not Fucking Around crew. These motherfuckers got here on some real shit, so we got to get serious with them.
Correct. No, but see, this is why I tell people. I know Foxy's like,
I never
stop
heard
giving
of
all
them,
this
but that's
information.
good.
You have seen the movie, Foxy. It was Ben Affleck.
No, I haven't heard of these guys, but that's good that they're doing that.
Yeah, but you cannot get your no matter how it works, you cannot get your inspiration from a movie.
Of course not.
Let me tell you something, man. Since y'all on the level.
I don't know about that.
No, I think he's just talking about that movie. I'm not saying.
Look what Superfly did.
Okay.
Okay, Foxy, look what Superfly did.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Now that's straight up mind control.
Mm-hmm.
So Not Fucking Around crew implies that we're not fucking around no more. These are the cops telling cops that. They took that and took it to the street.
Mm.
And now he's in jail over some petty shit. And when he gets out, he could be the next Martin Luther King to some. But to me, nah. I'm gonna tell you something. It's got to be organic, like Huey Newton. Maybe Huey Newton might not have been organic. Hey, man, you talking to me, man? Gangs are not organic. Knowing what we know now, it has been allowed by the government, just like Freeway Rick, to stereotype you and put you in that stereotype.
Mm.
Old Dog. Now, don't get me wrong. I love Old Dog character.
I'm sure you do.
But it is what it is. But
right.
It is, we use that to West Side you niggas. But, everybody's been affected by that. Biggie and Pac.
Yeah.
Now, we can't take out Pac and not take out Biggie. That's the feds thinking.
Exactly.
So now Pac is gone because they don't know how the feds play until he died.
Them letter boys.
So now Pac gone, we gotta take out Biggie. Biggie dumbass gonna drag his ass out here. He should have stayed his ass in New York, went overseas something. Because the record company,
a lot of people were saying that, but if you play into the narrative, then that's was supposed to happen.
Well, who controls that narrative?
This was directed by a bigger entity. It's really
Thank you.
TPD didn't kill Pac.
Listen, bro.
Listen. The Southside Crips didn't kill Pac.
Roland, let me just say this, right? You know that. Listen, we all know that, because listen.
No,
right? I'm not even gonna quote David Banner anymore. I'm gonna say it like I'm gonna use you as an example.
Salute David Banner.
Right? There's a party on the left. Right? There's a party. You've been invited to a party on the left, but you gotta bring weapons to go to that party. Do you really want to go? Or are you really going to go if you got to basically, you're not going to feel comfortable. You're not going to be happy. You're going to be on edge. So
you're not going to have a good time.
David Banner's like, he said, when we were young and dumb, we would go to clubs or parties. You bring your weapons with you, your homeboys, you're rolling 30 deep, whatever. He said, now once you get 40 and over, he's like, I'm not going to go nowhere where I'm not liked, or I got to bring weapons with me. We're too grown. You get what I'm saying? And now, so the point I'm trying to make is, Biggie already didn't want to go over there. Tupac is saying you had something to do with him. You know what I'm saying? Being Pac.
It was not logical.
Listen, it was at the height of everything. So my point is this: Biggie didn't want to go there. Biggie wanted to go to Europe. Diddy was saying, "Let's go over here." And didn't want him to go to Europe.
Diddy's an agent.
Huh? Go ahead.
Diddy's obviously an agent.
His buddy,
He's a
when
gatekeeper.
he came in the game, he
Allegedly,
can lead the game at
allegedly,
18.
he's the gatekeeper, man. Allegedly, he's a gatekeeper.
No, he's an agent.
Buddy Love.
He's hey, Dick is a black man, but
What you call him, Brother Love?
No, that's what his name is. That's what he wants to be known now as, Buddy Love.
Yeah, I
Brother
know.
Love.
Yeah. We know.
Biggie was on the dance hall tip like KRS. What happened?
Who you said was on the dance hall tip? Who you talking about?
Listen to Biggie and Puffy's first album, first
No, I know,
song.
with Supercat.
First-
That song with
First,
Supercat.
yep. That's a fire, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Biggie could have stick to that and carry on KRS-One's legacy. He could have. He
Oh,
knew better.
y'all-
Pac knew
hold
better.
on. Y'all don't see that there was another Notorious Big before the Biggie?
Yeah, I heard of him. He couldn't fuck with Biggie.
Y'all in the same song. He had the same song before Notorious B.I.G. from New York. Yeah, so Biggie had took the same name, Notorious Big. All he did was put period, B period, I period, G, whatever. The other dude was called Notorious Big. Same song when Biggie says, and it didn't make sense to me then. When he says he said up to the Mississippi, down to the East Coast. If you're down in the Mississippi, you go up the East Coast. You don't go down the East Coast. So that never made sense to me. Then the questionable lyric was when he's like, about when he said, "Oh yeah, you so pretty, I'm gonna suck on your father's."
Oh my God, I got another homeboy.
Come on, man. There was a lot of questionable rap songs.
Well,
lyrics back then.
okay. Let's assume everybody in the game, no matter how much you love them, Michael Jackson to Prince on down, it's easy to see that they're Satanists. Now, who is Satan? I'll answer that.
Well, I know this when you brought up Michael and Prince. Prince was supposed to be featured on I'm Bad or Bad. And when they finally met up through Quincy Jones, Prince asked Michael, so when you say your butt is mine, who you talking to? And Michael said, well, that's my verse. And Prince said, well, if you want me on the song, I want you to remove that. Michael said no, and that's why Prince was never on any songs featuring Michael, but they was going to be featured on that. That story's out now. But yeah, Michael started off with the questionable verse by saying, your butt is mine. You know what I mean? And he said, hold on.
The doggone girl is mine.
He's like, I'm supposed to come right after that? Yeah, Prince was like, I'm supposed to come right after that. But you're the same man who comes out with these pairs of leather pants with your cheeks out. So, listen, man, I don't know, man. When it comes to the music,
no.
There's those old people that was putting eyeliners on.
Yeah. But say you blow up way back. You are the man. Everybody listening to you and all that. They're gonna want me to go against you.
I know that. Brother, listen. I was always told to stand for something, right? That's one. Two, people will be like, oh, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do that. And I learned through Ted DiBiase, it's not even through a wrestler, but it's a facts. Trump done said it, a bunch of people said it. We all have a price. What I might do for $1 million, Ronan might do it for 5 million. Foxy might do it for 20. We all have a price. I don't care what anybody say. We have a price.
Want to hear okay, I'm about to detonate. You ready? Now look.
You're about to detonate, huh?
Oh yeah. This is much better than trolling, man. I'm enjoying this. Salute Foxy.
Salute. Thank you.
So look. I have my own personal conspiracy theories since I read The Creature from Jekyll Island. Well, once you see, you can see it for itself. Like I said about the Mountain Fires, you would have to prove to me that the corporation land developers didn't start that fire on that prime land.
No, exactly. I mean, I'm with
You
you,
can
brother.
tell, hey, the ends justify the means, right? They already going for it. Biden fell asleep.
You know how I got my answer? You know how I got my answer to that? Not to pardon self. I didn't mean to cut you off. There's a local fire department. There's a fire department right down the street. I went and I showed them the videos. They even was showing me different stuff, and they said that's not what it's being presented. So I mean, I got my answer.
Yeah, but I got a homeboy that's an electrician, a real electrician. He said, "How come they didn't cut the power off?"
Yeah, and then no. Listen, they didn't cut the power off, but they cut the water off though. They cut the water off.
Explain that. That means they knew
Correct.
about the fire and something got cut off.
Correct.
The land
And that's an
developers started
island.
that.
That's an island. When things happen, it's gonna set off an alarm. There was no alarm set it off. There was no alarm set off either.
That was
And
also
that's an
asked.
island that's known for that. Yeah, they known for
That was
anything
also
that's
asked.
coming. Yeah, anything that comes to that island or is about to happen, an alarm sounds for the people to, evacuate, do what they
The
need to
land
do.
developers will attack your ass, and you're sitting on prime property. And now y'all
Listen.
better understand any fuller.
Listen, I
Listen
did my
to
math
me,
already.
brother.
There's two billionaires that's been buying up the land already. 2 billionaires already bought up a lot of the land. And one of them is a guy he already owned.
How? If you're insured.
Listen, you didn't hear about the town meeting that they had? They was been trying to relocate the businesses and the people there. The people there said, no, we the one that got this city to flourish the way it is. We don't want to move. We're not going to relocate. And they said, okay, after the town meeting, I heard a policy allegedly was written up where if there's a quote unquote emergency, they can relocate them. So that answers everything that you're talking about. We know why that
The
happened.
law was in
We
place
know.
20 years. Your life, whatever we're saying and what we're doing, we survived somehow. But your life was planned 20 years before you was born.
Yeah, correct.
Look at that grooming. They're grooming kids and all kind of shit. It's
Correct.
obvious.
Correct.
But you can walk into a store, kill 3 black people, and say, "Oh, we're just a racist."
Right.
It's Satanism, man.
Correct.
Because America looks at the body count. Just 3 people mean it was a slow news day. That shit wouldn't have made the news if it was,
Mm-hmm.
some other shit going on. There was a shooting in Louisville.
Correct.
But because
That's not being broadcast. That's why I said they pick and
but
choose.
they can spin the racism because
Right.
they can stop saying racism and start saying Satanism. Watch.
Well, you know why they're using
you
that?
might be
They
dead.
use that word because that's a trigger word. You know what I mean? It's a trigger word. I mean, that's what Smitty was basically saying earlier. You weren't on the live earlier, but Smitty, Panero, we all kind of talked about this. I know you came
Only
in late.
trigger word I heard was what you said.
No. We letting you rock, brother. We letting you rock. No, but I'm just saying, like, we've been saying everything that you're saying. We've been said that. You just
Well,
wasn't on the
here's
live.
the other thing. Here's the other thing that going along with what both of you are saying is that remember we just talked about this maybe a half an hour ago in regards to who owns these newslets,
Correct.
TVs,
It's Fox. It's Fox,
that word.
Viacom. It's Fox, Viacom. I mean, I don't know all of them.
No, what I'm
but
saying is that
you can count them in 2 hands.
right.
They own all media, which is what you see, hear, so on and so forth.
And so they're choosing and picking, okay, this situation
No,
just
they control. No, this Neely Fuller, the white supremacists, control everything.
and they run it how they want it. They spin it how they
Yes.
want.
Yes.
Just like all these books that they gave us when we were in grade school, telling us about, slavery.
Foxy, get 200 subscribers and see how they act.
Listen, like how Foxy always mentioned books and stuff.
I'm
if
struggling
we watch-
just to get 100.
Yeah, if we read some of these books, right? Like how you
Don't worry
mentioned
about
that
it,
book earlier.
I
What's the
ain't-
name of that book again that you mentioned, Ronan, earlier?
The Creature from
That you
Jekyll
said
Island.
Yeah, like books like that. If you watch documentaries like Birth of a Nation, you watch all of that, you'll understand why these things happen. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Which one? Birth of a Nation. The first one?
The
Yeah,
first one.
yeah,
The one
black and
that
white.
you ain't supposed to see.
Yeah.
You could afford to go through that. And if you saw it, you want your money back. You want your goddamn club nickel back.
Correct.
It's terrible.
Now they redone it. They redo all these movies with it. It ain't got nothing to do with the story, like Scarface. It ain't got nothing to do with the story. So 1946 Scarface, you'll know what's up.
You said the 1946 Scarface?
Scarface, you will know that shit got nothing to do with Miami and none of that shit. It was about
Not at all.
it was about wops.
Al Capone. That's the Scarface we know.
Yeah, that's a gangster story.
See, I'm glad you brought up Al Capone, because Dame Dash did an interview, and he was talking about, like, for years, quietly, he's been trying to be a owner of an NFL team, and I'm saying to myself, Dame Dash is older than me, not that much, but he's older than me, and he's in these meetings. He should have did his research on majority of these 32 football teams, how they got started. Chicago got started through Al Capone money.
Oh, I'm sure.
Why don't Damian Dash just invent a new sport? Like Qween. Why don't Damian Dash just invent a new sport?
Who's gonna join though? That's the problem. Because let me give you an example. When Kyrie, during the lockdown, Kyrie said, "Yo, we could show these owners they need us. We don't need them. We can go over here and start our own." You got guys like LeBron who's being controlled, and other ones are side-eyeing Kyrie, Charles Barkley, all of them. It's the same thing when Smitty said, was making an example how Kyrie posted what he posted. It was just a repost. He didn't tag anything to it. He didn't add anything. He just posted something that was already there, and he caught flack. Who was one of the people who called Kyrie a fool was Shaq. And Shaq has a movie theater in New Jersey that was playing that anti-Semitic movie.
I love
you get what I'm saying? 2 years in advance. So it's like, bro, you made your money, and then now on TV, because Shaq already showed on TNT who he pleases his alliance to. Again, like I said, they own lodges. He had a big ass ring, massive ring.
Well, Shaq is the FM, Kyrie is not.
Correct. Kyrie's an AM.
But isn't Kyrie still like joining? Isn't he still like basically down with the program?
Kyrie gave a nice.
He's not playing basketball anymore. He's not with that.
Basketball. That's as far as like connected he is. You get what I'm saying? It's like how. Hold on. Let me give you an example with Kyrie. Hold on. Let me give you.
Salute Shaq. I got nothing against him.
Let me give you an example with Kyrie. It's like how Pharoh said it. Maybach, I know how you want to put out the information, or like Smitty broke it down. When you get the ball, just don't try to get tackled. You know what I mean? So be on the platform, but just be smart how you can still put out the message without being striked or whatever. So Kyrie, of course, that's what's paying his bills.
When you say that, that's
I didn't know if he was still playing or not.
He's still playing. He's still playing in the league. Yeah, he's playing in the league. But what I'm saying is, he's not part of the boule like Charles Barkley and Shaq and them.
He's just a player, man. Let the man play.
Huh? No, I'm with Kyrie playing. I was just trying to answer the question
you cannot. Okay, they don't want another Muhammad Ali.
Right.
They don't. I know that. We all know that. They don't want people to stand up. Like, they don't want the James Browns. They don't want Muhammad Ali's. They don't want who else stood up with them.
But can we control what we control, Maybach? Can we please have some say so in what we do control? The little bit, how athlete in a worldwide any sport.
Let me just say this, right? And this is from a J. This is from a J saying this. Us melanated folks can do what we want when we got the money, right? The minute that they see you gaining power, they're going to come in and tame you down, basically. So what I'm trying to say is, right? They'll let us spend our money, do what we want, say certain things. But if we try to stand up, like you said, like a Muhammad Ali, you trying to be a Malcolm X, that ain't gonna happen in this era and day and time, unfortunately. There's somebody that's doing it, but they've been silenced him a lot, and that's Rizza Islam. You know what I mean? That's him. He's trying to be these guys, but they keep shutting him down. You get what I'm saying? On platforms and stuff like that.
Okay. Maybach.
Go ahead.
Man, I appreciate you, man. I do, man. And I everything you said 100%. You know what I'm saying? On the level, but I just want to run something by you because it can help you help me. I need your input on this or what you think. I need you to get your pens out. Get your pen, Foxy. And Foxy, I already told you this, but you might need your pen because you took me for a joke last time.
I got my pen.
Maybe you got a pen?
Yeah.
Okay. The Egyptian Book of Life by Ramses Salim.
Okay.
It explained that in ancient Egypt, they were not taught 7 senses. They were taught, was it 12, 13 senses? Some of these senses include, like you're expected to know this about yourself. You got feeling, seeing, touch, things like that. But you also have transmission of thought. You also have telepathy. You also have, I mean, it went on and on. Clear vision. I got to get the book. I don't have it. I gave them all out. I bought my daughter one, and she talked about some crazy shit. Everyone I gave the book to can't bring the book back to me physically right now. And that's what I mean by them peoples. But that's neither here nor there for this conversation. But the Egyptian Book of Life by Ramses Salim explained that you were not taught 12. You were taught 12 senses, not 7. Now, this is a couple thousand years ago, before we even got to even think. I'm gonna let that marinate before I say anything else. But I think that's useful information to you.
Yeah, because how I came into this was doing my chakras and knowing only the 7 chakras and not realizing that there are 12 chakras.
You go 12 again.
They're outside of us, and so
I didn't know that. But you know what? My brother taught me that. I didn't know what that was. I also didn't know what an archetype was.
That's all
I didn't
right.
hear the last one. The last one I never heard. What's that? You said archer?
Archetype.
Never heard of that. What is that?
Think of it as a psychological profile, but it's also physical too.
Okay. Got you. See, that's what I'm saying. See how you just taught me something in a couple of things you taught me?
I would not say that because you're on the level. I would not say that to the average motherfucker.
No,
Fuck people.
I know. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, as far
people
as
get on my goddamn nerves, Maybach.
No, I get you, but as far as like going back to what I said earlier, when I click on here, that's my brain. I want to, get off of YouTube learning a few things, whether it's from Foxy, whether it's from you,
Brother, you can show me far more than I can show you. Because you didn't get here to this level to this day by being goofy. It took some tears and some hard ass lessons to be learned to get here. And we're here and we're talking.
Correct. That's why I said, like, sometimes when I bring up me going up north, in the early 90s, I never talk about it as being like the worst of the worst. I'm happy that I went through that, unfortunately, because I met elder men who took, these men, some of these men was doing like 30, 40, 50 years, some doing life, took time to enlighten me. You know what I'm saying? Out of the group of young dudes that I was chilling with, they would pull me aside and give me knowledge and game. And they always said to me, you don't know why I'm doing this today, but when you reflect back in your 30s, 35, 40s, you'll look back and see that God sent me to pull you aside to give you game, because I was headed to where they at right now. You get what I'm saying? That's why I said, like, I don't promote, what I was part of and stuff like that when I was in the streets. I don't promote that because that's my path. You know what I mean? I promote who I am today. I'm a single dad.
I'm a Taoist, right? When you're a Taoist, it took a lot of hell to get me to the Tao. But what I'm saying is, either you're on the path or you're not.
Correct.
You wanted to be on the path, and by your will, you got there.
Correct.
Mic drop. I mean, that's not gonna say. But I'm saying is, mic drop. That's it. That's all I can say. But we're having I mean, imagine you was offline talking about. My God. Hey, Foxy, erase the show.
No. I didn't put it 5. We didn't put it 5 hours in here.
She got too many
Hey
gems in
man, I
there,
thought
man.
you got 2 hours.
You could really edit this up too. You got 5.
No,
It's
no,
going
no,
on.
don't do none of that.
It's going on
Don't do none of that.
5:30. It's going
No,
on
no, no.
5:30.
What I'm saying is, this is where I've always wanted to be on the internet right now.
Correct.
But
And
Foxy,
that's why I said. Go ahead.
I mean Foxy I mean Foxy, you see me talk shit.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, come over to King Troll, man. I'm gonna cuss them all out today because of this.
Trolling.
Man,
Yeah, I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you in that form. So I want to keep you. No, I want to know you on this form because
I want you to know how when you see that,
brother, you forgetting? I was on the panel with you on Lady Freshes, so I heard you get in a little bit. Remember? When what's his name? Al or the uncle, whatever, and he took it personal. He's like, "Oh, who's this guy?" Maybach talking. Yeah, he got all upset, and I was like, "Yo, dude, you older than me, and you all in your feelings."
Oh yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, listen, brother. Again, I had to go on a live. Let me just say this real quick.
Don't bring up anybody's name, Maybach.
No, I'm not bringing up nobody's name. Listen,
it's cool.
When somebody listen, there's a content creator who does food. He's big. He just hit 100K. Anyways, me and him had a bet right behind the scenes. We had a bet. He gets like 2,000 on his chat. But anyways, people was like, "Oh, if this guy lose, he's not gonna pay you." Talking about me, and they don't know me personally, right? So hold on. So I lost the bet. Hold on, I lost because Miami beat. He's in Miami. I'm in Boston. So he picked the Heat. And when we tied the series, he was kind of shook. He's like, "Damn, Maybach, your team's coming back." So anyways, I lost. I paid him, right? So he did a live to let everybody know he paid me. But bro, there was 1,800 giving me the business about my team losing. I know how to talk
Why would
trash.
you care?
No, but this is what I'm saying. I know how to talk trash. Listen, this is what I'm saying. Hold on, bro. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm from a city where we get the trash talk and we give it out. So I'm used to it. I'm born with it, just like New Yorkers are born with it. What I'm saying is, I done heard it all. But the guy got into his feelings. I'm telling you right now, youngin, you don't know. Yeah, the guy got in his feelings. At the end of the day, that's all I'm saying. He's older than me. He was
Listen, I don't claim to know it all. Like, I'm still a student here.
But you know Lakers #1, and you know it now.
You said Lakers?
Yeah, no,
that's baby, Lakers.
Yeah, that's his whack ass team, Lakers. I've been knew that. Yeah, I told you we was on the panel.
I got a story. I got a story that'll burn your ass. You'll be so good at me. You might hang up the phone. You might rage quit.
Yeah. You told me about it. You said something about you being out here and wearing the Laker gear in Boston, and I said, "Man, listen,
yeah, what?
Maybach, I know that story. I heard it. That's nothing. Listen, but like I told you on the panel, because of Fresh being a Yankee, I said, come out here wearing Yankee gear.
Oh, yeah. You might have been there for the story.
See if you leave Massachusetts alive.
Man, I really got out with this cusp of thin ice with my life.
Oh, did you know Foxy's team? Hold on, do you know what Foxy's football team is?
Hey, don't bring me in this.
Foxy,
I just want him to know. I want him to know because he used to root for this team. He used to root for this team.
Shut up, Foxy. You're a Jets fan.
No, she's not. It's the team that you said your family used to root for. Remember? You don't remember now?
You LA fan?
No.
Oh, Baltimore.
Football.
Oh, yeah.
It's a football team you used to root for.
Let me tell. Oh, that's right. That's right. You look like a
he said that's right.
yellow. You like a white uniform.
Black and yellow.
Yo, don't even call it white unicorn. She's a unicorn. She's the damn unicorn.
It's all Crips, and they all mad at me every damn year this time because I'm a Ravens fan. They say, "Why Ravens, man?"
Oh my God! Goodbye.
Well, listen, again,
the Raiders ain't waiting for shit for years, and they left.
Ronan,
the Rams ain't.
Ronan. Before you go any further, make sure you subscribe to Maybach Sports as well, because you're gonna be coming on my lives. Because season's about to start.
Yeah, hey, man. I don't care.
Foxy too. You already know, Foxy. I'm not leaving you out.
I don't got nothing to talk about on sports channel.
I want this. Listen, you gonna come on and talk.
No, you come on there, Foxy. I need you back. I need you back.
Listen, the same way you co-host, the same way you co-host for Pharoh. No, listen, no, there is no such thing. It
is.
I'm retired too, but I can't stay on.
No. Well, I'm saying it now live on your live. Listen,
guys.
My God,
Maybach, it's so confrontational. Oh, relax.
I got a story. I got a story.
I
I
got
got
a
a
story.
story.
And Foxy Moon
Can I talk?
Premier is going to be my co-host. Yes.
Mine on mute. I'm
Yep.
putting on mute.
I'm there. I believe that. Yep.
I
Foxy's there, and I'm there. We're there.
Foxy's gonna be my
Hello.
co-host.
y'all.
Hey, Maybach. Hey, Mac. Hey, Maybach. You hear a funny story?
Go ahead.
I retired from the Pittsburgh Steelers. So what gotta say?
No, you ain't. You a Ravens fan, then. That equate to.
Hey, let me send her. Let me send you a Pittsburgh Steelers T-shirt and see if you return it back.
I hate sports, Foxy, but I can't stay away.
I don't watch it anymore. So
okay, let me know. I got a story for you.
You still could be my co-host. You still could be my co-host. That's it.
Man,
Yo, she is the co-host. Or I ain't coming.
Yeah, for real. We ain't going live until Foxy pulls up.
Let me
You know how
tell.
people
Let
go
me,
live? Go ahead. Go ahead.
listen, guys. Listen.
You already
So-
want to check the ranks. You can't do this for your mans.
Maybe one day.
No, 2 days.
Oh yeah, before you get into your spill, I went live on my
No.
I
I let you speak already.
You
Quiet.
came in.
Quiet.
You came in. She came in and said, Maybach, what are you talking about? In love. Now go ahead. I just wanted to put that
Yeah,
out there.
because
Go
I
ahead.
know what you were talking about, and I was trolling you.
Okay, I know you.
Why
were.
you would
I
troll
know.
a man on your own show? That's cruel.
No, I was trolling him on his show.
No, that was on my live. I went
No,
live
because you
on
were
my
going in with
sports
somebody. That's why you was like going ham
I know,
again.
I got
Like you're doing right now.
Foxy, do you understand what's going to happen if you're not there? We need you.
I'll be the cheerleader.
But somebody going to behind shit. Let's see the mediate.
Still gonna be there.
Okay, listen. Let me tell my story real quick, guys. I mean, really. So, Ben Roethlisberger retired about 3 years ago or something like that. 2-3 years ago. That's the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yes, he is.
That's when I retired. I haven't watched
That's the weakest link right now.
I don't know what's going on. I gave up.
Oh, dude looked good in preseason. He looked great, but when he started hitting,
They all like it. It always happened that way, and the Steelers used to give me so much heart burn, congestion, attacks. I just couldn't take it. But I stood it. Listen, I got them tattooed on my foot, so I'm in it, but I'm not in it.
Well, you're in it. That's it. No. Hey, it's on your foot.
I'm glad you exposed the tattoo on your foot. I'm glad you did that. Again, I don't know about Ronan. Hold on, Ronan. I gotta get this out. I'm not accepting any whatever you want to call that excuse, explanation, story. I'm not falling for none of that. Again,
I don't watch it though. I don't watch none of this.
No, the person who does research on everything. Hey guys, before I go live, Maybach, I'm doing my research. So that's why I'm not falling for the okie doke about I don't pay attention anymore. Yeah.
I never came on and said I'm doing research
team. You got a great research team, okay? Top notch.
Maybach,
that's all I gotta say. They better than TMZ. They better than TMZ.
Not this is why I don't talk about sports, because these men be getting me uptight.
If women take it different too, they'll kill your ass over this shit.
Yeah, like it's really crazy. Let me tell y'all.
I got her coming. Go ahead.
I
got a story. Please listen.
No, first, can I say something real quick? Gosh.
Yeah, it's your show.
I took my husband to a Pittsburgh Steelers game. It was Steelers preseason against the Yankees. Against the Giants.
I love the story. I
was the only one wearing a Steelers shirt, and the whole that whole row was like, "Why is she here?" Thank goodness me and my husband. Listen, thank goodness.
Wasn't ugly.
Wait. My husband had a couple of. Wait. Can I say? Thank goodness we had a couple of drinks in us. Because I was like about to swing on somebody. And another time I took my brother to a Penguins game. But they were playing in Madison Square Garden against the against the Rangers.
Rangers. Yep. I love
Yo,
this one too.
Again, a group of white boys, and they got their girlfriends. So the white boys is joking me. I'm like, let's go, Penguins. I got my Steelers towel, waving it up in the air and everything. They were so mad. They're like, why did you bring her here? So I'm like, excuse you? So my brother's like, just chill, because we by ourselves. And the girlfriends are looking at the boyfriends, looking at me, because they're kind of like impressed, like, low key, they were feeling me, but then they were just like, we got our girls here, but then you're a Penguins fan. Like, why are you even here? So at the end of the game, we lost. Penguins lost. I had to bow out gracefully and walk out quiet and in silence.
George Jefferson walked all the way to the car.
It's okay, Foxy. Listen. On my sports channel. Listen, I got this Dallas Cowboys fans on my sports channel that subscribe to my channel.
Oh, they hate me. They hate me.
There's your team. What's your team against Steelers? There's Steelers people.
I'm the Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens. You got this guy. Whatever his name is again.
Ravens, like for real?
22
I don't know if we
Roman.
could be friends.
Yeah.
I got a story. Go ahead, homie. You doing great.
Go ahead.
I don't know if we could be friends though. Well, since I'm retired,
we're friends to this day. I'll tell you my story.
Friends to the end.
My homeboys, all my family and homies, Chicago Raiders, Steelers.
I heard the story too. Go ahead. I heard it on the platform.
I think I did tell you the story, huh? You already know what's up.
Yeah, Lady Freshes. Yeah, I heard it on the
platform. Lady Fresh, yeah. Man, made back. Let me tell you the story again with emphasis. These ass kickers, these niggas out here shoot a nigga over this shit.
Yeah,
we all Raiders fans. Raiders left. Steelers. Something happened with Cordell Stewart. I could not explain it. I feel in some kind of way, right?
My husband loved Cordell Stewart.
I know what happened with Cordell Stewart. He sucked, but go ahead. That's what you couldn't.
Giving our money on the AFC Championship. I can't be a Niners fan. My homies, man, Ray Lewis out there making my money on the other side, but on the back end, Ray Lewis doing this. I said, man, I just could take it. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm a Ravens fan.
Wow.
To this day, I got a rough Thanksgiving every year since then.
So that's when they disowned you, right? That's when they disowned you, right?
They disowned me. They attacked me. He told me.
They attacked you.
The only reason I bet breaking their ass.
The Raiders haven't won.
Foxy. Listen, I know a husband and wife. When the Yankees come into Boston, they kind of do not talk to each other, and the family split. Yeah, the family split because the wife is from New York, so the family drives up, and the husband be like, "Yo, he's a Red Sox. He's born out here. He's like, yo, y'all gotta live in a hotel."
Every year.
It be that serious sometimes. Yes, it be that serious.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, baby, why'd you marry her?
No. I don't know, man. I guess the loving was good before he found out what team she was for. You know what I mean?
Boy, that's powerful, son.
Yeah, that's a bit extreme, but that's how it goes.
Hey, what about the jersey buried underneath the stadium?
Kansas.
Hey, that shit was fully built, ready to bust a bottle. Got a new stadium. Social worker said, "I buried the Red Sox jersey under the Yankees."
I heard that.
Hey, sports. This is sports.
No, you gotta get Antoine on your channel too, Maybach. KC, Kansas City, baby.
Everybody. I want everybody.
Yankee Stadium.
Listen, that's what makes it better. Instead of just having fans that's only rooting for the same team, I want
for the Yankees
outsiders.
No, Maybach. Nobody said so what.
Nobody said it. Listen, bro. Listen, I don't heard
for the Yankees either.
As a matter of fact, I was in New York months ago, and I was wearing a Red Sox hat, and they were staring at me. I do that on purpose. I don't go to New York and automatically start wearing a Yankees hat. No, I wear Boston stuff on purpose.
No.
Yes, I do. In New York, I do.
Related.
Listen, they got people. They got people in Nigeria wearing Yankees hats.
You know better, Maybach. Cut that shit out.
Because he likes attention. That's what it is. He wants all eyes on him. He thinks he's Tupac right now. He wants all eyes.
If you're gonna say it right, if you're gonna say it right. I like the attention when I want it, not unwanted attention. So if you
but you wearing that coming to New York, that's grounds for somebody looking at you. That's grounds.
They do it out here.
And you do it on purpose. So that's grounds. Yeah, they're gonna be looking at you like what? Just like looked at me crazy wearing a Penguins jersey at the Rangers game.
But see, that's more crazy.
And I'm from New York. What the hell?
I was about to say that. You from a state where that's another thing y'all are born with. You get a jersey put on you once you come out the womb. It's either Mets or Yankees, or you got Giants or Jets. You get put on you. How you get a Steelers black and gold on you is
inherited. That came through inheritance.
I know the story. I know.
I didn't grow up watching any sports. My dad wasn't really into sports like that. Like he watched baseball every now and then, but he wasn't a sports guy. Like my dad was really into and that's where I get my love of watching documentaries and Natural Geographics and animals and all that kind of just nerdy stuff. My dad played music instruments and stuff, so I didn't really grow up. Because of that, I was like so much like a tomboy. I was just like, I was the son that he didn't have. Just vicariously, I just did like things like, I was outdoors, like playing outside like a kid, like kids do and stuff. Yep. But yeah, my dad, I wasn't into sports until I got my boyfriend, who now my husband, and he was into basketball, the Knicks and Steelers and Giants and Jets stuff. And
Maybach.
Oh, this is boring. But I watched it.
Maybach, I don't like to share this fact, but I have a monkey.
What?
You got a pet monkey? You got a pet monkey?
Yep, in the Philippines.
You there now? I was gonna say, can't show us the monkey.
You gotta go back to my shows. You gotta go back to my shows.
Are they pets?
Yeah, but I don't like the people in my business, so I'll probably erase a lot of that shit.
Oh, how did you get them?
I can't talk about it. It was a gift.
Oh,
okay.
You already put yourself out there, man. They coming for you already, man.
You're sounding illegal already.
Not only. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Not only that, man. I also have chameleons.
Well, I think you can have chameleons, right? That's legal. Monkeys, I think it's legal. Not in the States.
But I want you to know, I at some point, man, my mind broke and I had to live.
Okay.
Especially when I got the opportunity to do that. But I'll give you an example. I was in the Philippines, and then my wife went to the closet. There was the biggest spider ever seen in my life.
Mm.
So she gets this, they get scared the shit out there. She gets the spider, puts it in a plastic bag, and takes the chameleon. I said, let me get a cigarette and get my cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I come back, this chameleon, he was just chomping on the last bits of it. And it was a baby chameleon. I was like, wow.
Yo.
I was like, wow. But I've seen all kind of animals. I'm gonna go back. There's a place called Bashir, and they have like these big, like they're like owls and they're like sloth. I forget what they call them. But I gotta no. The animal is called the Bashir. The place too. I don't remember the name. But I'm gonna go. There's a bunch of Bashirs, but I seen a bunch of monkeys in the Philippines. I mean, it's
Yeah, I think that's common.
yeah. I seen things that
Don't disrespect the chat like that, Maybach.
You seen it? Yo, stop being nosy, man. Listen to the story, please. I was writing that because Ant Dog.
Don't disrespect the chat like
Ant Dog. I wrote
Hey,
that.
hey, Maybach. What's your top 5 MCs?
Who? What? Top 5
What's your
what?
top 5 MCs?
MCs?
Top 5 MCs.
My top 5 MCs, not in no particular order.
Boston?
Rakim. Not in no particular order. Rakim, Nas, Prodigy. I have to put I mean, I could say Jada, but I really I actually met Styles P and we talked. So I say Styles P. And the last one would be I used to be big Method Man fan. So I gotta either throw Meth or Biggie in there, even though Biggie didn't put out that many albums, but just the impact he had, but Rakim, I was Catholic school, 2nd grade. It was a white cassette tape that said paid in full. And that's when we had the cassette Walkmans. I had a Sony black and silver grayish one with the radio connected to it. And when I got that tape paid in full, I was just, hip hop. Yeah. So Rakim, that's why I would say Rakim did it for me.
Yeah, he's alive when Rakim did his thing. You already know he's the top. You can't take him out.
Yeah.
Correct. But some people don't put him in there. Some people don't put him in there, but everybody.
Well, they don't put him in.
Kids disrespectful and stupid.
No, I'm not talking about the youth. I'm talking about people our age or even older don't really mention Rakim. They'll put Kool G Rap. And to me, Kool G Rap's style is similar to Rakim's style. He just added his own little thing. If you like Kool G Rap, it's okay. Put it like this. Nas.
That's the same animal.
Nas, exactly. There you go. Nas is a baby version of Rakim. If you listen to Nas early on, you listen to Kool G Rap, it's the same thing. It's a baby version of Rakim. So, like you said, they like kind of their clones or whatever. So, it's I don't know, but yeah.
I didn't know that Guru was from Boston.
Yeah.
Yes, and he was a teacher.
I just learned that like a couple of weeks ago.
Like a teacher, or because he did teach.
No, he was a teacher. No, he really was a teacher. Yes, he was in the classroom.
That'd be cool.
He was in the classroom. Yeah,
right,
I have a cousin that had him as a substitute at one point when he was in middle school.
Hey, why aren't teachers paid like cops and firemen?
No, they need to get paid more.
No, they should be paid more than the firemen.
You said they need to get paid more than them,
more
right?
than the firemen.
Yes, because besides the parents,
I don't know about
our children do more time with teachers, dog. Besides being at home with us, they do more time at school.
Yeah, the time they put in, all that there's a fire every now and then. But this, but that's what I don't want to get into education, but
correct, because
you know what I mean.
They're not even teaching the real stuff that we really like. What about financial literacy? Why ain't they teaching that? Why ain't they teaching the kids how to?
You know what? And that's the only answer logically out of the bullshit they're going through. You are correct.
Yeah.
Because when I was a kid, my parents said something.
I don't know about having to pay the teachers more than the fire.
You're educating your children. Now that you don't,
I see why you say that.
I get it.
Now, since you don't, you see the result.
No, I get why Foxy said that, because now that I think about it, yeah, like these people are going in burning houses. They putting their lives on the lines. Like the teachers ain't putting no lives on their lives.
No.
What?
It's the same thing with your children. The house will not be on fire if education. As a matter of fact, I don't know. You know who Confucius is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Confucius said that people will act right when the government acts right. If they saw good examples of, my parents didn't do this. I'm not going to do that because my parents didn't do that. I never had too many kids because my parents didn't have too many kids. It would balance itself out. That is not taught. It is taught is y'all too dumb to do that. Yeah, you go to Needy Fuller, but
I think it's selective, but on the whole, if you look, I get your point. I get your point. But on the outside looking, it's like, well, firefighters really do be going into those buildings, burning and stuff.
man, I'm a bad.
And not that a teacher doesn't go because if you she might be dealing with a hot wire kid that just is explosive and
Child
she
shot a teacher last year. Child shot.
Some of these teachers don't even pass the tests that they give.
Man, have you ever partied with teachers?
No, never.
It's great. It's great. They freak hoes, nigga.
Yo,
Man.
To be
Only
honest.
in the Philippines, sir. Only in the
No,
Philippines.
it's the United States. They don't play that shit over there.
I know they like to drink,
Hey, in the Philippines, I seen
and
kids.
rightfully so. They got to deal with a whole bunch of kids that is just woof.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
in the Philippines, kids, 2nd, 3rd grade, leaving the school to go get their snacks. When were you able to do that?
Decades ago.
Yeah, you had to be 11th, 10th, 11th grade. They don't trust you by design, by the bullshit they teach you. Even in private school, you can't go out in 3rd grade.
Not at all. You couldn't go out at all, period, unless you're going out at recess.
Theoretically, in the Philippines, you can go to 3rd grade, you can go across the street, go get you something to eat at McDonald's. Go back to school.
Let me ask y'all a question, right? When we was in school, right, whether it was preschool, middle school, high school, what was the biggest threat that they talked about, and what type of emergency drills did we run? If y'all remember, what was the drill?
Earthquake here.
Well, yeah, for y'all, but we on the East Coast over here. Us was just a fire in the school. Remember? Fire drill, file to the right. Remember? Right hand side, one behind each other. That was it. Now they talking about panic rooms in the classrooms.
Yeah.
Some states is talking about teachers to carry weapons. That I don't see any law. If there's a law that's passed for teachers to carry, like Foxy's the 2nd grade teacher, and she's got the authority to bring her weapon, that is crazy.
Who controls that? The white supremacists who are planning this. They're planning to take your land. They're in control of everything in any realm of human activity. You gotta listen to Needy Fuller.
Get it, but my thing is this: how can you sit in Congress and think that this policy that you writing up, however they write it up, whatever office they use, the oval, the triangle, the squared office, the circle, I don't care. Why would you think?
Because the people are not involved in checks and balances.
Yeah, right. It's all
someone's a push for that.
drawn up men that are in the office that are making these decisions.
Yeah,
and that's why I said. That's why I made the post on my channel saying the world is not overly populated. Because how can the world be populated when Foxy haven't explored? I haven't explored as much. Ronan haven't explored as much. And they said Texas is big, right? You can fit.
No, I'm not an avid explorer. I haven't left.
I'm just listen. Stop.
No, I haven't. I'm telling you, I've only went to Mexico.
Got you, but I'm just saying, figuratively speaking, we haven't really explored. I know we limited. We're not gonna do what a lot. Like I could have went hiking, but I looked at hiking at one point. Like, listen, this is why these things be happening to these clear folks. Us black people, we know what we're gonna do. It's like I could have, like I always say, I could have been on 3 different cruises: the Carnival, this one, and that one. You know why I never been on no cruise? Because Mel don't know how to swim. So I'm not going on nobody's cruise and be in the ocean for a whole week in the sea, in the middle of the sea on top of it. You understand? So there's certain things that I'm going to do because I know my limit, and there's certain things that I'll never do. I still need to get over the fear of that because they said we're not supposed to live in fear. So there's some fear that I'm trying to overcome. I'll give you a perfect example. I was in the Bronx.
It's plenty of time for you to learn to swim.
No, it is. Because my 7-year-old son, he knows how to swim. He can save me if he needs to be. See, I don't. No, but this is just a stereotype on,
Yeah,
oh, you're
yeah.
Haitian, how you not know? And it's just like, oh, you don't like spices? Ain't you West Indian? West Indian. It's like, yo, that's just a stereotype. But we do that to one another. We stereotype to the clothes in our closet that we're gonna wear.
Haitians are persecuted by Christians, so on and so forth, supposedly by what happened in Haiti.
No, I know that. I know that. The French did it, and America did it to us. They both occupied the land, the country, everything. On top of it, when we got our independence, France brought their warships to the ports and said, "Oh, congratulations, you got your independence." But wouldn't it be messed up if a country, send something over here to destroy it? We protect y'all. So the Haitians fell for it. You know what I mean? And they slapped Haiti with a $21 billion tax. When Obama was leaving the White House, Obama asked France. He didn't demand France to give back that money. He asked France. And you think France is going to say, oh, we'll give him back the money? They said, hell no, because they was asked. But if they said, yo, you rightfully took their money, or you slapped them with a tax that's ridiculous that they'll never, ever pay for, give them back their money.
Earthquake.
Listen, let me just tell you something else. America has the gold that they took from Haiti. They still have it to this day. They still have it. They never gave it back. Do you know what they said? We'll take this for safekeepings, just in case, some country try to invade here and they don't take the gold. We'll take it and hold it for y'all. But you never returned it back, and you still got it to this day, if it's even still there. But I'm just saying. So, because I was on a platform.
That's a vindictive politics like Haiti.
Let me just say this, bro. I was on a platform and I was following this woman, right? No names needs to be mentioned. She's still a good person, right? But she just had a live where it was like bashing Haiti, like, oh, I see these prideful Haitians that be talking about Haiti to get their first independence. Y'all got y'all independence, but what did you do with it? And I'm like, yo, you're doing a live. I said, yo, I know content creators. I was going to bring your name up, but I didn't bring your name up. I'm talking about Fox.
They're doing the best they can.
No, but this is exactly. But the lady was trashing it like, oh, these Haitians be prideful about Haiti and this and that, whether they're American born or they from there. But Haiti didn't do nothing. Yes, the first Black Republic. But what? But I'm like, yo, do you do your research?
I would have had.
No, listen, bro. I was gonna go off. Listen, right? I was gonna go off, and I'm
they
like,
have a flag. You don't.
So hold on. So I'm telling her. So I was trying to explain to her, like, if you do your research, you would understand why Haiti is not where it needs to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, okay, perfect example.
Why would they get mad at that?
Hold on, brother. Trinidad got gas and oil. And they have a real military. So you think that, any other country could go in there and play with them? See, Haiti don't have that type of infrastructure, bro. Because if they have a solid military, listen, all the countries, we can name this one, Russia and China, can either play with one another. They can't. You know why? They have a solid military. Any country that's ruling, that's at the top, why do you think they're at the top? Because it starts with their military, brother. If you got a military structure, no other country could come in and do whatever. Look at what's going on with Africa. Look at what goes on with Africa. Every country got their hands in land in Africa, especially the Chinese. They selling land out the Wuhan in Africa.
I learned that from you talk about globalism, but I learned that from the creature from Jekyll Island.
So see, you know that. You know that, brother. Not everybody knows this. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to talk about this shit with nobody else.
No, what I'm saying is, I don't
have time for people that. I mean, if you're young and you really want to learn, you can kick in and listen. But man, I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna just give you the long spoon treatment.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
I'm sorry, but that's what just right here. This conversation why I came to YouTube. I go to other places, man. I mean, Slow King Troll and all that. But King Troll's on a level. He should be in this conversation right now, but he's not. But I just go to the interview.
Those conversations every blue moon.
Yeah,
and matter of fact, too, right? Let me just say this. It's not even Jamaica. Okay, let me just say this real quick, right? When I did my research about Haiti getting their independence, what I came to realize is that there was Jamaican slaves in Haiti. there was other types of slaves. So it wasn't just all Haitian people that, it was majority was Haitians that put the revolution plan together since 1796. They got the independence in 1804. And at that time, they was the only, group of people or militia, whatever they want to call it, label it, to beat, what's his name? Hit the military from, what's the homeboy's name? Napoleon.
You want to take Guevara?
No, I'm talking about Napoleon. At that time, Haiti was the only people to beat Napoleon and his troops at that time. Remember, Napoleon was conquering everywhere. They tried to conquer Haiti, and that's how they got stopped. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. But that's what I'm saying. When you don't know, or you hearing somebody regurgitating or just saying something, it's your duty. It's all about duty. And I've always been like that. Foxy could give me some information. You could give me some information. The minute I get off of here, I'm not saying y'all are lying, but I go do my own research and look up what y'all talking about.
I'm not offended by that.
Correct. No, I'm just saying, like, a lot of people don't do that. Their uncles tell them the story. They take it as facts from the beginning to the middle to the end, and they might not understand that their uncle might have added his own opinion to it.
Yeah, but some of that might have been true. You understand that as well.
No, I'm not saying nothing is not true. I'm just saying I go do my own research, because somebody could tell your story and they don't know the full story, so things is getting left out.
You do that because you can research.
Correct.
You learn how to do that.
Correct.
We
had encyclopedias when I was coming up. You know what I'm saying? Even though we did have a library. I grew up near a library that was 10 minutes away. It's a known library. It's called Codman Square Library in Dorchester. So it's like, like living in the Bronx, and the Bronx got their own library. You go to Brooklyn.
What is niggas' excuse? They at least got Wikipedia. At least. What is niggas' excuse? You could Google up anything and become an expert on. So, I mean, why are we gangbanging shit like that? Because of that, I think that shit was like Freeway Rick, caused by the CIA, knowing what we know now.
Correct.
Anyway,
but
man.
Don't say that they could Google and they become an expert, because this is why I say I go back to Foxy again. She can have a title. She can have a live. She still is researching. Yeah, she knows some information.
We read books.
I'm just saying, some people, this is what I'm trying to say. Some people talk about a title or a subject, and they just saying what they heard somebody else say. I'm not learning nothing, because they're not breaking anything down. Foxy, she reads the story. She tells you the title, reads the story. She gives her own opinion. Then she has people come up and give their opinions as well. But at the same time, she's making sure that she's giving you the information. Some people are just regurgitating what somebody else said or what everybody else has been saying. It's kind of like
add their own. They're gonna add their own.
It's kind of like having conversations about the problem, but we never bring up the solutions.
That's how we come up with folklore. What you talking about?
What she's doing now? Look at that. Look at what she's doing. She's showing you J. Edgar Hoover's book.
No,
that's an amazing book.
J.A. Rogers.
Oh, J.A. Rogers. Why he look like Edgar Hoover? He looked like Hoover a little bit.
Yeah, when I came into the Hotep sector, we was reading books. I'm coming off the streets, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
First time I saw my homeboy had a gun on me. Like, it was like, I've been to the Panthers Vanguard movement and all that shit. I've done all that shit in the 90s.
Yeah.
But Pop was doing this thing. I was, because I was in college. I was in school and trying to do this and that, but I couldn't do it because I didn't know what a psyop was.
Mm-hmm. I didn't either. Of course, I did.
So I never witnessed this. I never witnessed this kind of injustice that's going on. Specifically, what we're talking about is Rodney King and shit like that. I thought it was a different world. Everything was Swayze.
Correct.
Rodney King happens. I'm in LA. I ain't gonna tell you who I was with that day, but after homeboy hit homeboy in the truck, it was super on.
Yep. I know. I seen that. See, this is what I'm saying, and I'm glad you brought that up. Again, we all was once, I guess, whatever you want to call it, blinded, or we were young, dumb, and full of, and we're not paying attention. I always say that. I always say that because my dad would have friends come over and they talk about politics, corrupted governments for 6 hours. I come back home, I'm like, yo, how's that fun to them? They just sitting around talking about that. That's because at that time, my mind, my focus was learning the street life. That's what was intriguing to me, learning that. But see, that's why I said once I grew up age-wise and mental-wise, then I realized there's much more that's much more important to me because I'm past the street shit. I've been to prison, like I said, I've been to prison multiple times. You know what I mean? So I'm living the different life now. That's why they say the apple don't fall too far from the tree. And let me just end it like this too, right? What I love about my country's history, or Haiti's history, is I have South African friends. Now, going back to what we learning in school, we don't even use it in real life as grown adults. You know what I'm saying? What we really use is English and math. But at the end of the day, my friends from South Africa said the history that they're taught in the schools out there is Haiti. Why aren't we learning that out here? Why aren't we being taught about Haiti's revolution in 1804?
Okay. We live in an information bubble. You have to go outside of the United States. Like you got to look at who wrote the books, and you got to look at who the publishers are, because you heard of Art of War, right?
Yep. By Sun
Okay.
Tzu.
There's the real Art of War. The real Art of War is written by Ralph Sawyer. It has the big chapters.
Correct. Versions.
Yeah. And when I was in the Philippines, a friend of mine I used to play chess with, he slid me a book called The History of Asia. Woo! Shit. This book was not to be published in the United States. So you see, there's an information bubble. And on top of that, when I was in the army, it was a white dude. It's a white dude, special forces. I would chop it up with him sometime. And he told me that sports is useless information.
Is that sports is information?
This is why I don't talk about it.
Sports is useful information. What we're talking about is useful information. There's useful information and there's useless information. And the United States is flooded. Trump is useless information. Trump already knows there's a fucking protections guarding him from getting prosecuted from all that shit. He's guided him. He did some of the papers and all this shit.
Yeah, that's just to keep us distracted. But I'm gonna digress, guys. I gotta go. Thank you for being up here.
If you see me again, don't tell nobody I was on here talking smart.
Mum's the word.
Don't tell nobody. And if I ask you about 22, he a dumbass. Okay, Maybach? I'm coming to your sports show. Don't say nothing about this conversation.
No, sir.
You gotta look this up.
Remember when you said that? Don't say that.
Nah, I'm not worried about you, sir. I know you're gonna pull up. It's the lady up there. That's what we want on my show, because she's gonna bring everybody, and that's what I want.
King Jordan, like, just remember this conversation, okay?
Yep. She's the special guest that I've been telling everybody about. She's the secret weapon.
Foxy is a thermonuclear device.
I'm the secret hidden weapon.
She's a light skinned answer for everything.
Yep.
But look, if you're gonna see me, Maybach, or you're gonna hear about me elsewhere talking bad shit, it's not me. It's old head. It's not me.
It's old head.
I got this.
It's not. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm saying I don't think you understand, Maybach.
No, I
a lot of shit elsewhere, but here, this is the anomaly. They're gonna say, "Oh, he was talking smart." They're gonna be like, "Nah, I only do this." I'm telling you, Maybach, of an asshole. Better yet, a dick.
That's okay, because I'm one too. I'm a Libra.
Okay,
Foxy done put it out there, so I'm gonna say it. Foxy done put it out there plenty times with the Libras, so. I'm just saying.
Hey. Lotus coming here and shaking her fine ass around. She know who I am. She know who I am. She seen the alter ego. Nigga, like,
she gets a little spicy too. That one's a secret weapon. That one you don't see coming.
I don't troll Lotus. No one trolls Lotus. Lotus be in there like do what she do here.
She be quiet and then she gets spicy.
No,
so
I don't want to see that.
I know you're cool.
Hey, It was sad in my heart to see Lotus trolling.
Listen, peace and love to y'all. Listen, y'all can find me if y'all ever looking for me. Maybach Mel 1804. Second channel is Maybach Sports. And when you go to Maybach Sports, you'll see a basketball, a football, and a baseball. Y'all already know.
When I get to
Foxy's
your
closing
channel,
out
I'm gonna be the same
listen,
guy.
she's closing out the show, Ronan.
Okay,
Y'all can hit
I'm
me.
saying,
I'll be going
Maybach,
live. I'll be going
before
live
you
soon.
go,
Season starting. My secret
Maybach, when I
weapon's right
come to
there.
the channel, I'm not going to be the same guy.
Listen, you better be. Listen, we got rules and regulations over there too.
No,
All right,
no.
just be disorderly. I will
He's
have
not going to
Foxy.
be intellectual.
I'm not
Let
going
me
to be
tell you,
intellectual.
that's fine. You know what happens if you don't
I'm a
bring that
fanatic.
intellectual? If you don't bring it, you know what happens? I got this thing that I see no content creators got. It's called Foxy. Get him a Uber Black.
Hey, you got to get
Order
Foxy
him a
to get
Uber
off
Black.
your ass.
She knows
Look,
what that means. A Uber Black
I'm a
means you
Lakers
out of the
fan.
chat.
Your weapon.
First of all, I'm a Lakers fan, okay? Good to
Oh
get
my goodness. All right, guys. We're gonna wrap this up. I gotta really go.
Hey, wait, no, before you go. Hey, Maybach, if we get Damian Lillard, can you imagine the shit I'll be talking? I love Jaylen Brown, but we coming for y'all. We coming for y'all.
That's all right. Okay.
He said, hey, get it through your head.
Okay,
You're gonna
sir.
hate me there and love me here.
Okay,
Oh
sir.
my Lord. All right. Okay, that's it. We're gonna go. Thank you everybody who came through and don't forget to drop a like in the button.
Hey, Foxy,
I gotta go.
don't tell Lotus I was here talking smart.
Peace.
I'm not gonna tell anybody. Mum's the word.
100 and I'm out. Salute y'all.
Salute. Tune in on my community section for when I do go live. You guys will be informed there. I'll make any changes if I'm going live or not. This is the season 2 of Mindful Mondays. And you can also catch me on Instagram, FoxyMoon_spiritual alchemist, for any updates of when I'm going live and or when I'm going to be doing personal readings. Again, thank you so much for everybody who stopped by, who saluted, who just is listening from the clouds. Thank you again. I appreciate you all. I'll catch you on the flip side. Peace.